Welcome back to the 2024 World Series of Poker. We are covering the final table of Event 73. It is a $25,000 high roller Pot-Limit Omaha event coming at you from the Horseshoe in Las Vegas. We're going to cover this entire final table for you on both PokerGO and YouTube, so please show us some love in the chat. Like this video and subscribe to the channel if you're catching us on YouTube. My name is Remko Rinkema, Donnie Peters alongside me in the booth, and we have a very special guest today with us for this final table. He is better known as JNandez. Fernando Habegger will be joining us for some expert PLO analysis as we cover these remaining 5 players. David Eldridge is our chip leader. Ethan Cahn, Wang, Brian Rast, the Poker Hall of Famer, and Juha Helppi are on today's final table. Absolutely mind-blowing payouts here. $524,000 up top for the winner and $2.2 million up for grabs for the eventual winner. This is going to be a very exciting and entertaining final table, but of course with those pay jumps we might see quite a bit of maneuvering around, maybe some ICM pressure as well. Fernando, first and foremost, welcome to the show. Good to have you.
I'm excited to be here. I played this event myself, and you see all the big names in PLO and poker in general show up, and we have a stacked final table.
Yeah, I'm sort of surprised it's not 5 players from Finland.
Indeed. Well, almost.
We have Juha Helppi representing Finland here at this final table. Ilis Parsonen and Joni Jokamainen finished just short of the final table. Finland, as always, well represented. Brian Rast has a chance to go almost wire to wire, was chip leader on day 1, and has been a large stack throughout this tournament, and we got some potential action brewing here right away.
There's a very interesting chip stack distribution here. We do have one big stack in the form of Eldridge, who is in the small blind right now, and he ended up folding. But we do have no one really in a rush. 35 big blinds here for Helppi, defends the big blind, and Wang finds a huge hand in the cutoff with ace-ace 10-9. Both players catch a piece of the board. We get Helppi with top pair, king-queen, and Wang has a gut shot with a backdoor flush draw. Could expect here 2 players go for check-check. Makes sense. No one wants to blow the pots that much at this point because we still have very playable stacks, and of course ICM pressure is on each player. Such a big prize pool and such a large payout for the first place finisher here. Over $2 million in a PLO event. That's times have changed for sure, and it's pretty exciting for all the PLO players. Yeah,
you used to play a niche game, and now this game has become well beyond mainstream. Today, 50K PLO, high roller ongoing. I think we're only maybe a year away from having 100K.
Oh, for sure. Helppi paired up with the 5 on the turn, so he has 2 pair. Goes for the bet, expects to have the best hand, and river rings in a 3. Some straights complete. And Helppi has a decision. He can either go small and trying to make a worse hand call, maybe aces. A lot of the straight draws around the queen 10 didn't get there, but goes for the check. Very reasonable. Wang has aces. Could have the best hand here sometimes against one of those draws.
Check. Action does go check-check. Helppi showing down king 5 for 2 pair, and he's going to start off his final table with a really nice win here. Juha Helppi, legend of the game, has been around as long as anyone that I know that it still plays at the highest level. I first covered him back in 2008 in Amsterdam when I was covering an event at the Holland Casino. The Finns travel well and play the game of PLO even better. Shout out to the people in the chat with us today. Let's smash that like button. Our goal today on the stream is 2,000 likes, so let's help us get there today. We got JNandez in the booth, Fernando Habegger. For those that want to get to know him better, I would say check out PLO Mastermind, one of our proud partners for our most recent PLO series.
Wang picks up another very playable hand here, the ace, queen, jack, 6 double suited. In the first hand, he decided to go for a pot size raise. Let's see if he's going to be consistent with that or decide to size down potentially.
Have you had any experience playing with these players in particular?
Yeah, I played with most of the opponents. I'm not as familiar with Eldridge, but he has been playing, I think, for a long time. And we do have I would imagine most of these players are playing primarily PLO, if I recollect this right. Cahn in the big blind, certainly a player who's no stranger to PLO tournaments.
Yeah, Ethan Cahn, $410,000 in career tournament earnings, only $28K at the World Series of Poker. So definitely someone who is getting his biggest result at the WSOP tonight. His best result at the WSOP, you guessed it, the 10K PLO earlier this summer, where he finished in the money as well. Got ace-jack 3 rolling off the deck here, 2 spades. Wang picks up a flush draw.
Very interesting top 2 pair for Wang with a flush draw. Cahn has top pair, top kicker, but also has the ace of spades, so he blocks the nut flush draw, which can certainly come into play on potential flush runouts. He's also holding backdoor nut diamonds, so it's a hand that certainly wants to call and see how things develop. Wang, large lead here on 86% to win the hand, unless, of course, Cahn is going to turn this ace of spades into a bluff at some point.
It's cool to see PLO being played deep stacked in a tournament format. A lot of times these events, when they get down to the final table, are down to, you know, raise, re-raise, maybe a shove on the flop.
10 seconds.
This event, though, still lots of play left.
Definitely very interesting to watch. We will see some turns and rivers just like now. Wang went with a very large bet on the flop, almost pot, so that's quite interesting. It should be potentially alarming to Cahn, and now with only 7.5 million left, Cahn is kind of lucky that he doesn't pair up on a 4 or a 9, because it will make it very hard to fold. And Wang, I mean, there are 5 million chips already out there. He only has 7.5 million left. Probably wants to either put max pressure, which he's going to do, and secure this pot right now,
6.75,
which would be a big win for his current stack size position. So understandable pot size bet. I don't think Cahn can continue, though. He only has 1 pair, and if he's up against a better mate hand, he is far behind. Does make the discipline fold. Wang wins a pot after the first one that he lost.
The people in the chat think that Fernando and I are the only 2 people here. Donnie Peters also in the booth. What's up, buddy?
What's up? How are you? I'm just over here hanging out.
You're like doing admin right now for.
Yeah. I'm real administrative.
Keep an eye on the chat. We have lots of people
obviously don't take the break, but fix the clock.
joining us for
Where's the floor?
what could be a long night with
it should be the blinds.
this kind of money on the line.
Hold on, we
No,
definitely
don't deal, because the
can't
blinds
deal a
should be
hand
on.
because we're not on the clock.
We're waiting for the clock to be fixed, so I am going to deal.
No, but
No, but the blinds
then the
should be
blinds
up.
need to go up.
Yeah, the blinds need
That's
to go
why.
up.
So
Why
it's
don't you just wait?
150
Just
to
wait.
I agree. Yeah.
There's no way you're like, because the blinds need to get fixed. We're not playing 125, 250. That's for sure. We're either on break or we're playing the next level.
Do you think he cares? Ryan Rast, adamant the level situation gets fixed. Of course, they played a long day last night. They are approaching a break already, but of course, we have just started, so we're going to skip that break and keep on playing.
I really needed a break, but
All the high roll tournaments at the World Series above 10K have a time clock.
Just give me
So that's also in play right now. You have 30 seconds to act pre and post flop.
I'd be
You
fine.
also have time bank chips to extend that, but we don't know right now how many time bank chips each
I can
player
usually handle
has,
the 12-minute session.
which can definitely come into play in some of those very tricky decisions that are potentially coming up.
Did you see the time bank chips being used a lot when you played this event? I always seem to see people with big stacks of those times chips at the final table.
In general, in PLO, people act quicker, but I think over time this will change. Eldridge picks up pocket aces here. Certainly a hand he will have an interest in playing. Now the question is, how big does he want to size?
raise to 900.
Goes for 3 times the big blind. It looks like the blinds have increased. And Juha Helppi is a very playable hand as well. King Jack 8-7 is a hand in a cash game you would always go for the 3-bet because it plays better against one opponent than multiple. But with the ICM pressure, Helppi decides to actually fold this hand, and it must be completely based on the way the stacks are distributed. He could also peel, but he has 37 big blinds, and 2 other players at the table have similar or less. Rast is sitting on 31 big blinds. So he's choosing to pass up on the situation. And to a PLO cash player, this looks like a criminal fold. But actually, in PLO tournaments, you got to be very careful with what kind of hands you want to see the flop with, because once you see the flop, it's very hard to realize your equity. It's very hard to call down and see turns and rivers, because every chip is so valuable with the ICM pressure being added.
Would you say that is even more of a factor with hands that sort of look like two Hold'em hands? You know, King Jack 7-8. A double suited, you know, it looks more like two Hold'em hands than a full PLO hand?
I would say, yes, hands that are connected and double suited have, quote unquote, the benefit of being able to peel more often. But again, as you said, in the cash game, that's fine. See you at the river, let's see if I make my draw. But in a tournament, getting to the river can be very costly and cost you potentially your entire stack, which you can't really afford if you're in a medium stack size position. You know, Wang in the small blind comes in with the limb. You do play a big blind ante from the beginning of this tournament, which is a great decision because it makes the game so much more interesting. There's more out there for grabs. And Rast checks his option with 9-6-3 deuce, heading to the flop two ways.
Yang Wang has 1.5 million in career tournament earnings. He's a race car driver, drives rally cars, so probably no stranger to high adrenaline situations, so this might not even phase him at all.
He's certainly a methodical player in my experience. He thinks about the game on a deep level and also brings the patience required to maneuver this final table. Check on the flop. Wang has a flop an open-ended straight draw. With a pair of tens, makes sense to just check the option. And Rast flopped a very weak flush draw with the check back now making a hand. He's either going to decide to bet the turn and start betting for value or delay to the river. Given that he doesn't block any of the pairs, he could bet the turn, get called by two pair, maybe even a set.
Yeah, how do you approach getting value from smaller flushes in a game like PLO where people always emphasize, you know, you have to have the nuts or something approaching the nuts, but what you just said is interesting to me, the fact that he unblocks a lot of those pairs, which give him an opportunity, especially with the board not being paired, to get some value.
The thinner your hand is, the more likely you have to ask yourself the question, what is going to call me? And the most obvious choices are hands like straights, sets, two pairs, and if you unblock those, then lower flushes definitely become part of the value betting range. He delays here for the river. Actually, Wang had a really good hand to bluff the river with. He's blocking 10-9, and he blocks flushes holding a 10 of spades. But luckily for him, he decided not to bluff because he would definitely would have been called by Rast's flush. And Rast picks up a definitely much appreciated pot for him. He's currently in the last position, sitting on 32 big blinds.
Thank you.
If you're just tuning in, this is the final table of the 25K PLO High Roller. We're streaming the entire final table both on PokerGo and YouTube, so in return for that, please smash that like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Donnie, we have big news. Please tell the audience what is happening the next 4 days.
The WSOP main event with you and I leading the commentary.
How did that happen?
I mean, obviously they ran out of bodies or something. Like, everyone's got COVID. I have no idea. But yeah, you and I are going to be bringing the action starting tomorrow for the 4 day ones. Well, I'm going to be skipping out on Friday, but we'll be bringing the action starting with level 3 each day, right? So I think it's 6 hours of coverage total each day, so plenty of early action. We really don't know who we're going to get, of course, but you know, every time we have a big name, we'll try and get them up on our feature tables. We do know that Jeff Platt is going to be playing tomorrow, playing with the microphone. I don't know exactly how that's going to work out, but I'm sure it'll be plenty fun.
Yeah, so for those unfamiliar, we're doing free streaming for the main event on the first 4 starting days. We're streaming 1 level before dinner, and then we're streaming 2 levels after dinner, which are the final 2 levels of the night. So please mark your calendars, check pokergo.com/schedule for the times of those live streams. And please know that those are going to be 2 separate streams. So 2-hour stream, then there's going to be a 90-minute dinner break, so we'll go off air. And we'll have a 4-hour stream at night as well on those first 4 days.
That's fantastic.
And Donnie, of course, playing the main event. Fernando told us He's never even played the main event before, and you call yourself a poker professional.
Yeah, I make good decisions for my own sanity.
Max Ladredge, man.
Could be. It's still in the cards. Put it this way, it's still in the cards, but 2 cards is about 50% not enough.
Yeah. So what is it about Hold'em that pushed you to PLO? Because I'm just gonna guess here that you did not learn PLO before you learned Hold'em.
True. I played Hold'em for 5-6 years very intensively. But I guess the way Hold'em plays, it is a bit of a different skill set to PLO. In Hold'em, a lot of your decisions are sort of, you're either really right or really wrong. So for example, if you have top pair and you call down for your stack, let's say on the turn your opponent shoves all in, if you're wrong, you're dead. And if you're right, it's really amazing. And in PLO, the main skill set comes more from understanding exactly how your board interacts in terms of equity. Like, what are your chances of winning? Do you dominate your opponent's range? It's a bit of a different skill set, just like with any variation in poker. And I definitely encourage people out there that only play Hold'em to try different games as well, to see what kind of suits you better. Because they have commonalities, of course, but they also have differences, and they might suit your playing style or the things you enjoy about poker even more.
So a little layup there for those interested in becoming PLO masterminds. Go to PLOmastermind.com/PokerGo. Start for free. Learn from the man you just heard talking. Lots of
Thank you.
valuable insights to be gained from starting for free with PLO Mastermind. So please use this opportunity to learn from Fernando's commentary as well as from his PLO Mastermind training site.
Eldridge raising on the button with a very playable hand. We've seen before Rast limp into the small blind and Eldridge raising it with a very marginal hand, which definitely shows he's aware of the ICM situation and how to apply pressure. Cahn makes a light defend here. King 8-8-7. They're both deep.
Heads up.
But this is definitely stretching it a bit with the rainbow hand. But maybe you have some plans post-flop or a good read on his opponent. Both players flop a piece. Cahn still has those 8s and an inside straight draw 5 to give him the nut straight. And Eldridge has top pair with a queen of diamonds blocker. Goes check on the flop. Turn brings in a 7. So now Cahn has kind of improved in some ways. He has blockers to a straight. He has blockers to a flush. A pair of 8s might be good. Decides to go for the more passive bet. I think this could be a good opportunity to just start betting on the turn and just trying to secure the pot against some weaker made hands like pocket jacks, or even a queen here is in quite a bit of trouble against the bet. River brings in the jack. So pocket 8s, very unlikely going to win. Cahn is blocking the flush, is blocking the straight, blocking some 2 pairs holding a 7. I think it's a good candidate to put at a bet. The only question is what sizing. Anywhere between like half pot or bigger, I think is a good idea.
And Cahn is indeed going to lead out here on the river, and Eldridge lets it go right away. 2.5 million heading in Cahn's direction as Eldridge maintains his chip lead here at the final table as we are 5-handed. Donnie, the rise of PLO has been rather absurd, if I can use a word like that. We, of course, ran the 100K PLO Super High Roller Bowl last year. That was a great success. Where do you see the future of PLO tournaments?
To the moon. I mean, all the big buy-in PLO events are up in numbers. They're even smashing the big buy-in equivalent in No Limit Hold'em. For example, take this 25K here. You know, well over 400 entries. The No Limit Hold'em version that was won by Nick Schulman back kind of at the beginning of the series had 318. So PLO's hot, man. It's hotter than ever. People absolutely love to play it. There's not many PLO tournaments in the world. There's more of them, you know, now, but they are still pretty selective. So I mean, you love to see it. I said coming into this World Series, I would love to see the WSOP do 100K, maybe even like a 250K. Like I think it would draw, and I fully expect them to do that next year.
50K PLO High Roller kicked off today at the WSOP. 73 entries so far. Registration still open, I believe.
Heads up.
I feel like any player who plays a 50K PLO also plays a 100K PLO. When you're at that level, then you're just firing.
A good amount of the time, the field might even get softer as you go up in stakes, because some of the non-professional players that
Brian, what's
want to
the,
play a
how long is the
50K,
delay?
they might also want to play a
How long
100K,
is
but
the
not
delay?
every poker player is rolled to play
1 hour?
these
2 hours.
massive
2 hours.
stakes.
Well, they start at 5.
Okay.
Eldridge decided to go for a light raise here, trying to take advantage of the chip-leading stack size position, and Wang defends with a double-suited ace-high hand. Flops a pair and a flush draw. We see a large bet by Eldridge, trying to apply pressure. It is a good board for him, and he has aces, he has kings, he has ace-king in his pre-flop range. Wang is going nowhere. He has flop top pair and a flush draw. And top pair does not only mean he has one pair, but he's also blocking ace-ace and ace-king. And turns now a second flush draw and a 10 of spades. Quite scary looking board for Wang, but he does have 2 flush draws alongside top pair. Eldridge on the other side, hard to improve that hand from the flop, but he did add a gut shot. The jack of spades plays also kind of a minor role in case he wants to barrel some rivers. It's actually a decent combo to just go for a turn pot size bet and apply max pressure to hands like ace 4, ace x flush draws, but decides to go for a check back. River now brings in the deuce. Wang has ace deuce, so improved to 2 pair, but it's not a hand that is comfortable value betting because it's hard to get called by worse. So he goes for the check, and now Eldridge has to decide, do I want to represent a made hand here that wasn't betting the turn, maybe a hand like ace-king, scared of a straight, maybe a hand like pocket kings or pocket aces. I don't think it looks too credible.
Yeah, that's the funny thing about bluffing in PLO. Changing your mind on a meaningless looking deuce of hearts doesn't give your range a whole lot of wiggle room.
The only thing in his favor here is that he doesn't have a diamond in his hand, so he can put Wang on diamonds, which in fact in this case he has. And if Wang had a hand like 2 queens with diamonds, or just a king with diamonds, he probably would fold. But in this case, Wang has 2 pair and he's blocking the ace. So Wang has to think about what is Eldridge value betting. He doesn't have queen jack, he did bet turn. So he's basically representing ace king, ace ace, king king. I mean 3-5, the rivered straight is very unlikely. So this is definitely a turning point here for Wang. He does make the fold.
Wow, so Wang lets go of his 2 pair, and Eldridge gets a little richer. Speaking of the ICM you mentioned before, Wang now shorter than Helppi and tied with Rast, so perfect scenario here for Eldridge to apply even more pressure in the coming orbits. All right, quick look outside here to remind you of OccupyPoker.ai. It is your path to poker mastery. Scan the QR code on your screen for a fun, social, and affordable way to learn poker. Join the growing Octopi tribe right now at OccupyPoker.ai. Mr. Lucky Chewy, Mr. Steven Chidwick, they'll tell you what to do. They got it under control. If you're just tuning in for the very first time, we are live on YouTube and PokerGO tonight for this 25K PLO High Roller. We're going to be here until the end, so please make sure to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It's a packed room today at the Horseshoe. 10K Stud 8 is going on, 10K Mystery Bounty. There's a whole bunch of events happening all at the same time. Players are probably hopping in the main event the next few days if they bust out today. But back to what I was saying, you know, Eldridge now has an even better opportunity to apply that pressure.
And he follows up right away with the 9-8-6-5. It is obviously a 4 connector in some ways, but at shallower stack sizes, a hand like this doesn't perform too well, especially if his opponents are willing to 3-bet with hands like aces or maybe ace-king-queen. Cahn makes the fold with 10-9-8-7. Again, this is based on ICM and quite justifiable. And I think what's interesting about this last hand is that Wang has a lot of time bank chips, such as almost any other player at the table, maybe all of them. And I think, I mean, under the pressure of the lights, it's sometimes hard to remind yourself, but you have a lot of time. You can tank for 2-3 minutes and really think through your decisions, and that can definitely swing decisions in one or the other direction. It seemed like in that last hand, Wang ended up making a relatively quick fold in a spot where Eldridge was representing a very narrow range. Now, it might also be that Wang has an impression of Eldridge, and Eldridge plays very tight and straightforward, which we clearly can see is not the case. And the question now becomes, at which point will the table pick up that Eldridge didn't come here to fold?
And Eldridge, of course, is going to try to look at every flop from the perspective of how can I win this hand, because he has the weapon that is the chip lead as deuce 3-4 rolls off the deck.
It's quite a comfortable flop for Eldridge, flopping nuts on a very deceptive flop. How does an under the gun raiser improve on deuce 3-4? Well, Eldridge found a way, and Rast is thinking that exact same thing. He's thinking, is this a board that I can hit better? Maybe I have a set or two pair, and I could lead out and represent a hand. But he goes for the check. Eldridge, on the other side, his image starts to loosen up. He played a lot of hands already, and he probably wants to take advantage of that by starting to bet and look like he's potentially bluffing.
So a lot of reverse psychology going on here potentially, but from Raster's perspective, he doesn't have a stack where there's a ton of room for error, and he doesn't have the type of hand that he really can continue with.
The bet is too big here for Rast to continue. He only has one pair and a gut shot. Could be in terrible shape, as we can see in this case. Only 3% to win. I think given the sizing choice, Rast, he does make the call, so he really has to put Eldridge on a very light range. Maybe a hand like king high or ace high. Maybe even jack high. Makes the call. Actually is lucky in this case that he doesn't pair up. If he would have hit an ace or a king or a jack, you might have seen Rast with an early exit, but the queen is completely meaningless. Eldridge is still holding the nuts.
Yeah, so what incentive does Rast have to call the flop? They're out of position with a hand as weak as his, given the fact that he can probably anticipate Eldridge being likely to want to blast because of the stack dynamics.
That's a big part of it as well. It's like, even if you are ahead right now, how often will you get to showdown? If any spade rolls off, Rast cannot really call and continue. So, well, now seeing the big second barrel, he's obviously going to regret the flop call. We'll have to let this hand go.
Yeah, Eldridge fires out 4 million. Rast lets it go, and he's, unfortunately for him, created some separation between him and the rest. He is now our short stack. By the way, shout out to our mods in the chat. Jimmy Bluffett is in the house. I think I saw Teddy in the house as well. Russell is here, as always. I'm sure Christy is lingering somewhere. Thank you guys all so much for supporting our channel and helping out. Same goes, of course, for all the diehard fans that we have in the chat, as always, as you just saw a quick look around the room. Let us know in the chat who you're rooting for. I can only imagine we have tons of Brian Rast fans. Maybe some Finns up late at night watching Juha Helppi, who's had quite the summer already.
And to put this into perspective, these guys are playing PLO at max stakes right now. Every hand and all these big blinds that are exchanging, even if we're talking about 10 big blinds, we're talking here about hundreds of thousands of dollars in V that are exchanging players' hands. And most of the players, they don't play PLO for hundreds of thousands of dollars on a daily basis. So there's a lot of pressure here added, of course, and very meaningful pots are exchanging each other. As we do see a pay jump of over 1.5 million from busting in 5th versus winning this tournament. And of course the prestige of winning a WSOP bracelet alongside in one of the most difficult fields to win for PLO, the 25K High Roller. Rast with another limp. He should limp a lot of hands from the small blind, just given the odds he's getting. Eldridge, with the very loose image, picks up aces in the big blind. Rast has a pretty looking hand. Makes the call with king, queen, 6 deuce. This could be potentially a dangerous situation.
Yeah, so Rast comes along with double suited cards here from the small blind. He's going to be out of position here against Eldridge. And we see king, 6 deuce, rainbow roll off the deck here. Rast flopping 2 pair, but guess what? Eldridge flops bottom set. This is a disaster brewing here for Brian Rast potentially.
Huge cooler. Rast has 3 pair even, king, 6 deuce, and the flop looks very deceptive. How do you have 2 pair on king, 6 deuce? So he thinks he has the nuts right now. And he's doing really well against pocket aces. He's doing well against the king. He's doing well against air. Eldridge flop bottom set, and it's amazing because he doesn't block a king, so there are pretty good chances he's going to get called. Little does he know he's about to get raised most likely and be a 77% favorite, unless Rast decides to slow play, but there's already 3 million chips in the middle, so I don't think that's the right play out of position. Just put your chips in and win the pot outright, or run up against aces with a gut shot, aces with a king, ace, king, queen, jack, trying to win this pot.
Brian Rast taking his time here. Big decision for him. The chat is asking, how do you get away from this? Well, that's going to be very difficult.
You don't get away. That's the answer. You have to hit.
2.5.
And there is the check raise from Rast, making it 2.5 million. Now, if you're Eldridge, is it a call-call scenario, or are you just getting it in here?
I think more likely it's just a call. So if Rast has a hand he wants to go with, like king 6, you shouldn't lose that action on basically any turn, given how the stack sizes are put together. But here we are, all in.
Oh, that's so sick.
All right, Eldridge with the shove, and it is so sick indeed for Rast, as that one deuce is not going to help Rast. He's going to be looking for a king or a 6 with the 6 of diamonds already dead.
Well, it's not over yet. 23%.
Yes,
Runner diamonds, not runner diamonds, runner spades. 6, king.
Here comes a turn card. Let's see if Rast can improve here. The Hall of Famer not happy seeing that he's up against a set. He would have, of course, been hoping he was up against the plain old aces here. Turn card is the Jack of Spades, and that brings in a backdoor flush draw for Rast. You can see some of the removed outs on the screen as well. Doesn't have all 12. River card coming. Can Brian Rast survive? It is a spade on the river, and Brian Rast backs into a flush, excuse me, and doubles up to 14.4 million. Donnie, is that how you go to the Poker Hall of Fame?
I mean, that's how you win 6 bracelets on your way to number 7.
Wow.
What a hand. And let's not forget, Eldridge there had the deuce of spades, removing one of those spade outs. So
yeah, you can see on the screen he did not have a ton of spades left to hit there. Brian Rast goes perfect on turn and river to make a flush.
You count the stack, it's good.
14.4 million. And, you know, this speaks to Eldridge's chip lead. He still has the chip lead by quite a margin, despite doubling up Brian Rast.
And listen, I doubt anyone has ever won a poker tournament without getting lucky at some point. So it's just the variance that we accept entering these things.
What about
Brian Rast happened? Well, I mean, Helmuth he never gets his chips in. That's the problem. He never gives himself an opportunity to get lucky.
It's the same with Alan Kessler. He says, I always bust with a bad beat. Yeah, that's because you wait for aces.
When you grind down to 3 big blinds and get it in with the best hand, I mean, you're just going to lose a lot. That's how it is.
I mean, insane dynamic shift, having Rast stay alive here, and not only that, also double up.
For sure, in many ways. On the one side, you have the chips, of course, which will help, but also the confidence. Rast already flirted with the idea of being out here in 5th place. With this comeback, sometimes when you play poker for 3 days and you get a break like that, you just feel like this might be your tournament.
Absolutely. And, you know, Brian Rast is a player with lots of confidence, also a very tough player, so I can only imagine that this kind of boost is going to help him, you know, be an even tougher player for the remainder of this final table, as he will still have to deal with Eldridge, who is sitting on his direct left.
So it looks like he wants to put those chips into play. This would definitely be a very light hand to play on the button here, the Jack 8-6-5. He really would have to assume that his opponents are folding a lot. Makes the correct fold. And Eldridge has ace-queen 4-3. Once again, we're playing here with a big blind ante, which means the small blind is getting an incredible price to limp in, which should be the play here, unless he thinks he can apply massive ICM pressure to Juha Helppi. But I think with ace-queen 4-3, you're better off just limping in and seeing a flop. On the other side, you are blocking aces. Helppi has pretty bottomish hand, 8-5-3-3. He is getting a good price, but again, ICM is kind of a concern here. $34 big blinds. I think if I would have to play this, you can make this call. You're still deep enough. And it's not like there is a 3 big blind stack on the table that you have to wait out, or even a 10 big blind stack. So we're going to head to a flop. Jack 10-9 with 2 spades. I guess both players aren't too happy about this. Eldridge doesn't have much to work with. And in PLO, when you have 4 cards that don't really interact with the board, it means that your opponent is much more likely to hit the board in some sort of way. He does continue, and Juha Helppi only has a 5 high flush draw, and I think he's gonna let this go, which I think is a good play, but Eldridge kind of found some of the bottomish hands of Helppi there on the flop to make fold. So this hand also sort of tells us Eldridge is here to apply maximum pressure. He came to the table with a plan. He does have the chip lead, and he's going to raise a lot pre and bet a lot on the flop, at least for as long as he's the chip leader. And we'll see if other players pick up on that, how fast, and also what kind of adjustments they're going to make along the way.
I'm curious, when you see someone like Eldridge play, you know, this is not someone that we see at the PokerGO studio every day. You know, it's not someone that we know from big cash games. His play so far and his style, what does it tell you about, you know, what you think most likely is? Do you think he's a PLO tournament player? Do you think he's a PLO cash player? Like, what sort of read do you get from this sort of early action?
I would say it most likely means that his forte, so to speak, is tournaments. He understands ICM
Ethan,
pressure.
what do you
He
have,
understands
like
final table
14?
dynamics.
I think 15.
And that, I think that's
okay.
where most of
7.5,
his
8.5,
aggression
14,
stems from. It's not
29,
necessarily the cards he's
15,
holding.
zero.
It is the distribution of chips, and
you're
also the
covering
fact
me
that
by
we're playing for
like
$2 million
$500K.
here. So there's added pressure because apart from, I mean, Brian Rast is used to big final tables, but we have other players on the table that haven't cashed this large ever, and there's a lot of money on the line, and I think Eldridge is aware of that and is trying to take advantage of that. Here's another example. King, Queen, 9-6 on the button. Actually goes for the limb. Helppi has Ace, King, 5-5. I don't think out of position you want to bloat the pot against a player who's very active and willing to put you into tough spots, so just calling makes sense. From Eldridge perspective, King, Queen, 9-6 might seem like a decent hand to a Hold'em player, but in PLO it's a very bad hand, and you can make those King and Queen, like the King, Queen, you can take advantage of those 2 blockers by just raising pre, because you're blocking some of the big pairs. But we do see a flop 3 ways, and no one is really happy with this one. 8, 3 deuce, 2 spades. We have Helppi with a gut shot, Cahn in the big blind. Not much to work with, and Eldridge has just king high. But if he's going to continue the way he started, we might see a bet here. Checks around. Helppi with a massive improvement, goes for a quick check with ace 5-5. Not only does he have the straight, but he also blocks 5-6, so he's very likely to have the best hand here. But he wants to lay the trap. I don't think he's going to check raise at any point because 5-6 is still possible, but I think he picked up on the fact that Eldridge is trying to win as many pots as possible, and he's trying to take advantage of that by being a bit tricky.
Speaking to what you said about, you know, large cashes and this being a very, very big one, with the exception of Brian Rast, the other 4 players already recording right now the largest cash of their live tournament career. And then just to put it into perspective, Brian Rast has $25.6 million in career earnings, $9 million of which came at the World Series of Poker. This guy is absolutely on a different level, and that might also work in his favor. You know, not to gloss over the fact that Juha Helppi is also an all-time crusher. He has $8.5 million in earnings, $2 million of which came at the WSOP, so he also very much experienced and has been through the ringer as far as playing at big final tables. And we're going to go to the river here as we see a 900 bet from Cahn get called by Helppi.
Cahn was trying to buy the pot on the turn. He is blocking 5-6, holding that 7-6. Didn't hit the card he wanted, which is the 5, but he did hit a spade. And I think this is just the hand he has to bluff. He only has a pair of 7s. He does have a crucial blocker, in this case the king of spades. Juha Helppi just completed from the small blind. He can have a set, he can have 2 pair. He could even have a straight, and a straight has a hard time calling on the river here, especially if the bet is big enough. So I think Cahn wants to bet. He just can't give up with the king of spades here. He only has a 7. And he probably wants to go quite big. I like to see that he's taking his time.
Now, if you're Helppi here, are spades your only concern?
Spades are the #1 concern, especially when you don't have a spade in your own hand. You have to ask yourself, what is Cahn betting on the turn that now has to bluff? It would have been it would have to be an air ball on the turn that now decides to follow through, which is what is happening. But it's a tough one to read through. It really comes down to how light do you think Cahn is betting the turn? How aggressive is Cahn on the turn? And he gives him credit.
Yeah, Helppi gives up, lets it go, and slides down to 8 million as Cahn chips up to 17 million. Nice follow through there from Cahn to take this one down with the worst of it.
Yeah, I'm kind of shocked in some ways because I played a decent amount of hours with Cahn in the field, in this and in other tournaments, and he definitely has a very tight image. And I think that is, he's aware of it, and he's taking advantage on this final table of that exact image.
Ethan Cahn, 37 years old, from New York, New York. Poker professional.
That's your card, I think. Yeah.
A fan of old movies, especially the 50s and 60s. Donnie, I have a hot take on this.
Go ahead, please.
No good movie has been made before 1990.
I think you've shared this
Yes.
previously on our streams.
People hate it when I say this.
Hey, you know.
Maybe Ethan Cahn needs to educate
I mean,
me.
I'm someone who's, you'll hear people, oh, that movie was so good, you know, whatever, and then I try and watch it, and I get 6 minutes in, and I'm like, all right, I'm going back to doing whatever else I'm doing, not this.
It's the same with music, right? When your friend goes, this song is so good, but they already have an emotional connection with the song, and you go into it like blank, and you're like, yeah, sure, fine, whatever.
So Rast takes on a bit of a different approach. So he comes in with a limp with the A774, wants to play post flop. Cahn picks up a monster here, ace A64, but decides to go for the call. He doesn't want to bloat the pot out of position. He's kind of in distance to Rast's stack size, and there are shorter players on the table. I would say it is a conservative decision and totally reasonable to raise, but it probably also just represents the sentiment right now at the table. Like, people want to be careful maneuvering here. And we see a flop three ways. King, Queen, Jack is going to favor Rast. He's supposed to limp in if he wants to play a limping range with hands like pocket kings, pocket queens, some Broadway hands. Basically hands that don't really like getting 3-bet, but want to see a flop. On the flip side, he has a hand that doesn't connect with the board whatsoever. So it's not an easy decision to just bet on the flop here if you have no pair, no straight draw, just nothing. But he does make the bet, and it's very likely it will go through. Goes for a third pot. He's also using a different bet sizing than a lot of the other players. He goes for smaller bets. He does limp in pre. Cahn goes with a call. It's an interesting decision. He is on the right side of it, though. He reads through Rast. Very light range. Turn brings in the queen. Certainly a scare card for Cahn. So Rast also has to think about what is Cahn calling on the flop with. A straight, a set 2 pair. A lot of the hands improved significantly on the queen. Queen Jack, King Queen, King King, Queen Queen. Full house is not folding the turn, and Rast is not blocking anything, so he checks back. And Cahn just wants to go to showdown here with aces, hoping that his overpair is good.
Now, what can Rast sell here on the river after checking back the turn?
It's very similar to the Eldridge spot before. It doesn't look credible, but if you have a big enough heart, it might go through. Actually, I think in this case, it could work. Cahn is pretty low in the range. He only has aces. He has no straight. He doesn't have a king or a queen. But Rast gives up, and he will be surprised to see this hand.
Wow, so Rast does check behind, and Cahn tables the aces, and it's enough to take this one down. So far, Ethan Cahn has been chipping up really nicely. This is his first World Series Poker final table, his 5th cash. So far performing like he doesn't feel any of the pressure. You know who is feeling pressure? Me. After saying that about movies. Chat's going crazy. People are calling me nuts. They're turning off the stream. Guys, it's called a hot take for a reason. Yes, there are good movies made before 1990. I am not 1,000% serious. But I will say this. Old movies that were made a long time ago, they have a certain look and vibe to it. I just can't. I mean, maybe it's my ADD brain that kicks in. I just can't focus on it. I can't watch it. I tried Star Wars, just no, unwatchable. Can't do it.
Oh, that's the real hot take now.
It's Star Wars? Oh shit, now I got all the Star Wars. All the Star Wars fans coming after me. The new ones I like, actually. The new Star Wars are good movies. I actually go to the movie theater to watch those.
Nice hand.
All right, back to the action here. Wang is sort of treading water, staying on the tighter side of this final table so far. I was talking to a friend earlier about, he sent me a GIF, unrelated to anything that we're discussing, but it was a GIF of Ace Ventura from the famous Ace Ventura Pet Detective movie, and that was the first ever VHS that I bought back when I was probably 10 years old. Not sure why that was allowed by my parents. All right, 900K in the middle here. Little blind battle action between Wang and Rast. If Wang is not careful, players can see his cards through this insane reflection in his sunglasses.
That's 700.
Doesn't have anything, but he figures the ace-high board might not favor Rast. Rast has a hand that can go either way, fold or call. Even raise is a possibility. He does block sets 2 pairs and straights. Once you see a turn, I would say this is the standard play. Call and see what develops. You can improve your hand, you might have the best hand, you can bluff potentially. Pairs the 8, so he has 2 pair now, still holds that straight draw. Actually, he doesn't have a straight draw, he has a backdoor straight draw. But that's now 5-8, and Wang turned a gutter, but decides to give up, I imagine. And Rast could actually put out a small bet here in the turn, like a third of the pot, and get some ace-x hands to call, but also prevent Wang from betting large on the river in a spot where Rast rarely improves. But decides to go for the pot control option and checks back. Wang now picks up the king. Does he think the king is good? Could it be good? I mean, if Rast wouldn't pair the 8 on the turn, it would be good, but in this case, it's not, and I don't think Rast can go for a value bet here on the king. He could, but I don't think he will. We'll see.
Given the fact that the action was rather passive, do you think that makes Rast lean towards trying to get value from perhaps a single ace or a single king, or is that just too tricky?
For sure. Also his hold'em background, right? He has 2 pair, which is a good hand, and sometimes that is not an advantage to be a hold'em player in PLO, but in cases like this, it is an advantage because you do understand how thin value works. And he goes for half pots has bet, I think, and we see a snap fold here by Wang. So Rast picking up another pot.
Still playing 150K, 300K with a 300K big blind ante. Wang and Helppi are 2 short stacks. By the way, if you're enjoying the coverage and if you hate my movie takes, please smash that like button. Let's get us up to 1,000 likes on today's video. We're live until we have a winner on the stream. We're live on YouTube and on PokerGO. Very much appreciate everyone for tuning in. Main event kicks off tomorrow, day 1A. Donnie and I will be on the call. We are looking to get some special guests in the booth for all days of the main event that we have the pleasure and the privilege to cover the action. If you come to the World Series of Poker, please don't hesitate to say hi if you see us roaming around out and about. Back to the action here as Wang finds King 8-6-3 double suited on the button. Are we generally attacking the blinds with double suited cards, or is there sort of a pretty significant sort of cutoff?
Yeah, double suited hands are the most frequent hand class or hand classes that are overplayed by PLO players. But it is even more true when you play short. Like in this case, in a tournament, you only have, in this case, 25 big blinds for Wang. I want to shy away from those double suited hands and focus more on the big cards. Rast here with ace, king, 10-8. This would actually be a great spot to 3-bet against the button, who opens on 25 big blinds. You block aces and ace, king, and kings. Decides to make the fold. But this would have been, in theory at least, a great spot to 3-bet. Eldridge actually also makes the fold, and Wang gets away with a pretty light steal there with the king 8-6-3. The main thing you want to focus on when you play a final table PLO is you need to understand how important it is to have an ace. It's almost as significant as in high-low, where you usually don't consider playing without an ace. And at a final table, where calling is not very popular, an ace is a key card.
Quick reminder here that you can win your seats to the 2025 World Series Poker main event with PokerGo. Become an annual subscriber right now for a chance to win one of 3 2025 main event seats. All PokerGo annual and VIB subscriptions are eligible to win. Join now or upgrade on PokerGo.com. Use promo code WSOP24WIN to save $20 on your annual sub. So one more time, WSOP24WIN to save on your annual sub. Rudely interrupted there, Fernando, so please continue your thoughts there.
Well, most PLO players, when they look down at a hand like 9, 7, 5, 6 double and think this is why I play PLO. I'm double suited, I'm connected, I want to see the flop. And in general, that's true. But actually, if you look at a solver and think about a final table dynamic, holding even a hand as weak as ace, king, queen, rainbow, like ace, king, queen, 5, rainbow, is actually a stronger hand in that case because you're blocking the hands that will 3-bet you. You have a strong chance to take down the pot pre-flop. But even if you get called, because you're shallow, it's more important to just make top pair, top kicker when you're shallow versus flopping something like a pair and a straight draw. You want to have those backdoor nutted hands, like backdoor straight draws, backdoor flush draws, when you're deep. When you're shallow, you want to hit top pair, top kicker against a middling pair and just get the money in. So high cards are king when you play shallow. It's true for No Limit, and it's true for PLO.
It's only been 50 minutes, and I've already learned so much. By the end of this stream, I might become a PLO player.
Give it a shot.
I should, actually. I really should. I definitely have no future in Hold'em anymore. The guys have gotten too good. 9-7-4, 2 spades on this board. As you can see, Helppi out in front here, 61% to win this one. But he, of course, going up against Eldridge, who might have multiple bullets ready for Helppi, who has a pair of 7s, backdoor diamonds.
Yeah, so once again, from a principle perspective, you want to have some connection to the board, not only because it gives you equity, but also because you remove some chances your opponent hits. In this case, Eldridge has king, jack, 8 deuce. He does have a gutter, but no spade, no pair blocker, no open-ender. It's quite light, and Helppi makes the right call on the flop there. He does have potential going for the backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw, so he can hit trips and 2 pair. Turn is a queen, and we do see a check. I would imagine Helppi's just going to check back. You're not really trying to make a better hand fold at this point, I would think. It looks like he sees some weakness here in Eldridge and goes for a bet. He is correct, though. Eldridge with king high. If he gets him to fold, then Eldridge folds 30% equity, which is still a big win for you, Helppi, at this point.
Do you think Helppi is calling the flop a lot to set up this kind of move where he's going to try to see whether Eldridge checks the turn and then he's going to try to take it away? Or is it very much, or is it too much card dependent in a game like PLO?
I would say it's more card dependent. I mean, there's an element. This is going to be wild. Are we going to see a raise? Wow, we see a call by king high. This is definitely, I mean, there should be some plan on the river, which might follow through now in a deuce of spades, but check calling the turn with king high, no straight draw, and I mean a gut shot and no flush draw really only works if you have some evil plans for the river. And this is actually a river that presents itself as a pretty good one to scare your opponent. Flush gets there.
Wow, so Eldridge check calling the turn with absolutely nothing, and now he's going to come in and lead this river.
This is a tough puzzle. This is a tough puzzle to figure out. Juha Helppi is like, what is this guy doing? I have the 10 of spades, but this guy is playing so many hands. He's betting.
Like, wouldn't Eldridge, under normal circumstances, continue betting with a flush draw on the turn?
He could, but what if he has jacks with spades? Does he want to bet on the queen? Maybe just call? And we see now the time chips come into play. Under normal circumstances, you would just fold this hand. However, Eldridge has started to build up an image playing a lot of hands. No one has really looked him up so far, so they don't really know what he has. They're not watching the stream.
Well, I think it's very telling that with a hand as weak as Helppi's hand, you can see by his facial expressions that he is not believing this even for 1 second.
His hand is weak, but every instinct tells him something is not right here. So if Eldridge had pocket tens with spades, well, Helppi's blocking that. Jack 10 of spades, he's blocking. A hand maybe like ace 10-8 of spades, he's blocking. But what can he call the turn with that now needs to bluff? That's really the tough part to figure out.
And also, Helppi can't really add a hand to Eldridge's range like the hand that he has, because it simply makes no sense.
The only hand that if he calls, which we might very well see, he's going to put him on a hand like Jack 10.
Wow!
with
Helppi
hearts.
makes the call. Call of the night so far. The Finnish legend with two pairs, sevens and deuces, makes the call on the river, and a big shift here when it comes to the chip counts. Look at Helppi's smile. Look at that little smile on his face, Donnie. This man does never really give away too much emotion, but that smile speaks 1,000 words.
And very interesting to note, Eldridge didn't table his hand. He just mucked it. So Helppi didn't have to show. So no one else at the table knows what happened. No one knows what Helppi called with. No one knows what Eldridge ultimately was bluffing with. But I mean, you see that sometimes in No Limit Hold'em. I've never seen it in PLO.
Eldridge knows exactly that his hand, if his hand gets tabled, he's in trouble. Because he had such a light hand on the turn, even pre-flop, on the flop, on the turn, and on the river. So, but he knows that he got called light, because Juha Helppi was taking 3 time bangs. So in some ways, Juha Helppi's hand is somewhat face-up. It was a clear bluff catcher. He didn't have a strong hand. And it tells Eldridge that the table starts to catch up on him playing loose. And does that mean he has to shift gears now, or will he continue the aggression? He picks up an ace on the button. Let's hit go. Maybe connected to the previous hand. He wants to take the foot of the pedal a little bit, especially after this.
So if his hand or if his image is in trouble by tabling his hand, isn't it also in trouble just by him mucking his hand? I mean, he clearly has nothing.
Not to the same degree, because let's say he had a really good blocker and his hand made sense.
Got it.
Let's say he had like an open-ender on the turn. He had the ace of spades as well. He plays check, call, turn, donk, river. Okay, like his hand strategically makes sense. It's justified. But he had king high, basically no draw, and no blocker to the flush. So he's extremely wide in this case, and these other PLO players would definitely pick up on the fact that, wow, Eldridge really trying to push the envelope here and make people fold left and right. So I think Eldridge makes a very smart decision there to just snap muck the hand and trying to not disclose more information. But nevertheless, I think the table still is starting to pick up on the fact that Eldridge plays a lot of hands and puts a lot of bets out there.
Yeah, Eldridge dipping back to second in chips. Cahn moving up in front.
And just to put that into perspective, I mean, Helppi kind of doubled his stack in this hand.
Right.
And if we think about the pay jumps in this tournament, this is a huge pot for Juha Helppi there.
I mean, look at how the stacks are distributed now. Cahn now with the chip lead marginally over Eldridge. Wang also much closer to contending than he was before, with the chips being so much more even. Eldridge, in a way, has doubled up Rast and Helppi and still has a healthy stack. So this is really anyone's game. And for us, for our viewing pleasures and our analysis, this final table is getting more and more interesting.
Yeah, things are switching around really quick here with every pot that gets played. We saw Cahn put some great plays together that ended up working out. And we also saw Juha Helppi just now. And Rast, obviously, with the 3 pair against the set getting there. So things are switching around rather fast as Wang picks up one of the strongest hands in PLO, maybe the best hand in PLO in terms of EV. The good old ace, ace, jack, jack double suited. And Cahn limped with king 10, 10, 7. I don't imagine he's going to limp to fold his hand. Probably wants to see a flop. They're sharing spades, and they're also both in the Broadway region. So you could definitely see some collision here if the board brings a queen, for example. maybe a hand like a board like Queen Jack.
King 8-5, diamonds on the flop here. Not what Wang was hoping for.
Yeah, that's PLO as well. Sometimes you have a huge hand pre. You don't see the flop you're looking for, but he still has aces and Cahn has top pair. I don't think he wants to bet here on the flop though with ace jack jack. Once again, if you don't block any piece of the board, it is more likely your opponent has picked up a big piece. Mass to bet anyway.
Massive promo here starting off during this hand. We have a 20-minute flash sale coming up right now. Sign up for a new annual subscription to PokerGo in the next 20 minutes using promo code YT20 to get $20 off the first year of the annual sub.
And you get shop credit.
And you get shop credit. That's right. We didn't miss anything here as Wang bet and Cahn folded. So let me remind you again, use promo code YT20 to get $20 off the annual and receive $20 in merch credit if you spend $100 or more at the PokerGo shop. So that's live for 20 minutes. So you're on the clock. You have 19 minutes left. There you go. Get your best discount for PokerGo right now on the flash sale. And it's also a good time to get in the mix because we have the main event coming up. First 4 days are free, but then we'll be having that exclusively on PokerGo.com. It's our best deal of the year. Got some sick merch going around. Almost 5,000 people watching, only 500 likes. Let's pump those numbers up, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get us up to 1,000 here as Juha Helppi finds the King Jack 10-10 and raises it up to 1 million. From what you've seen so far, Fernando, who to you stands out as the favorite right now with how the stack sizes have sort of progressed?
I would say based on the hands we saw, it is very likely that Juha Helppi is, all things considered, the best PLO player on the table. And he did bounce back with his stack size. He is in position to Rast and Eldridge, which I think is good because he's raising into players that we haven't seen so active so far. So I think he has a good position on the table, and he has a huge amount of experience when it comes to PLO. So my money would be on Helppi at this point. And he does flop a set, which is a pretty good start, but Rast has a double gut shot and a nut flush draw, a 5 to a straight, queen to a straight, and a heart to the nut flush. So we could see some heavy action here. However, I don't think Rast is going to raise. The ace-high board can easily give Helppi a hand like pocket aces, or in this case a set of tens. And he doesn't want to flip coins and get the money in against a hand like two pair. In this case, it would actually be more behind because he's sharing the straight outs with Helppi. Helppi also has King Jack, so it's only a 34% under. Oh, he is a 34% underdog in this case. Oh wow, he is going to fast play this hand, and he will be in a lot of trouble sharing the King Jack and looking for a hard draw. Juha Helppi basically has to assume he has nuts. Rast didn't re-raise pre. Aces beats him. But you flop a set on an ace-high board, you got to go with this.
And there it is. Juha Helppi announces all in. Brian Rast makes the call, and this is one of those classic PLO moments. The stacks have narrowed. It's a close battle here, and all of a sudden, we have 28.6 million in the middle.
This is like 40% of the chips in play.
Wow.
It's out of nowhere.
The two most accomplished players at this final table, Juha Helppi and Brian Rast, clashing for what ultimately will be the 5th place finish, because Rast only has Helppi covered by about 150K. All right, big turn card coming up here. Helppi ahead with a set of tens. Turn card is the 9 of spades. Rast now with 10 outs, looking for the 5 of spades, 5 of clubs, or hearts. You can see that a few cards no longer available.
That's no heart, no. While you're drawing 5, no heart, no 5.
Helppi indeed looking to avoid the heart or the 5. River card coming in. It is a 5, and Brian Rast does it again. How does he do it? He hit runner against Eldridge to double up, and he spikes a 5 on the river
Not really sure. I think I
to
do,
send
but
Juha Helppi to the rail. and claim the chip lead worth 29 million. What a brutal way to go out for the fin.
This is an incredible hand. I lost for words, really. Like the amount of equity that was exchanged in the spot. Helppi gets it in so good.
12.
And to be honest, Ryan Rast didn't have to push there. He didn't block a set. He ran into a set, and the river is also so brutal. It's not the chop, it's not the flush, it is the 5 making straight for Rast. This is going to be a hand that definitely stays in memories for Helppi. Maybe for the rest of his career. This is a brutal hand to go out that way. 2-1 favorite for an absolute massive pot for the chip lead in a tournament that pays $2.2 million on top. Brutal.
Juha Helppi must be absolutely gutted to go out in this fashion right after basically doubling through Eldridge and becoming one of the contenders. Right after Fernando claimed that Helppi probably the best player at the table, the favorite to take it down. And now, of course,
it's
running
actually
into
like my best river card if I just call.
the Rastinator.
Of course.
I guess if I brick, I'm still alive.
Wow, I'm in shock. I am absolutely in shock.
Thinking, unless he has a set, I don't think he can continue.
Also, quick
So I
reminder
went for
here
it.
that you
So
can also
far.
get yourself a shocking good deal as our flash sale is running right
good.
now. Take $20 off your annual subscription
Wait, am I?
with
did I
our
just call
flash
it now?
sale that's going on right now and receive
I thought it was
$20
big blind.
in store credit
guess
for
I
our
called.
merch shop on a $100 purchase. Use promo code YT20 to save that
if he
$20
thought he
on
was-
the annual
You should
sub.
be able to do whatever you want for
I'm fine with
100%
that,
because you
yeah.
put 6.
You guys let me know.
Whatever you want. Yeah.
do
I don't
whatever I
want to
want.
call the floor.
This
Yeah,
is
you
just
threw
a-
out enough for the thing in the ante.
100%. So I can take this. I can fold if I want.
I'm
I
okay
can
with
take
it.
this
Yeah,
back.
you can do whatever you want.
Okay.
You could pot it if you want.
Okay. I haven't looked at my cards.
I'll probably for it. Sorry.
Everyone is a bit excited. They just made $200,000.
I mean, that's like the. I feel
But
like
on the
that's
other
one
side,
tournament
Rast
mistake, definitely, like,
is
if
not
someone
afraid of
posts the
action,
blind and they
and,
weren't in the blind, like, it's not
Pulling the
good.
trigger, as we just saw, has now a massive chip lead, and this must change dynamics here a lot.
Thank
And
you. I
obviously
appreciate it.
everyone is aware that we might see a lot of raising pre here by Rast, now the chip leader by far on the table. And let's see how this first hand is potentially going to prove or confirm that or not. Queen, Jack, Jack 10, certainly a raisable hand in the small blind. Eldridge knows what's coming. He was the chip leader. He isn't anymore. And he's aware that he needs to be careful battling with the chip leader.
Pot.
10.5?
I think it's just 900.
No, it's just 9 from the small blind.
The ante does not count to the pot size.
900. Sorry.
Brian Rast takes this one down in the blind battle. I'm still reeling from that river card. Absolutely insanity. Here's another reminder here. The flash sale going on right now. You have 12 more minutes to get signed up for the annual sub on PokerGO.com. Use promo code YT20. Take $20 off the annual sub and get $20 in shop credit on a $100 purchase. Available for 11 more minutes. Better hurry up.
Kind of thought I was fading aces.
It's also wilder, Remko, when you think about the fact that Rast had already gotten lucky
I know.
against Eldridge earlier when he backed into those spades. So, I mean, if he wasn't feeling like it was his tournament then, I can only imagine what he's feeling like right now.
I mean, the other players must be like, okay, I'm playing for second. This guy's unstoppable.
All right.
Brian Rast, of course, not only a tournament player, plays cash games at the highest stakes as well. I'm sure he's taken his share of bad beats over the years, but I've seen him on the right side of things quite a few times. It's not bad being Brian Rast.
I'm sure this event means, the world to everyone on the table, but Juha Helppi,
1.50.
a Finn, 4 cards. Really, really brutal beat there. Rast now with the pot size raise on the button. Of course, applying the pressure, holding the ace. And Eldridge decides to not fold. I think the graphics were wrong there for a second. He has ace, king, queen, 6. makes the call. So we're playing here 50 big blinds deep. I think this call is fine. You could also 3-bet, but you could also get yourself into a really tough spot. Wang is still sitting on 30 big blinds. You got to be careful. Actually, I think I'd take this back. Just folding pre might actually be better. You're out of position against Brian Rast, who has the chip lead. Wang still has almost half your stack, so it's probably better to just be more conservative and fold this hand pre. He makes the call, and Rast has a world of blockers. He has a 9 blocker, he has the ace of clubs, he has a 10 and a 7, which once again block a bunch of the hands that can connect with his board, which in return means when he bets, which will probably happen here eventually, his opponent will fold very often because he blocks all those cards that his opponent will use to call or raise the flop with. Eldridge has a gut shot and backdoor hearts. It is a hand that in a cash game you might consider floating, taking one off, but in a tournament every chip is so valuable and you're still out of position. It's probably smart to let it go.
If you're just tuning in, we are four-handed in the 25K PLO High Roller. Just a reminder here, these payouts are absolutely mind-numbing. Juha Helppi takes home $524K for finishing in 5th. We are now down to 4, $731,000 guaranteed, and the final 3 players are all going to be millionaires. $1 million for 3rd, $1.5 million for 2nd, and a whopping $2.2 million for 1st. This is among one of the biggest PLO payouts in the history of the game. Donnie's going to correct me on this, probably, but I think that maybe only Jesse Lonis' win in the 50K last year and perhaps our Super High Roller Bowl might have topped this.
I mean, yeah, I think you're pretty much right in line. I think Jesse Lonis's was 2.3 million, so just slightly above it. And then I'd have to check what Jared Blesnick won when he won that Super High Roller Bowl PLO, but I'll do that right now. But yeah, I mean, this is right up there with the biggest in the world. Triton started adding some PLO, so they're going to challenge as well and be up there. So yeah, I think this is kind of becoming, you know, much more the norm.
50K PLO kicked off today here at the World Series of Poker.
Brian Rast has a standard open. Eldridge has a hand that, again, in a cash game, you might consider calling. With the antes, you certainly want to call. In a tournament, though, you just want to fold this hand, and you want to play more 3-bet or fold and less call and take, unless you have a really, really good hand. King, Queen, Jack, 8 has the issue that it's often dominated by hands like Ace, King, Queen. In this case, though, it works out because he actually is dominating King, 10, 9, 8. And they both flop top pair. Checked by Rast. Rast has a hand that doesn't want to bloat the pot too much. He wants to play turns in rivers. He can connect to 2 pair, backdoor flush draws, backdoor straight draws. Eldridge kind of similar. King, Queen. No reason to bloat the pot. Pretty big tourney for Rast. He adds a gutter and a flush draw. Still has top pair, and he did see Eldridge check back on the flop, so you can assume he might have the best hand at this point with King 10. Maybe Eldridge has a hand like 2 queens, 2 jacks, a hand like Ace, Queen, Queen, Ace, Jack, Jack. Those hands could call, but Rast goes for another check, just trying to control the size of the pot here a bit. And Eldridge could bet in order to protect the hand, something like a 1/3 of the pot. But I think they're both sort of in the same corner. They're not trying to make this pot too big so far.
Wow, River brings an interesting card here as Eldridge and Rast both add another king to their hand. Now, can only assume that Rast is going to go for some value. Not a lot of draws to be worried about, and not a lot of indications that Eldridge might have something like deuces, 5s, or 7s.
Both players have underrepresented their hand significantly. So Rast is now trying to figure out how big can I go to make a hand call like pocket queens or pocket jacks. I do have a loose image. I'm the chip leader. Eldridge was quite sticky so far in adventures. It's going to go for 1.6 and 2.6. It's a quite chunky bet, so I don't think Eldridge will raise. But his hand is so underrepresented. He has King, Queen on a very dry board.
3 kings.
3 kings also.
You don't want to hear that when you have King 10 in PLO. I mean, no one really made a mistake here post-flop, but it's just the way the board went out.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's it seems fine from the poker gods that Brian Rast gets a little bit of a break there, running into a better hand.
Brian Rast still manages chip with 27 million. Wang still our short stack with 21 big blinds.
What really kills you in tournaments is just the hope of Juha Helppi to double through,
Right.
and get into that 50 big blind range, and just play with the idea in your head,
once
I
you
might
said
win this
that,
tournament,
King
just for a
10
minute
was
later
toast.
to get it in for the chip
was a really
leading
good turn
pot.
for me, though.
That's a 2-1 favorite. Turn
Gutter
bricks
and
off,
clubs.
and the hope of just being the chip leader in one of the biggest PLO tournaments in history, and then just getting wiped out on the
Really
river
good
by a
turn
5
card.
is just
Not so great river.
absolutely brutal,
That's
and
okay, I've gotten a
just
lot of
can't
good
be
river.
compared with cash games. Eldridge now,
Complain about the river.
ace, queen, 10-10. Great hand, has shorter stack sizes, or just in general. It's going to make this 1.2, three times the big blind. And Brian Rast has ace, king, king, 7.
Now, pre-flop aggression is something, especially in tournaments, that always confuses me in PLO because there's so much incentive to
About $4.5
call.
million more than
There
the
doesn't
last
seem to be
hand.
much incentive to 3-bet.
In a cash game, when you 3-bet, people don't really fold that much. So you want to have a really good hand that plays well. But in a tournament, you should actually fold a lot against 3-bets, especially with ICM. I would say this hand here is a really good example of a hand that you could 3-bet, in theory, to make your opponent fold. Because Eldridge should continue very tight against a 3-bet given the ICM. But I think in reality, Eldridge might call quite often, and I think Rast is aware of that. So he wants to play this a bit smaller, and actually a smart decision because Eldridge flops almost the nuts here with the ace, queen of diamonds. Rast was hoping for a different flop, so he probably is not going to lose too many chips. Eldridge has the decision to make. He can bet or check. The decision is kind of based on, is it likely your opponent calls with worse? In this case, he blocks 10-9, but he doesn't block a jack, 8, or a 7.
Board pairs on the turn, perhaps. A little bit of a slowdown here from Eldridge, but Rast still looking for that king.
I'd say in PLO, very similar to Hold'em. If you have a really good hand, the main way to make money is to bet. And a lot of players, they really love the idea of being sneaky and slow playing and taking the most tricky lines. But especially in PLO, there are a lot of action-killing cards, like the 8 in this case, that then suddenly don't allow you to value bet anymore at this point. So Eldridge checks back on the turn, which is now very understandable because the board pairs. And I think Brian Rast is trying to get the showdown, hoping the kings are best. And Eldridge needs to squeeze out a bet at the river, which will be interesting to see what kind of sizing is going to go for.
Rast again with a check here. 3 million in the middle. Eldridge about to climb up some more to challenge Rast for the chip lead. $1.1 million from Eldridge.
So Rast has to think about what hands would value bet. Well, any full house would bet. Probably any flush would bet. Would a straight bet as well? Maybe not. But the problem Rast really has is that any of those value hands, I mean, he doesn't do a good job of blocking them. He has a 1-7, but he doesn't block Jack 8, Jack Jack, any flush. Makes it a good fold.
All right, Eldridge up to 22 million. Rast on 25. Stacks are drawing closer and closer. And this is your final reminder that our flash sale is active right now. You have 2 minutes left to use promo code YT20 to save $20 on the first year of an annual sub and also get $20 in shop credit on a $100 purchase, $100 or more, that is in our merch shop. So final reminder here for the flash sale. Use promo code YT20, get $20 off the annual sub and get a $20 store credit if you spend $100 or more. That's our best deal of the summer, so you might as well get it now while it's hot on the eve of the World Series Poker main event. All right, Fernando, let me ask you this. When I say World Series Poker main event, what's the first player that comes to mind when I say that?
Main event. You mean the PLO of 25?
That's your main event.
I see.
That's different. That's your main event.
No, I gotta say, I played this event, and you see all the big names here, but there's just no player that compares in magnitude to Ivy.
Right.
It's just, it just isn't there.
Yep.
Like, you can be on the table with whoever you want, but you just feel that the table where Ivy is on is different.
Right.
Just because there's just something about him that really resonates with people in terms of like intimidation and like the ultimate poker player. So for me, this year we saw Ivy winning a bracelet, playing a bunch of events. I think that's awesome.
Have you played with Ivy?
I actually haven't. I've been so close because of the events that he's playing in the PLO.
Right.
But unfortunately, I mean, I've played with a bunch of big names. And if anyone out there listening, and you like PLO, you want to play with big names, 25K PLO, that's the price of admission. But you will very likely play with the likes of Ike Haxton, Gus Hansen, Isildur, Tom Dwan, JNandez, Nick Airball. All the guys are playing this event. It's a great event, big prize pool, and it's really something because it brings together no-limit tournament players. It brings PLO specialists. It brings the most successful business guys that want to play tournaments, all under one roof.
Here we see Wang give up to a 3-bet, and rightly so. He was up against aces. Donnie, let me pivot that question to you right now. When I say main event, what's the first player that comes to mind?
I think I have to agree with Fernando that it's Ivy. I mean, I know he hasn't won it, but I'll let you do this first.
PokerGo's newest plan is here. Become a PokerGo VIP right now. Get the annual subscription plus access to Run It Once training content with PokerU. We got Kuhn, we got Galfon, and we got Jungle Man ready to teach you all there is to know about the beautiful game of poker. Join now or upgrade at PokerGo.com. All right, back to my question. And, of course, you guys in the chat all saw this coming. I want to ask you as well. The game of word association, what player do you think of when I say main event? Donnie, you're also going with Phil Ivey. I know you're a big Phil Ivey stan, so I'm not surprised there. Even though he hasn't won it yet, you still feel like, that's the name that resonates most?
Yeah, I mean, listen, Moneymaker, of course, sticks out because that's when so many of us got into poker, watching that 2003 WSOP main event. But Ivy was also very deep in that one. He took a horrible beat when the money went in to Moneymaker, ultimately fell in 10th place. He's had runs of 23rd, 20th. He had the final table where he finished in 7th. He's cashed a bunch of other times as well. So I don't know. I feel like Phil Ivey is just, like, in a way, Mr. Main Event. It's weird for me to say that because he hasn't won it, of course. But he certainly always sticks out to me. I feel like some pros, big names, like, I don't know. They're obviously plus EV in the main event, yes, but for whatever reason just hasn't worked out for them. I mean, things like a minefield, we get it. But I don't know. I feel like Ivy delivers. Yeah,
I'm curious to see how he will do this year. I feel like momentum in poker is definitely a thing because it indicates confidence, and confidence is so important in a game like this.
We saw a bunch of big names this year winning bracelets and being on a run. So I think, Scott Seaver won 3 bracelets. We got Negrano obviously in the 50K. Ivy won a bracelet. It would be exciting to see someone on the final table of the main event that is sort of an all-timer.
Right. I mean, with the way he's running, it might be Brian Rast.
It would be great, too.
Seeing lots of people in the chat chiming in. Seeing lots of Johnny Chan, Phil Hellmuth, Dan Harrington, Greg Raymer, Scotty Wynn. A lot of champs from the past. Ronnie Barta gets a shout.
Okay.
He still got the record, right?
I actually don't know anymore. I feel like the record hasn't been tracked as well since he set it for most consecutive main event cashes.
We should get Tim Duckworth on the case.
Yeah, and it's still hard to cash, yes, but it's easier because they do pay out more spots than they ever have. So,
all right, family pot.
You see a 4-way pot, which shouldn't really be a thing on the final table because of ICM.
I was going to say, I think we're going to see hearts on the flop here.
Yeah, so Cahn definitely shows an interesting line here by calling pre with ace king jack 8 double. It's a very big hand at this stack size, and the theory says to re-raise, but he wants to play it more conservatively, I think for two reasons. One,
Different flop.
Wang is still very short. Wang actually commits himself by getting it in. He's going to get this through. But relatively light
position.
hand, especially in a
Different
four-way
position,
pot.
I call.
But basically, Cahn has two things to consider. One, Wang has a short stack, and there are big pay jumps ahead of him, so he has to be careful. And two, I think he thinks that if he squeezes
Y'all
and
folded, we
re-raises
probably just
into
get it in.
Rast and Eldridge,
Yeah.
he might get called by one of them quite often and then play for all of it on the flop.
I
And
mean, the
he
hand's
wants to
going to be
avoid
out there. I
that.
had kings with a 7. I mean, you know, if I'm in his seat, I'm not folding. But it's fine. I mean, I think it's kind of both you guys.
The next
flat.
pay
Pretty
jump
not a
here
great
is
word.
for $300,000, which is a lot of money.
I
You
still
would
can't
think-
believe there's 3 spots earning at least $1 million.
Yeah,
Like, that's wild.
and that it sounds better to win $1 million or more than 700K. Even though 700,000 is a lot of money, but $1 million is just, that's a story to tell for the rest of your life.
Absolutely. Not too many people can say they've had a safe 7-figure score, let alone in Pot-Limit Omaha, as Eldridge takes this one down.
So Rast and Eldridge sitting now on the same stack size. Eldridge fought back, won some pots. Wang didn't have a lot of opportunities so far. He just won a significant one in the four-way single race pot, but it's kind of like the two guys on the right stuck together in terms of stack sizes. They're also the most active, and two guys on the left are kind of waiting each other out in some ways.
So if you're a Wang right now, are you purely tied to waiting for hands, or with 24 bigs you still have some wiggle room, even though you got 2 of the big stacks on your direct left?
I mean, 300,000 is nice, but you can win like 1.5 million more right now. And the way tournaments work, at the end of the day, you have to try to win this tournament basically. And this is a weird hand. Cahn with the limp, and then Wang overcalls and Rast picks up aces. So we should see a raise here. I think Kahn's limp is fine. But now things will get very expensive. The issue here for Cahn is
should have
not
Rast
only that
busted.
it's 2 million.
I should have Rast busted.
The problem is that
Early.
once he sees the flop, he
Top
might
two
flop a
against one
piece and have
set.
to get the money in very ICM heavy
Yeah.
spot.
He gets running flush.
His suits are dominated
for
very
like
often.
14 million. I'd had
So let's
had
imagine
35
Cahn
million
calls and
chips.
he flops like an overpair and a 10 high,
four-handed.
and a queen high flush draw
If
or a
I'd-
10 high flush
if
draw.
that didn't come.
What is he going to do? Play for all of it? It's a very tricky spot. I think it would be better for him to fold now actually, and I think he will probably come to this conclusion.
Is this like 4 in
Oh, you asked
I don't
me?
really
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Wang's
Oh, sorry,
overcall
sorry.
for
Yeah,
free
I
anyway.
I know
Just
he has me
fold.
Yeah,
That's 4, 6, 7.
He has like 10.
8, 9. 9.5. Okay.
Including the call.
Set versus combo draw.
Yeah, so Cahn still has 1.5 times the stack of Wang, which is a big deal in a tournament. You're going to see the fold.
And Wang, of course, too disconnected to continue here, and Rast just picks up an easy couple chips here.
Yeah, the tournament just picking up the
Yeah,
blinds
sorry,
or some
sorry.
limbs is huge. Yeah, so Cahn is a bit unsure about this. He's definitely nervous, which is completely understandable. But at the end of the day, we're still playing quite deep. So Wang on the short stack is playing 23 big blinds. There's definitely some room to maneuver. You can still see some flops. Ace, queen, 8-8. Certainly hand you want to raise. You block aces, which is great. Taking down the blinds is fine. Playing against the big blind position is fine. Want to see it? He goes for the pot size raise. I think that's good as well. He doesn't necessarily want to get a lot of calls pre. It's not really the idea here in terms of ICM. He wants to take down the blinds or make it expensive to see the flop. Cahn picks up ace 10 5-5 low suit. I think it's a fold, but with an ace high suit, he would probably make the call.
Just over there.
Every pickup for Wang is a big pickup.
I have a question. Would you be opposed if we asked him to take that seat where he was? Or because it would give us more space. Like,
I mean, I thought it was weird at first, but I'm not really having any issues now. So, I mean,
Oh, shit, I'm sorry.
You never want to change your seat and then lose the tournament. If you have a lucky seat, lock that seat down. Everyone knows that.
Yeah, so you're actually.
And we know that Juha Helppi had the
sure
unluckiest
about
seat
that.
of the
Actually, the
table,
last
maybe
ball
of the
was the
whole
one I raised,
tournament.
or did
And
you raise
honestly, if I'm Eldridge,
no, he raised an extra.
and I
Oh, yeah,
know
that's
that
right, he raised.
Rast might be a little uncomfortable with the closeness, I want to keep him uncomfortable. Why should I help you get more comfortable at the
Maybe
table?
move a bit closer.
Yeah, you know, I'm gonna snug up. I'm gonna move my chips over to the other side. You know, I'm gonna spread my elbows. Like, I'm not trying to help you get more in the zone over here. Like, that's not how it works.
That's a good point.
Kick you under the table. Like, I mean, come on.
All I know is I'm not going to take that, the Juha Helppi seat. There's no way.
Yeah, did you see what happened to that guy? You already did it to me once.
Yeah.
I'm not moving over there.
That's really funny. Okay, okay, chat. Let me know what's your poker superstition, or even superstition in general. Donnie, you're not taking the seat from the guy who just busted. Anything else?
I mean, I don't really care about that, to be honest. If I get a walk, I won't look at my cards.
Okay, yeah, that's a good
Just
one.
because I don't want to. I think I'm pretty good in my mental state, but I don't want like the chance that I might see aces and like get tilted.
Right.
I don't even want to like test it, so I just put my hands in the muck. That's all, you know.
Fernando, you seem way too level-headed to have something like this, but I hope you have something for us.
Well, in the last 2 years, since I moved to Vegas, I play a lot more live poker, and I know that it's a lot more fun to have your little nags in when you play a bunch of live poker. So I have plenty of things that, like one of them, for example, is never talk about winning result like while it's running. It's hey, I'm already up like 2 buy-ins. Instantly lose. Can't win. Drawing dead.
Right.
Never
right.
talk about a winning streak. You're up. You just won a big pot. Never share. Just keep it low. Maintain the energy.
One of my biggest pet peeves, which is a little bit different, is when you're all in with jacks versus aces, someone says, I folded a jack. It absolutely kills me.
Thanks, buddy. Thanks.
Yeah.
I'm going to read off some of these superstitions or funny little remarks here after this hand. We got 3 clubs on board. Eldridge with the jack of clubs as the lone warrior out here. Haven't seen Cahn involved in too many hands as of late.
Cahn flops top pair in a gutter. He wants to see a turn. I think it's actually reasonable to bet the flop. He has so many aces in his pre-flop range and ace-x hands that do well on this board because of the flush. But he feels like he wants to just get the showdown with the 8. And Eldridge with a set now betting the turn, trying to either charge straight draws, I guess make like worse call. It's a bit of a chunky bet, and I don't think he will get called here. But bottom line, Cahn loses another hand.
Eldridge takes this one down. Seeing some funny remarks in the chat. Jarrett says, I don't know how to play poker, really, so I have no superstitions. Well, Jarrett, I hope you stick around and learn something here from Fernando, who's giving us a real PLO masterclass.
I also have a few other ones. So one of them is, if another player touches your cards, no good.
Oh, yeah.
Never
bad.
touch my cards. Like when the dealer deals the cards and they don't go into your spot exactly, and the guy to my right or left gives me the card,
Right.
it's like no good.
Do you just fold?
I don't fold, but I don't like to see it.
Right,
It's
right,
like,
right.
don't touch my cards, you know, because now if I lose a big hand, you know, it's no good, basically. And of course, there are lucky chips and there are unlucky chips.
Oh,
You
for
gotta be
sure.
careful which one you win. If someone wants my chips, because this happens in cash games a lot.
Right.
You sit down, let's say it's a 5K PLO, like $5,000 buy-in. Guy sits down with 1 chip, throws it to you. I'm like, I'm not gonna give away my chips. You gotta win those chips.
Very true.
How do you think I got those chips?
That's a really good point.
Go to the cage, get some chips. If you want these chips, you gotta win these chips.
I hope you say it like that, too.
Yeah, I tell them, where do you think I got these chips from? Like,
Oh, that's great. That's my new favorite one.
I always put I go through the chips and I put the cleanest ones on top, so I don't have to touch the dirty ones. And then I always put the dirty ones, like if I have to post blinds, I find the dirtiest chips and I put them away. I want my stack to be as clean as possible. Try and reduce the germs as much as I can.
That's really
And then
funny.
everything else is just, no, you get all the dirty chips.
We see a big pop brewing here. 3-bet and a call. So Rast 3-bets against Wang. Wang has doubles with the tens. Big flop for Wang with the flush draw. But Brian Rast flop top. Also
Gotta
known
start
as
the
top
flop
pair,
though.
top kicker. I think so at least. There's a queen out there. And the pot is so big. With a pot-sized bet left. Yes, there is the queen. You're probably going to flip some coins here.
60 points.
Rast quick with the announcement of the pot-sized bet. Wang looking at a 10-high flush draw. Has some backdoor draws as well, but man, he's already got a lot of chips invested here.
It's about a pot-sized bet, so that means he needs around 2-1. Sure, there's some ICM. You don't love it. You could be dead against aces with hearts, kings with hearts.
10 seconds.
On the other side, you might have 46%. It's maybe time to test your luck. Not this time.
Wow.
Makes the fold.
Wang lets it go, and Rast continues to chip up here with some aggression.
I would say Rast played this hand very good in terms of PLO ICM. Quite standard. Tough spot for Wang, really. Pre and post flop.
Got a few shouts in the chat here. Fleeting Fights says, I look at my cards the first time when the action is on me.
Hate it. Stop doing this immediately. Why are you wasting everyone's time?
Snout says, superstition is I never look at the hand from a misdeal. Same as when you get a walk.
Yeah, I mean, I do that same thing. Everyone, you get a misdeal and everyone turns over. Oh, I had queens. Well, this guy didn't get cards over here, so you would have never had queens, okay?
Look at this one. Les Paul Jeff says, I fold playable hands just so I can neatly stack my chips after I won a pot. Got to get them back in order first. Got to get all the soldiers back in the rack.
10.5, 10.7.
Raise.
Usually superstitions, I mean, some of them are problematic. This is one of them that might be problematic. Like, if you fold some good hands, it could be quite expensive.
Chrissy says, don't call for cards you don't want.
I have that as well, actually. Don't say out the cards when you're all in. So let's say you're all in and your opponent needs a spade.
Yeah.
Don't say spade.
Right. Yeah,
What do you need spade? Why did I say spade? Now I'm asking for the spade. Call out the other cards.
Yeah. Call for what you need.
Exactly.
Yeah. Don't call the negatives. Another pet peeve here from Albert says, the one guy who refuses to straddle. That's also a tough one, especially when you're having a fun table and there's one guy who is not partaking.
Okay, Eldridge is trying to prove a point here. Goes with the 10-7-3 deuce. He applies the ICM pressure. And it probably isn't actually bad. It might actually be good because we did see Cahn calling with some hands that should be 3-bets, really trying to wait at Wang. So basically, Eldridge picks up on the fact that Cahn is really waiting at Wang and probably doesn't 3-bet or call much. And if Wang doesn't have a playable hand, the big blind, maybe he takes out the blind. So Eldridge plays some very smart tournament poker here.
Zach in the chat says, immediately when my wife texts me how to ask how poker is going, I immediately start losing, so I don't answer her. My wife is watching this, so please say this out loud.
So I don't have the same thing, but it's flipped. I've talked to my wife on like some breaks of tournaments, and then I like immediately bust.
Right.
So she won't talk to me. She thinks she's bad luck. So when I go play, she won't. She's like, I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you till you come home. Don't call me. Don't do anything.
I never report on good news when I'm playing.
That's what I'm saying. Because it turns around right away.
Right. I never say I just doubled up or,
Yeah, by the time you get a reply, you doubled up. I just busted. I just busted.
Like She doesn't look at her phone, and
Yeah.
she hears the front door opening, and she goes, "Oh, I saw you just doubled up," and like you're already home. Yeah, terrible.
How did it go?
How did it go?
Well,
Oh, it's already finished. Tournament already finished.
it's finished for me.
Ace Queen 4 rainbow flop here. Wang needing to make something happen here.
Well, Eldridge is playing this great. He didn't take the unlucky seat. He played a kind of crazy hand with the King Jack 8-5 or whatever it was, which also worked out. So far he's making all the right moves. The only question is, can he avoid Rast's run that he's held currently on a heater there? It will be quite interesting. At least he's in position to Rast. So basically when Rast folds, he can open quite liberal as he did just the hand before. And on the other side, on the flip side, Rast has a player to him in position that is willing to play quite a few hands pre, which is a bit annoying if you're trying to apply pressure.
600.
Rast turns the nuts. He really does well with those low cards. The wheel.
If you're just tuning in, my name is Remko Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me in the booth, and our expert voice, the man who brings all the reason to this broadcast, is Mr. Fernando Habegger, better known as JNandez. Check him out as well on plomastermind.com/PokerGo. Start learning for free and improve your Pot-Limit Omaha game. Fernando, give us a brief little rundown of how and what people can learn on your PLO Mastermind website.
Well, what you will get access to is the way we learn or teach. The way I personally improve my game is a combination of videos and software. So software training, we have a software called PLO Trainer, helps you to just drill different spots. What hands do you open at the button? What hands do you 3-bet? Understand patterns. A lot of the sort of hard skills in poker are much better learned through a software and repetition, because you can really test yourself and see, do I actually know which hands to open? What is my accuracy? Do I open 80% of the hands correctly, or am I at 50%?
See, the thing is, people
and you
always
can track
get
your results that way. And then other things in poker that are teachable.
Like really upset.
Yeah.
It's like getting a walk with a piece of shit. You should be really happy. It's like
I was
awesome.
excited.
Yeah. It's huge. Dude,
I feel like these guys are trying to get into each other's head a little bit here.
All the money in the pot. That's mostly yours.
I also feel like Brian Rast
this
is
pocket
listening
two's
on
not
our
working out for me
conversation.
Too good today.
Good point.
And what I was saying is there are
Those
other
dudes had aces to
ideas
go
in
with
poker
them,
that are
though,
more
to be
conceptual.
fair.
They're more
But
big
yeah.
picture ideas, which are better taught through video and just like a typical classroom setting, so to speak. And you will get access for free to both on plomastermind.com. We have like a little intro package that allows you to use the software, watch some videos, and improve in that combination, which is the way I would recommend to become better. Not only like one way, but in both ways. And you can tell in No Limit, people are using software a lot because it is actually that powerful.
All right, so one more time, plomastermind.com/PokerGo. Sign up for free. Go try it out and learn from the best.
I really like what you said earlier, Fernando, about like the advice to play more games out there. I would guess a lot of our audience right now is predominantly No Limit Hold'em and hasn't dived in a lot to PLO, but I think along those lines of what you were saying is when you start playing other games, you can kind of just open up your mind to different sort of tactics and strategies, and you can possibly apply them back to No Limit Hold'em. Like you can see some stuff in PLO and you can really get a good understanding of blockers and that sort of thing, and then maybe you take a little bit of that back to the No Limit Hold'em side of things and you say, oh, well, I learned this here, maybe I can apply it over there. So I think that's a really good takeaway overall for people that, you know, don't just play the other games just to learn them. You can actually learn better in No Limit Hold'em by like branching out and opening your mind.
Absolutely, and you see a lot of the top players in the world, they're actually really good at multiple games. We do see here Eldridge has check called the flop. So he has, again, brewing up some evil plans. Cahn was just planning to take this down on the flop, but actually goes for the second barrel now on the queen. Not quite sure what he's trying to make fold, but this should work because Eldridge has 9 high. However, it's going to go through. The number one asset you want to have in anything you learn is curiosity. And sometimes you lose that curiosity when you do the same thing for too long. So that's where it can help to switch up things in poker, for example, learn a new game or just even play a new game, because it brings up new ideas, new questions in your head. How does this work? What should I do here? And that can also spark a new flame that makes you become better at the game because you're curious again.
It's a very good point, and it's one of the reasons why I learned mixed games at an early stage of my, I mean, I don't want to call it a poker career, but my arc in the game of poker. I always was fascinated by, you know, players like Doyle Brunson and Chip Reese playing in the 50K horse. You know, watch that footage back in the day. That spurred me to watch or to read Super System, and then once you get a taste of all the games, you have sort of a better understanding of how to maneuver yourself in environments that are not so common. So even if you were to make up a new poker game right now, I think I would catch on pretty quickly because I have a pretty sort of fluid mind when it comes to trying to understand card games.
38.
Good move here by Wang. 15 big blinds effective. He goes for the 3-bet. He certainly picked up on the fact that Eldridge opens all kinds of hands, and Jack 10-7-7 double is actually on
3.8.
a pretty reasonable hand. Will Eldridge fold this? I don't think so. He has the chips to play, and he could connect with a lot of different boards. He actually has the best hand at this point. And Wang has a hand that blocks aces, can do a really good job at just flopping top pair and getting the money in. So we do see a call. Big pot coming up. Wang started the day with a good amount of chips, but unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to win pretty much any pot. Is it about to turn around? We have a wrap for Wang and top 2 pair for Eldridge on this Jack 10 board. And this is pretty much a flip. Classic PLO. Made hand versus draw.
Top 2 against wrap. Top 2 against wrap.
So Wang needs an ace, a king, a queen, or a 9. Backdoor hearts are possible as well. The Jack or a 10 will turn it dead.
So Yang Wang looking to stay alive here at his first World Series of Poker final table.
Not insignificant, actually.
You also see Eldridge has a different strategy. He's the sit-down strategy, and then Wang with the stand-up. Not sure which one is luckier.
I mean, if Wang had a backpack, he should be putting it on by now because you need to
Pack everything, shake hands,
exactly,
be
shake
out
hands,
the door,
say
and then hit
goodbye.
the straight. We saw Chris Hoonigan. Is that his name, right?
Yeah, Chris Hoonigan, yeah.
He did the patented handshake. I'm out the door. Let me hit a 5 on the river move.
Jeremy Osmus did not even want to touch him or go near him. Now let's see if Wang can survive here. He is our final table short stack. He's going to need some help here as he's up against Aldridge. Turn card coming in. It's the Jack of Hearts, and Eldridge gets the check mark here. Wang dead on the turn as Eldridge fills up and makes a full house. Yang Wang collects the largest score of his live poker career, but he will be left wondering what could have been, as he will take home $725,000, and the remaining 3 players are taking home at least $1 million. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep on covering this final table until a winner is known as Yang Wang departs and David Eldridge rakes in another pot. Ethan Cahn is going to be a happy guy. He's a short stack coming into 3-handed play. Take your game to the next level with official PokerGO merch. Shop now at shop.pokergo.com. And for those lucky ones that got that discount during our flash sale, it's a good time to use it. We got some cool merch in our shop. Go check it out. We are 3-handed here in the 25K PLO High Roller. David Eldridge, Brian Rast, and Ethan Cahn battling it out. Look at that. Brian Rast taking center stage here. A little more separation, a little more room for the knees. Brian Rast will be happy with that. He was asking earlier whether they could separate a bit more. Look at the chip counts here. Brian Rast on 29 million, Eldridge on 31, and Cahn facing an uphill battle with 11.3 million. But still 28 big blinds, so nothing to be too concerned about.
Yeah, Eldridge played this well. He stuck to the seat. It's just if he moves to the Helppi seat, there's no way this Jack
You were defending.
gets drilled at this time. So far he's doing everything right. now things change a bit.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
We basically have two guys on equal stacks, almost, and then we have a much shorter stack in the name of Cahn. But that being said, 28 big blinds is still a reasonable stack to maneuver here. Of course, the big blind ante is going to accelerate things a little bit in terms of how fast this is going to play.
4, yeah. Still
I
4.
feel like Cahn doesn't have that much to lose at the moment. He is clearly the shortest stack player. It doesn't look like any of the other two players are about to hit the door. So it's time to fight. Ace 10, 3 deuce. He comes in for the limp. Wants to see a flop in position. Makes sense. There's a lot of money out there with the ante. His hand doesn't do that well when facing a re-raise or a 3-bet. And we see a 3-way. Limp pot.
Cahn with a really nice Omaha 8 or better hand. Going to try to make a high hand here. As 9-3-7 with 2 hearts rolls off. All players have a lot of cards, but no hearts.
A little top set for Rast is putting a bit in the lead. But is he going to lead out now, or does he want to play this as a check? I like the lead. We've seen that Cahn plays quite passive post and is trying to small ball this, so to speak. So he bets himself, gets 2 very weak hands to fold. But this is a common mistake a lot of PLO players make in multi-way pots, which is to always just check to the pre-flop raiser, hoping that player is going to bet so they can finally put in the check raise. But then it rarely actually comes, because in multi-way pots, you're not just supposed to bet any random hands or even frequently. So one tip for anyone listening out there, if you play multi-way pots in PLO, always consider leading out with your hand, especially if you connected well with the flop. Because if not, you might just give away free cards without seeing any bets going into the pot. Rast picks up Jack, 8-6. He's on the button, he has chips. Should just raise and start applying pressure. Eldridge in the small blind doesn't want to bloat pots. They're so deep and Cahn is still quite short. So he shouldn't expect a lot of 3-bets from Eldridge. Eldridge probably mainly calls, actually. And not this hand, though, but just in general. And Cahn picks up quite the rags. King 9, 8 deuce, 9 high suit. The raise is to 800k. I don't really like the sizing too much because Cahn is going to be priced in to call, which is not that great. And you kind of want to have a chance to pick up the pot pre-flop. I think Cahn should definitely call. It's an extremely good price he's getting there. A min raise with an ante out there. It's just almost any hand is unfoldable, especially now that the ICM pressure is a bit off his shoulders, given that he is clearly the shortest stack player. So off they go.
Ace 3-7, 2 spades. Rast pair of jacks. Well out in front here.
This board favors Rast a lot. He could just come out betting small with a wide range of hands. Even this hand is fine. If a hand like King High folds, it's still a decent win. And the ace is really strong for the button player anyway. The ace on the board.
And of course, Cahn, as much as he would like to probably, cannot really get creative, cannot really get out of line. Very much has his hands tied by the size of his stack.
Well, you would think, but he's in the deck with King High. There's the fold, okay. Yeah, in tournaments it can be frustrating in the big blind. You call a lot and you fold a lot post. But that is completely fine, because the reason you called pre is because you got such an incredible prize. With the big blind ante, you don't have to win every pot you defend. The reason you call is because you're getting a really good price. You're going to win some of the hands, but lose most of them, given that you have a weaker range and you're out of position. So don't get too frustrated. It's not about how many hands you win. At least that's not the singular factor that determines your success. It is also how you get away from second best hands and how big the pots are that you are ultimately going to win. Eldridge now with aces, 3-way. It's going to be interesting to see what sizing he chooses. We saw Rast goes for the min raise on the button. I would recommend to go larger, like 1.2. 1.3. Cahn has a hand that definitely wants to 3-bet. You could consider calling, but I think Eldridge's range is so wide pre. At least so far it has been. And Ace-Jack 9-9 is a strong hand on 24 big blinds. He goes for the pot size raise, and it's a very unlucky timing because Eldridge has aces and the spades covered. So Eldridge will put this in, and Cahn will be pot committed. 2-1 favorite here for Eldridge in the lucky seed.
Putt.
And there it is, the pot announced from Eldridge. Now back on Cahn.
We got ones.
He's got double suited. Ace-Jack 9-9.
2.5, 4.5, 5, 5.2, 5.3. I can't pull this in.
I thought you already called it.
Yeah, I know.
Interesting, because Eldridge said he had aces
told my rail
before
man.
Cahn called. He turned to his rail and said, I have ones. And Cahn was
Ace-Jack,
still
9-9
counting
double.
out his chips. And Eldridge
cover
saying there, I
spades.
thought he
I
called
cover
already.
spades.
I had
my God.
ace, queen,
Well-
8-7.
Covers his suits. But you can see he has 34% even in this case. So it's
Yeah, the deuce making Eldridge's
Nine's
hand a
live,
little
though.
weaker, of course. That being the offsuit variety. Cahn looking for hearts mostly. There are also other pats to the win, and it comes Jack 10-9. What a swing!
There's no ace.
Cahn
is a tough
flops
one.
a set and takes a massive lead here in this hand.
Brian Rast folded the other ace.
Oh my God. Turn is the 6 of diamonds. And according to that information, drawing absolutely dead right now. There it is. Big double up for Ethan Cahn. Like I said, the final three already guaranteed $1 million, but 2.2 up for grabs for the winner. And look at this, Brian Rast now with a lead over his two opponents, and with the ICM implications in mind, he can really start pushing these guys around right now.
No, I want to compare it.
well, they both have 50 big blinds and he has 77. So that means they can put a serious dent into his stack. He can be aggressive, but on the other side,
It's three-handed now.
gotta be careful. Like the stacks are relatively deep and close. We'll see how each player is gonna approach this. Obviously, Eldridge not gonna be happy with this beat, and this might also have some impact. Now Cahn was on the brink of busting this tournament. Now has some free chips, and the question is he gonna play this passive or trying to go for the win? Obviously, now he has more to protect because he shares the stack size with Eldridge. But in a three-handed spot, you gotta fight for the win. So we'll see how each player will approach this. The antes and blinds are just eating up your stack so quick when you're three-handed and there's a big bet ante out there. So you definitely want to try to go after these chips. We've definitely seen the second best hand on the flop or pre-flop win a lot today, which is also a reality of PLO.
16, 18, 20.
Cahn makes the fold. Rast now in the small blind. Once again getting a really good price to limp. This is a very, very bad hand. Wouldn't be too surprised to see a fold. We'll see how he's going to play this. He's going to test the waters to see how wide Eldridge is going to raise. Jack 9, 5, 4 could go either way. I can see Eldridge raising this, but he goes for the check. Queen 9 deuce. Both players flop the pair. Rast has also the Jack of Diamonds, which is a quite significant blocker. Just want to bet this hand, take it down. One important concept of PLO is you have to think about how well your hand plays against the bet on the flop or the turn. And Queen Jack 7-4 is just much better suited to apply aggression yourself. You don't want to check call this hand. You don't want to check raise this hand. Even if the flop goes check check, it's difficult to navigate turns. So when you have a medium strong hand on the flop, you always want to consider how well does my hand do if I do start facing aggression. And if the answer is it's very difficult and tough, you might just have a better candidate to bet yourself, trying to make your opponent fold.
Rast does pick it up there. Small pot, but extends his lead a little bit.
You can tell the wheels are definitely turning in the heads of each player. They're all considering all the hands that went to showdown today. How are my opponents going to adjust now that we're three-handed, that the stack sizes have changed? There's a lot at stake here. 10, 9, 8, 7. Playable hands. They're deep. He's the chip leader. I personally would come in for a raise, trying to take these blinds down. Cahn hasn't shown the propensity to 3-bet very light. 1.2, good sizing. 3 times the big blind. Cahn has correctly, though, defended the big blind with a pretty wide range of hands. King 6-5 deuce with 3 hearts is pretty bad.
Into the muck it goes for Cahn. More chips for Rasty.
So the pay jumps here are about close to 500K, and then another 7-ish. Currently, all the players are guaranteed $1 million, and 1.5 for second, and 2.2 for first.
Eldridge not going to play the Queen Jack 8-3. Rainbow over to Cahn. Limps against Rast's big blind.
So what's challenging about this setup is, as you can tell, you have to play a very wide range of different hands. And if you are a full ring 6-max PLO player, you're not used to play the King 7-3 deuce or King 6-6-5 with a low suit. So this is sort of a new skill set, and really comes down to who's more used to heads up PLO, 3-handed with big antes. It's quite a challenging format. A Cahn flops a set. Would prefer just seeing a bet here and trying to get value from a 10 or a jack or a straight draw or a flush draw. Decides to go for the check and give a free card away. 3 on a 2 on a turn. Pairs up Rast. He doesn't have much to work with. Cahn has now a flush draw as well as a set.
Cahn does come with the lead here on the turn. 1.2 million.
Wouldn't mind seeing a smaller bet just because Rast's range for checking back the flop is probably pretty weak, and he has not only a set but also a flush draw. So trying to make a medium strong hand call is actually worth quite a lot with this hand. But it wouldn't make a difference in this case because Rast has such a bad hand and lets it go.
You are watching the final 3 players. The $25,000 PLO High Roller here at the 2024 World Series of Poker. My name is Donnie Peters, Remko Rinkema alongside of me. Fernando Habegger in the booth, our PLO expert that we brought in, aka JNandez.
Ace on the button for Cahn.
Suited ace.
We have those low cards. 1 high card, a lot of low cards. It's not great, but I think it's completely fine to raise. We haven't seen a lot of 3-betting so far. He does make the fold. So he's going to be, I would say, out of the 3, probably pre-flop at least, the tightest player. And Eldridge, the loosest player. And then Rast is sort of in the middle.
I'm curious how much the stage, the payouts, all that sort of stuff is playing into Cahn's optional playing style, you know, choosing to go a little bit more conservative. In terms of like WSOP results, poker results, he is the least experienced out of these 3 players. We of course know Rast with the Hall of Fame career, 6 bracelets, going for number 7. Eldridge has a bracelet. He's been on the big stage plenty of times before, has some big scores. So, you know, they might be a little bit more apt to just kind of splash around and not worry so much about a 500K pay jump and, you know, millions of dollars that are up for grabs. But Cahn seems to be like, okay, I'm going to kind of not go too crazy there. Plus, Cahn probably recognizes that the other two, if they are going to lean more aggressive, it's going to put me in some tougher spots. So,
For sure, I think both is definitely true, what you're saying. And also, these guys might bust each other in some ways if they
yes,
if they play aggressive. We see here a limp pot by Rast and Eldridge with a raise. Pretty standard, I think, on both players. And Rast can never fold his hand against the ISO raise from the big blind. Eldridge makes a good raise pre. And they both flop a piece, top pair for Eldridge, and Rast has a flush draw. So we should see a check call by Brian Rast, and then we will see what develops on the turn. I think for Cahn, I think he plays very good and solid when you have 6, 7, or 8 players on the table. He knows how to navigate there. Doesn't mean he doesn't know how to play here three-handed, but it's definitely a lot of tournament players are a lot less experienced, of course, three-handed with big ante versus in what you play most of the tournament, which is going to be 8-handed on the table. So he might get out of his comfort zone, might not. But also one thing to consider is your opponents are both loose and splashy. So trying to beat them with aggression might not be the smartest move.
So Rast did make his flush on the turn. It also brought in 3 aces for Eldridge. Remember in PLO that you have to use 2 cards, so the double poured pair and Eldridge holding the ace. He does not have a full house.
That's a good point. Rast has the check mark because he plays the flush, because he uses 2 cards, 2 hearts in his hand, and Eldridge has to use a7. The 3 on the river also means that it's less likely Eldridge has a full house, because now another 3 is out of the deck. So it's more likely Eldridge just has an ace, which is exactly the case. And Rast goes for the min bet of 1 big blind, and he will get looked up.
And this is one of those spots where if you're holding a flush like Rast, you're a little bit more comfortable betting in PLO versus no limit hold'em. If you have a flush in no limit hold'em, there's 2 pair on board. He only needs 1 card to have that full house. So oftentimes you see players check in those spots and possibly go into check call mode. But PLO, as you said, you know, you're very comfortable with betting there, given the action that took place.
It was an interesting sizing choice. I think it kind of tailored to Eldridge. He wanted to use a sizing that will just get snapped, and
This is the first time I've
also
been in
what
Vegas,
happened.
like around July 4th. I've always been here like before or after. I was like surprised at how crowded it is.
It's super crowded.
Yeah.
Walking around the casino is kind of annoying now. For sure.
And the aftermath of this hand is Eldridge has now 40 big blinds instead of 50. So we have 40, 50, and 87 big blinds for Brian Rast, who picks up not much on the button. King 7-4 deuce. I think this is a hand you could also let go, but Cahn hasn't shown too much aggression so far. So we'll see a flop. And once again, it's a different kind of PLO when you have to play with these kinds of hands that don't connect so smoothly to the board. You don't have Queen Jack 10-9 all the time. You don't have aces. You don't have the nut suit. You just have King 4-7 deuce and have to think about which boards are good for you to bet and which ones are not. And this time Eldridge picks up a good spot. Queen Jack 3. Cahn doesn't have pretty much anything to work with. Another pot picked up here by Eldridge. And these pots, they stack up quickly given the big blind ante, and they are significant.
Yeah, break.
All right, guys, 15-minute break.
All right, break for the players. No break for us. We're going to keep on rolling. Cut this break out and flash forward, do some time travel like we sometimes do. Still three-handed here as Rast has continued to expand his chip lead just a little bit. Little look at the outside here, the Las Vegas Strip, the Horseshoe, where we are currently situated. If you want to play in the PGA PGT Championship $1 million free roll. There are multiple ways to win your entry. Go to pgt.com/dream to find out your ways to win. And yes, this is no joke. You can play in a $1 million free roll at the PokerGO studio at the end of this year. You might sit at the table with Osmus, Helmuth, and Negreanu because those guys are likely to show up. Donnie, on that note, the PGT leaderboard is seeing some movers and shakers due to points earned here at the World Series of Poker. Anything of note going on with our leaderboard?
Oh, yeah. Daniel Negreanu is up on top
Wow.
after his 50K PPC win.
Nice.
That many of our audience, I'm sure, watched on PokerGO a few days ago. Jeremy Osmus is having an incredible summer. He's up to second place on the PGT leaderboard. And then it's Dylan Wiseman, David Coleman, and Aram Zobian rounding out the top 5.
Is Ivy close yet?
Close to what?
Making the cut?
He's well within the top 40. He's sitting 21st right now, 706 points. So still a long way to go. I was talking to Tim Duckworth, and he seems to think 1,100, 1,200 or so will probably be the cutoff once again, maybe a little bit higher than last year. But yeah, I mean it's a good top 40 so far.
Where does the cutoff lie right now?
Right now is Tyler Staffman at 626 points. Adrian Mateos is just behind him in 41st place, 561. So.
And what about how many players have 1,200 points already?
Raise 1.5.
4.
4. Okay, so 4 players locked in, Negreanu and Osmus included.
Yes, I mean I would say they're for sure locked in. We of course know that they're going to continue to put in the volume for all the stuff at the WSOP and then also in the studio to come for the rest of the year.
Blinds are up to 250K, 500K with a 500K big blind ante. If you're just tuning in, we have coverage of this final table until there is a winner. And guess what? These 3 players all guaranteed 7 figures, 1 million for third, 1.5 million for second, and 2.2 million for first. Donnie ran some numbers for us earlier, and this is the 3rd biggest first prize in PLO history. Jesse Lonis won the 50K PLO last year for 2.3 million. Kakwan Lau won the 25K this same event for 2.29 million. This year, first prize is 2.24 million. And then current 3rd place, Christopher Frank, won 2 million in the Triton PLO 100K, and Jared Blesnick won 1.3 million in the Super High Roller Bowl PLO last year. So
just noted on that Christopher Frank one, he chopped it with Dylan Wiseman heads up, so it would have been even more for first place had they not made a deal.
Well, we are closing in on a $3 million PLO score in the not-so-distant future from the looks of it.
Rast, the 25K, despite the smaller first prize this year, it had record fields.
Yep.
So the size is growing, the field size is growing each year.
Well, they're doing something different this year in terms of they pay double for every cash. A min cash is worth double. In past years, you know, it was worth, I don't know, anywhere from like 1.3 to 1.6-ish. But now it's pretty much a firm double. So it doesn't matter if you play the $400 Colossus or the 25K PLO High Roller, you're going to double your buy-in when you get into the money. I believe it will differ still for the WSP main event. That'll still be at 1.5x, I believe. But everything else is you double your cash, you get into the money. So that money's got to come from somewhere. So, you know, comes off the top a little bit, but still almost $2.3 million up top is just an absolutely incredible score.
I did play that bubble. It is a big bubble, that's for sure. I mean,
you feel it a bit more?
Oh yeah, I mean the whole room. Because, I mean, $50,000 is a lot of money.
Thanks.
Even if you buy in for 25, you don't want to miss out on not 50,000. So the 2x bubble definitely changes dynamics in terms of ICM at bubble stages. It basically means you want to be tighter than before on the bubble and around it. And then after the bubble bursts, the payouts are usually flatter this year. So once the bubble bursts, you can gamble more and really trying to build up that final table stack. But just before the bubble, you got to be really careful with those 2x ITM jumps.
Yeah, this event was 40 8th through 72nd was all the same, $50,200. Then it was a very small jump from $50,200 up to $52,700. So about a $2,500 jump, which is, 1/10 of the buy-in here. And then after that, the payouts started jumping up, 60,600, 71,200, et cetera, et cetera. And now here we are facing this $500,000 pay jump from 3rd to 2nd. But as you mentioned, Fernando, very, very flat to start before it progresses.
And still very top heavy, so the first price still 2.2 million here, which is almost 100 buy-ins to the tournament, which is very big.
It's wild.
If you consider that, I think the 10th place finisher got about 130,000, so that is around 5 buy-ins, and the first guy gets 100 buy-ins. So once you get to through the ITM stage, once you are in the money, your focus should mainly be to trying to win the tournament and play accordingly.
Don't know Eldridge's hand here just yet, but he does look interested on the button.
Raise 1.3.
1.3.
So what's interesting about this dynamic is there was a shift. We didn't see the shift yet, but there was a break. And a break always means that people start collecting their FODs. It's a new situation. Stack sizes have changed since the final table has started. And maybe they even catched up on some hands, talked to some people, maybe got some reads or ideas, and they come back with a new set of ideas and potentially a different strategy.
I mean, at this point, word has gotten out that Eldridge was up to some pretty crazy bluffs, so that might also be a factor now.
Maybe Eldridge is going to switch it up now and show up with the nuts.
I really hope so.
He will definitely get paid at this point.
Looks like it's Rast's game to lose right now with this strong chip lead. But 3 very worthy competitors. All 3 have shown patience and skill, and Rast has had luck on his side, so it's hard to bet against him at this point.
I think what's cool to see in this event is how different the players actually play on the final table, which is always a good sign in favor of the game. Because when you think about No Limit Hold'em and the highest buy-ins, a lot of the top pros actually play very similar because the game has been studied so well. But PLO is still a bit of an unexplored game. You can tell based on how people on the final table of a $25,000 tournament still play vastly different from each other. So it's still a game that allows big edges. And it's also interesting to watch because you never really know what different players are up to because they play so different from each other. Rast picked up a huge hand in the small blind. Unfortunately for him, didn't get any action. Ace, King, Jack, 10 double. It's not something you see all the time when you play 3-handed. We saw a lot of the King, 7, 4 deuce, 3 hearts hands. So when you finally pick up a nice hand, you're kind of surprised. The chip lead of Brian Rast has gained more distance, 77 big blinds to about 31 and 33 big blinds. So more than double. Can certainly start applying pressure. Picks up a valuable ace on the button. I think raising pot or 3x is going to be appropriate. We've seen him raise smaller before, just to 800k, which was 2 times the big blind. But it looks like he's going to switch it up now, which I like to see.
Yeah, pot size raise here from Rast on the button. And given how large the ante is, and given how much of a lead Rast has, from my perspective, there aren't many hands that he's forced to fold on the button. The pressure he can apply the pressure pretty constantly.
He can raise a wide range of hands, and especially when people don't fight back. So Cahn has a hand that could 3-bet. Great blockers, plays well as a 1-pair holding. It goes for the call, which obviously favors Rast to continuously apply pressure. Both flop top pair on a spade board. Certainly a better board for Rast. He has the tight range on the button. The big blind gets a good price to defend. I think his hand is fine to just like bet small and get a bunch of gut shots and maybe queen X to fold. Goes for the check back, trying to get the showdown. And Cahn has the same plan. He wants to get the showdown as well. He has top pair, top kicker. Has to feel pretty good after the check back. I think Rast just wants to check it down here. Maybe it's just balancing his timing, but I think probably not going to see a check.
Bet 1.3.
No, 800.
Looks like 800.
Oh, sorry, 800.
So he basically min bets the turn. I'm not sure what the purpose is. Is he trying to make a gut shot fold or a queen, get a queen to call? I would like this more if his ace had a better kicker, or if he just had a bluff.
10 seconds
But
left.
I'm not really sure what will be accomplished here, because I can't see Cahn folding. Oh, wow. I mean, he bets 800 into like 4.2 million. Gotta make the call there with top pair, top kicker. Guess he put him on a flush or a boat.
How much of that do you think has to do with the fact that he doesn't want to risk any chips unless he has a really strong holding because he is still so close to Eldridge?
It has to play into it for sure. And I think another factor that plays into it is when you play 6-handed, 8-handed, people have strong hands on this board. But 3-handed with ICM pressure, the button has such a wide range, as you mentioned before. It has so many different kinds of trashy hands that raise on the button. And even if you're not good often, I mean, the price you're getting is so good. You have to fight back there. Eldridge now with ace 10-9-3. Decides to go for the limp. He doesn't want to face a 3-bet. I think he would probably do... I mean, this is fine. He doesn't want to be in a spot where he raises, Cahn folds, and then Rast 3-bets him. Which could happen in this case. Rast picks up kings, and they are 30 big blinds effective. Reasonable raise here for Rast for sure. See a check.
Are you surprised to see him take a more passive approach with kings, or are kings simply to the hold'em mind easy to overestimate?
I think at this stack size against the button, then you want to see a raise. I think Rast probably thinks that Eldridge is very sticky, and is gonna, and he has a bigger edge just trying to see as many flop turns and rivers as possible. Now, Eldridge has flopped a flush draw and a low gut shot. It's kind of a tricky hand. Goes for a check back.
8 of clubs on the turn now, giving Eldridge a flush. Not the kind of board development Kings wants to see to begin with.
I don't think we will see Rast lose a lot of chips here. That was probably the entire goal, is just to be in the driver's seat when in position, see more flop turns and rivers, keeping the pot small, and just allow his perceived post-flop edge to do his magic. Now we see a million bet, and this should end this hand.
So no aggression shown there by Rast with kings, but still, he's sitting on 40 million chips versus the 16 and 14 million respectively of both his opponents. Let us know in the chat if you're catching us on YouTube or PokerGo. Who do you think is going to take this down? Can anyone challenge Rast, or is he going to get his 7th World Series of Poker bracelet? Donnie, lots of legendary players adding more and more to their legacies this summer. Only fitting that Rast gets number 7.
Like how I used to.
Yeah, it's kind of the summer of 7. Hennigan got to 7. Of course, Negreanu got to 7. Scott Seaver got to 7, winning 3 bracelets in 1 year. So
Jeremy Austin's probably got 7 final tables.
yeah, yeah. I mean, it's pretty crazy that it's a summer of 7.
Very, very insane to see so many big names perform on the big stage. I mean, these fields are massive. Like, it's no joke to maneuver your way to a final table to begin with, and to see some of the more familiar players do it makes me very happy. It's always cool to see more being added to that legacy. Fernando, I know you're not a tournament pro. You play cash games predominantly, but you know, in the grand scheme of things, how much would it mean to you to win a World Series poker bracelet?
Well, what I really enjoy is the big stage, like, because it's a different challenge to play on a big stage, and it's so hard to win a tournament. I mean, it's really hard. For anyone out there listening, like, how many tournaments did you actually win? And even if you play for many years, it is very difficult. So I think the win in itself, bracelet added, of course, but just the win in a tough field to get through all the players, definitely very meaningful for sure. And playing on the big stage, I mean, I'm trying, basically. I'm trying.
Yeah, and you know, you're not making it easier by focusing mostly on PLO.
Yeah, PLO, but it's growing.
It's growing, yeah. There's more volume to be had. That's true.
We heard the clock there. That's on the iPad on the table, but I think only Juha Helppi has used time extensions. He used 3 on the one hand when he picked off Eldridge's bluff, but other than that, I don't think anyone has actually used one.
Yeah, that's definitely surprising. We see Rast is changing the pre-flop raise sizing. Like, now he raises to 1.25. I'm sure he's doing it consciously. I wonder, like, what the strategy is behind it. We don't know yet because we don't know what the whole cards are. The Ace King 7-4 in the big blind, and Queen 10-5-3 double on the button.
King Jack 6 here with a couple of hearts.
So Brian Rast flopped an open-ended straight draw and a 5-high flush draw. Back to flush draw also possible. Probably wants to control the size of the pot by checking back. A check raise would feel very uncomfortable with this specific hand. And then Cahn has top pair with the ace of hearts. We could see some fireworks on a heart because that ace of hearts could come into play as a key blocker. However, ace of diamonds on the turn, huge turn card for Rast. He picks up the nuts and also has 2 flush draws alongside. But not only that, but to put a cherry on top, Cahn picks up top 2 pair as well.
Yeah, let's see what Rast decides to come with. Remember, similar situation not too long ago, and he came with a very small bet on the turn.
I think in this case he should go large because he doesn't block any of the pairs. He has no ace, king, or jack, so there's a higher chance his opponent has 2 pair.
And there is 2 million from Rast.
It's very hard to give Rast credit for a better hand than ace, king at this point. And there are also 2 flush draws out there, so you could easily be bluffing. Maybe you could have a hand like 2 queens or 2 tens that bluffs. Cahn here in a world of trouble, but doesn't know it. Just has to take one off and see the river. And if he's lucky, then the river is going to bring in a flush card or something and he can fold.
Cahn does make the call. Pot swells to over 7 million. 8 of clubs on the river. Pretty blanky there.
That river is a disaster for Cahn. Absolute disaster. Not only did his hand not improve, but here's the problem. 2 flush draws bricked. And his opponent checked back on the flop, so how much credit can you give him for Queen 10, which was an open-ended straight draw on the flop? And again, 2 flush draws have bricked. This is a tough hand for Cahn.
5.4.
Rast goes for a big bet.
Yeah, right around 2/3 pot here. And Cahn immediately knows. We just talked about those time extensions. Cahn throws them all in. He's saying, yeah, I'm gonna have to think about this one.
What's in the middle?
The pot was 7.25 million. Rast bet 5.4. Cahn's got just about 11 million behind, so this bet is right around half of his remaining chips.
I don't think he can fold here, but it's not pretty.
It also doesn't make it easy when you go up against the chip leader and a very, very capable chip leader in Brian Rast, who, if someone can find bluffs, it can be Brian Rast, right? So it just makes things a bit more uneasy for Cahn. And like you said, I mean, he probably just has too much of a hand here. It's just a brutal spot at the end of the day.
Sometimes you just got to call. In this case, like, what can Brian Rast have? He could have a hand like 10-9 of diamonds, 10-9 of hearts. There's the call.
Rast confidently turns over his straight, playing that queen 10. Bit of a shake of the head there, utter disgust for Cahn. Not much he can do in that spot, and he's going to be knocked down to 5.2 million as Rast surges to almost 50 million, which is almost 70% of the chips in play here, three-handed.
Puts him down to 10 big blinds, and Eldridge has 33 big blinds, so that's more than 3 times more chips. So now we have a very uneven situation, which means that Eldridge is sandwiched and he has to be very careful. And of course, Cahn is he is in dire need of a double up, especially with the big blind ante. Every orbit, he's losing 2.5 big blinds out of 10. So he doesn't have much time to wait here to find a hand to go all in with and potentially double. Eldridge has to be very tight now because he is the middling stack, and he wants to fold a lot of hands on the button so that...
I mean, normally I think he would open that hand.
Yeah.
And he just can't because of where Cahn is in chips.
Yeah, he shouldn't. Also because he wants Cahn to play a pot now with Rast.
Yep.
So that there's a chance that there is an all-in situation, and he doesn't even have to pay for the all-in because he can, Brian Rast can do the job for him basically.
Cahn does come in with a raise here, 1.5 million out of the small blind.
Probably has some sort of ace-king kind of hand, and Rast has 10s. So Rast should definitely see the flop. It's not a good enough hand to put in 10 big blinds, but it's a good enough hand to call and see if you can improve on the flop in some sort of way.
10 seconds left.
Rast is just going to go for it.
Yeah, that's more of a no-limit play. I think it's
Showdown.
a bit too weak of a hand to do that with, especially also in position. But can't be too bad given how equity is running PLO.
Cahn does make the call quickly. We'll see his hand shortly. Cahn is the player at risk here. All in for just over 10 big blinds.
I feel like he has aces. Are there 2 aces?
It does look like he's got 2 aces there. Ace, ace, 9, 7 for Cahn.
Block some of the straight possibilities for Rast, holding that 9 and a 7. So Rast has been running pretty good so far on this final table.
Yes, he has. If he wins this, I don't think anyone would be surprised. Let's see the flop. 6, 5, 3 with a couple of clubs. Things looking even better for Cahn. He's up to 85%. He's got the ace-7 of clubs in his hand.
That would be a brutal beat. If you lose this way.
It just wasn't meant to be, right? 3 of diamonds on the turn.
Okay, there it is.
Rast goes up to 25% now.
A diamond or a 10 or a 5.
It is the 7 of hearts on the river. The aces are going to be best here for Cahn. Aces and 3s for him.
4.5, 5.2, yeah.
All in for 5.2 million. He's going to be up to 10.9 and right back into the mix here. The person who didn't want to see that was David Eldridge.
For sure not.
Wanted to just secure that pay jump, lock up an extra 500K just about, and then go into heads-up play and try and gamble it up against Rasty. But now Cahn is much closer to Eldridge on the leaderboard, not that severe short stack. So
Yeah, tournaments are pretty crazy in one way. Like the amount of the stakes at play here. I played a tournament with Cahn recently at the Aria $1,000 PLO tournament. Now he's all in for a $500,000 pay jump. Aces versus tens. That's what tournaments do to you. Suddenly you're in a spot to play for millions of dollars. And your aces have to hold. This time they do. 21 big blinds.
It's a good feature in tournaments, not being able to be killed.
Shuffle maybe?
All three of us so far have been pretty impervious to death, but you know, sooner or later somebody gets the axe.
Hey, you guys speak for yourself.
Yeah,
I haven't been on the
Eldridge
line.
is too happy about
Yeah.
that comment.
Yeah.
I think Rast has been running a bit better than the other two guys so far.
Well, you heard Rast earlier.
This whole tournament?
There was a three-way pot
Not
being
today.
played, and he went up and talked to his rail and said, I had him on the ropes. You know, I had bottom set. He had two
Twice in the
pair, backed
tournament.
into a flush. He should be out of here in Eldridge's mind.
I think another player in the name of Juha Helppi probably agrees.
Yes, yes.
Kings in the small blind. So Eldridge has 33 big blinds. Obviously, he's still clearly in the sandwiched position. He has to be careful. Even just calling here is a bit dangerous. Yeah, I think this is a good fold. If he collides with another player, it should be preferably with Chan, because he can take him out.
Yes.
Or can. If he doubles through Rast, I mean it's good, but it's not amazing. There's still no pay jump. So if he makes a light call pre or post, it should be against Cahn and not against Brian Rast. Brian Rast down on the button, very playable hand. 10-9, 8-7. We should see a raise. Apply pressure. The only question is, what sizing is he going to pick now?
Raise. 1.3.
Goes for the small sizing. Cahn will defend here, getting an excellent price. 9-8, 6 deuce. Bit of a domination issue against this exact hand.
Ace 10 here. Rast with 2 pair.
Once again, the ace high board favors the raiser, so Brian Rast should just put out a small bet of maybe 800K, and if he gets a king high to fold or a queen high to fold, that's already a pretty nice win.
1.1.
There is the bet, 1.1. Cahn's out of the way. Rast chipping up a bit more. I do think it's a little bit curious that Rast is now going with smaller sizing, which is kind of letting his opponents get involved, see flops, you know, not put as much pressure on them. If he was just coming in there, for example, with just a full pot, it makes it a little bit more difficult for Cahn to want to commit with a hand like he had maybe. So I find that a little interesting.
Yeah, he also seems to, when he had ace 10-5-3 with a low suit, he goes for a pot size raise, as if he doesn't want to see the flop. But with queen 10-5-3 double or 10-9-8-7 signal, which are very playable hands, it looks like he sizes down. We'll see if that trend continues or not. Eldridge is still in the sandwich position. He goes for the limp with queen 6-5. I think in general it's a fine play, but not in this exact setup where Rast can apply so much pressure to Eldridge, especially now. So Cahn out of the way. If Rast raises now pre, it's a pretty bad spot for Eldridge. But Rast decides to just go for the check and see a flop here.
Second time we've seen this where Eldridge is limped and Rast is checked in a spot where he might have been able to put some pressure on, which I think when he did it the first time, you mentioned, I think Rast just has that sense that Eldridge is going to be sticky, so probably continuing with that same thought here. He just thinks, you know, this guy's just going to call me. That's why he limped it, so he doesn't have to play a massive pot. So I'll just check it and go post flop.
Turn is a queen, so Eldridge checks back 2 pair and turns a set. Rast doesn't necessarily have to bluff. He has 2 pair as well, 6-8. And he just wants to get the showdown here. He has no spade, he has no straight. Rast just wants to check. And I think Eldridge has a good point in betting here. Like, he can get called by 2 pair sets that he beats. And he also wants to avoid straights getting there. Rast now goes for a bet with the 8-6. I mean, we can see the cards, and Eldridge is ahead, of course. I find it maybe a bit light. He doesn't have... If he had a straight, or if he had top 2, like Queen 8 with a spade blocker, I think it would be probably better. This seems a bit thin. Can a worse hand really call this bet? And if not, then what's the purpose of betting 8-6? It's going to get called here by queens, and I guess luckily for him the river doesn't pair, because that would be very costly.
Rast does go from 8s and 6s to aces and 8s here on the river. Eldridge is still best, though, with that set of queens.
Rinse my hand or something? I've got...
Rast doesn't know where he's at. I think he's probably going to check, even though he did improve the hand. And Eldridge has a set. Is that good enough to bet? He still loses to all the straights, 7-4, 7-9, and of course the flushes.
2.
Also probably a spot. We do see Eldridge check back, but also probably a spot where it maybe 6-handed, 7-handed, Eldridge finds a value bet there, but here, you know, you can kind of just check back, collect the chips. Don't really need to risk anything more given where Cahn is. Jeopardize your position here.
You're better off just winning the small pot and getting put into a tough spot, or maybe losing extra unnecessary chips. Just chipping up slowly, sitting now on 35 big blind for Eldridge, and Cahn is down to 17. So 2 times the chip stack.
Yeah, that wasn't the biggest pot there, but a very important one for Eldridge because he separates himself from Cahn. As you mentioned, he is now just about double where Cahn is, so that separation is very important with the pay jumps being as large as they are right now.
Cahn goes for the hand wash, trying to get luckier cards. Let's see if it's going to work out. So Ryan Rast continues to go for aggression. He raises out of position with Jack 8-7-6. It's certainly on the lighter side. Maybe he feels like Eldridge is going to fold a lot pre Ace-9 3-deuce. Eldridge has now a comfortable second chip stack position, so he might be prone to just fold a bunch of hands.
Pot.
Ooh, this is spicy. He goes for the 3-bet.
Eldridge putting his foot down a little bit here, saying, listen, I'm not going to get pushed around by you. I'm going to fight back. A little bit of ICM is for poor people here.
I like it. I like to see mix-up. I have no idea what Ryan Rast is going to do.
Like
He
12,
could call.
12 behind.
More?
I mean,
yeah,
Rast,
13.
or sorry, Eldridge does have a very important card, that ace,
12.
right? So a little bit of blocker effects there. Would probably like to have more of an ace-king. And Rast is coming along, which is probably not what Eldridge wanted to see.
Definitely not. Rast thinks that Eldridge has aces and that Jack 8-7-6 performs pretty decent against that. But obviously, Eldridge doesn't have aces. He has Ace-9 3-deuce, and he flops a pair. So Rast flops a pair and a gutter.
Yeah, 10-8-3 here, a couple of diamonds. Neither player with diamonds.
There's so much in the middle that the proper play would be to just pot.
There he goes. Look at that. And Eldridge snap folds his hand. Can't do anything there. And that might be some hand, Fernando, when Eldridge looks back and says, maybe I didn't need to do that.
He wanted to take a stand, but this was a costly one. He really hoped that Rast would fold pre. But as it is in PLO, people don't like folding against 3-bets.
And I don't think, and maybe my memory could be off, but I feel like Rast has been limping more from the small, wanting to play against Eldridge, probably deeming that, you know, I'm just going to limp pretty wide. This guy's going to be sticky, so why raise? So then when he does raise, you would think then, okay, he has a hand he wants to play.
Yeah.
So then the 3-bet, you know, looks a little bit worse than maybe it would normally because Rast is showing that initiative to get into the pot. So Eldridge now below 13 million, which obviously tightens the gap between him and Cahn.
Cahn has still, he's getting an incredible price again. Like he just has to call here and see a flop. Rast raised with a very poor hand. Like I would prefer him just potting pre, as we discussed before. He wants to play post, and both players kind of whiff. Cahn has a gut shot, jack high, and Rast has queen high and the bottom pair. No, it doesn't have queen high, he has bottom pair.
Yeah, bottom pair, backdoor hearts, backdoor straights. Is the pre-flop aggressor, is the big chip leader. Rast does check behind. 6 of clubs here on the turn.
What a turn.
Yeah, that drills Cahn. He makes a straight with his 7-5. He's also got clubs with the jack-9 of clubs. He's going to check to Rast.
It's one of those turns you almost can't believe. It's like, what? Did I just hit the 6 of clubs?
I went from completely whiffing to like wondering what my outs are, and then, oh, that's it, right there.
He has a flush draw alongside and a better straight draw with 9-7. Rast, he wanted to hit a 2-pair hand or a straight draw, but he completely bricked on the 6, and now he feels like he's in need of bluffing. And Cahn is just counting, how many chips am I going to win in this pot? Am I really going to double now? Is this what's going on?
Now, is this a spot, if you're in Kahn's shoes, are you more inclined to check call or just check raise and get the money in?
So he doesn't have that much behind. He's probably going to shove.
Yeah, there he does pot it.
In the hopes to get called by maybe like 2-pair, maybe a king with a flush draw.
Rast, of course, quickly gives it up there, so a little bit of dent to Brian Rast. And what that does is, you can see the leaderboard at the top of your screen. Cahn and Eldridge are just about tied. So again, going back a couple hands, that 3-bet bluff attempt by Eldridge that ultimately didn't work out. Pretty costly overall, because he lost $4.5 million in that spot to Brian Rast.
And this distribution of chips is just amazing for Rast, of course. As long as these guys are close, he can apply max pressure to both and just steal blinds left and right, apply aggression post-flop. It's a bit of a game of chicken as well for those two guys that are sharing the stack size. Like in this case, if Cahn limps, for example, which could be a reasonable play, Rast should just raise any 4 cards and see if Cahn wants to play a bigger pot, which he really doesn't. So that's what's going to Kahn's mind now. Should I limp? I will get raised all the time. Would I call if I get raised? I'm so close in chips with Eldridge. If I just fold, maybe Eldridge busts the next hand in some sort of way. So,
Well, I think this is the exact same hand that Yang had in that huge pot, the first one. Ace, queen, jack, 5, ace, queen of clubs.
The hand he was all in, he had ace, king, queen, 5. There was the one before that, I
No,
forgot.
the very first hand of the final table. Remember, it was like a 3-way.
I already forgot.
It was a pretty big pot. Raise, call, 3-bet. He just flats, which is really strange, and then I called behind.
What was the flop, remind me?
Jack high, because they chopped with ace jack.
Oh, okay, now I
Yeah.
remember. Yep, now I remember. Okay, yeah. The German guy got the double. Right.
Yeah. They both had ace, queen, jack,
Cahn
actually.
is probably going to fold. Again, the plan here is, could Rast and Eldridge get involved in the hand?
And I know we didn't see, or the players, sorry, didn't see the hand when Eldridge 3-bet recently and then folded on the flop, but if Cahn is paying attention, which I think he is, then you can clearly just get the sense that Eldridge is possibly going to get out of line and could be at risk to go bust before I am if I lean a little bit more conservative.
I think so. I probably would prefer folding, but Cahn is raising, I think, because he thinks that Eldridge, wow, huge hand there, is going to play tight, but he really shouldn't play that tight against Cahn because he wants to play pots against Cahn because he can bust him. This is a straightforward 3-bet. It's a massive hand at this 25 big blind stack size, and he
elects to call here.
He goes to call. I think he must put Cahn on a huge hand pre to pot in this spot because this is like an auto 3-bet, huge flop as well.
Queen, Jack 8 with a couple of clubs.
Eldridge has flop top pair and a flush draw, plus an inside straight draw, calm of top pair and a gutter as well. A worse gut shot though. Probably gonna see check check.
Yeah, it might possibly playing into the thought process for Eldridge that Cahn hasn't really potted at all pre-flop, like for the entire final table. So finally, all of a sudden, maybe that's a big hand over there.
It has to be, I think, because Ace King Queen 7 double is so big, and I'm not sure why Cahn is betting. And now, what if he gets jammed? He has to fold.
I mean, Eldridge is just gonna stuff this, right? I mean,
I think so.
Yeah, there. He's going for pot, and Kahn's hating his life right now.
I mean, this is a spot where there's no hand your opponent can have that you do decent against. I mean, there are some hands you do like barely decent, and a bunch of hands you're basically dead. Like if your opponent has 10-9, if your opponent has, I guess, like a flush draw, straight draw, even then you don't like it. One pair and the gutter, a low gut shot, no flush draw. I think he wants to fold, but they have so many time banks, just take advantage of them. Yeah, I think he regrets the bet. Like he realized maybe I should have checked behind and see if I would hit the turn with a straight backdoor flush, trips. Instead, Eldridge picks up a very important pot. They were equal in stack sizes. Now it's a 2-to-1 disadvantage. Cahn on 8 million, which is only 16 big blinds.
They're kind of back to where they were a couple hands ago, with Eldridge being double the stack of Cahn. And you know, we talked about Eldridge with that recent 3-bet bluff that he tried. This one for Cahn might be the hand where he looks back and be like, why did I do that in that situation?
For sure. Rast shouldn't open too wide because Cahn shouldn't fold many hands. Picks up aces.
Couple aces for the chip leader. No,
probably makes the cut. Is he going to stay consistent with the 1.3 million? Nope. He's going to pot it now. Okay.
I mean, he's certainly keeping people guessing.
Oh my God, this is terrible news for Eldridge.
Man. I mean, you find this hand, given this ICM spot, with the chip leader opening up pretty much at will on the button.
He finds the call though, miraculously. I mean, this.
Yeah, I mean this. This
might save him.
Yeah.
This might save him. He's obviously very aware that he has an unbeneficial stack size to play hands.
King 8 deuce should save him. Like, I mean.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, unless Rast could go small, and then we would see a peel, I would think. But I think he's gonna go larger. Like he has been betting kind of large in these spots, maybe like 2.5 million or something. I was wrong. It's 2.4. That should save him. Pretty large bet. Hopefully he's not having some ideas. No, good fold.
Does get out of the way. He's gonna watch this one back later on. He's gonna be like,
dodged one.
Thankfully, I had it in 3-bet and
yeah,
decided to go with this one because it could have been bad news. Rast still right around the 50 million mark. I don't think he's been able to get up over 50 million yet, but he's right there. 69% of the chips in play for the Poker Hall of Famer Brian Rast, 6-time WSOP Gold Bracelet winner, going for number 7.
Cahn was sweating that hand for sure.
Oh yes, he's like, please, get the money in, please.
Although Eldridge lost the pot, he still has a 2-to-1 chip lead over Cahn. And Cahn wakes up with a double suited ace, 14 big blinds. I think raising is justified, calling is okay as well. And Rast should just check. I don't think Cahn has much incentive to limp fold or play very passive. I mean, he has a large disadvantage to Eldridge. So I like the check. I think Cahn should just raise and build this pot. Pretty good hand. But it is the night of Brian Rast, at least so far. Flops the nuts.
Check.
Don't normally see this in PLO, but less than 1% for Cahn. I mean, he can't even like do anything here. You know, just another 8 out there.
This might actually put Cahn into trouble if he picks up enough flush draw. Doesn't really apply a lot of aggression. I mean, in this case, it's good, but against the check back range, I would have just bet the flop and tried to take this pot down. Every pot matters right now. And Brian Rast goes all the way with the slow play. Will he get rewarded?
Deuce on the river here, so the diamond does not come in for Cahn. He checks once again. Rast, of course, going to bet here. I'd be curious if he comes with like that min sizing again like he did earlier. Or if he tries to, you know, get a little bit greedier. Pot's only 1.5. He does come full pot. Cahn's out of the way. Brian Rast still flirting with 50 million up there. This is the final 3 players from the $25,000 PLO High Roller. Guaranteed a little bit over $1 million right now. Up top, $2,246,000 and the coveted World Series of Poker gold bracelet.
Maybe like a middling black card. I don't know which one it was, but.
All right. Yeah, I wasn't looking really. Thanks. Thank
It
you.
like
Definitely flashed us.
Brian Rast should just raise here, basically any 4 cards. Eldridge is in a world of trouble. He just can't or shouldn't defend many hands. He has such a large lead over Cahn. So he goes for the raise, and of course Eldridge wakes up with aces. This is interesting. Oh no, I think you should just 3-bet and try to win this pot pre. Because once you go to the flop, things get even trickier. Let's see. 9, 8, 6.
Yeah, that's the type of flop that's probably not going to be the easiest to navigate for Eldridge here, depending on what Brian Rast does. Yes, he has 2 aces. That 10 can, you know, kind of work as some sort of blocker, but he doesn't have spades at all. So
if he sees a bet, I think he's out. Rast also doesn't like the flop. He gives Eldridge credit for defending pre, which he should. But both players are not going to like this flop. Eldridge actually comes out firing.
2.5.
And it's a large bet as well.
1.5, I'm sorry.
Oh, 1.5, yeah, that makes more sense. Takes down a pot. Another important pot for Eldridge. Furthering the distance between him and Cahn. Cahn 6.8 million, 13 big blinds. About to hit the big blind right now.
yep, so 2 of those 13 are going in automatically. He's going to need to find another double up pretty soon here. And this, of course, puts Eldridge back in sort of that ICM GL cell type of area where, with Cahn trending so short, he's not really going to want to do something too crazy here and really jeopardize his position and his potential to get to heads-up play. Rast going to come in with a raise here.
5.
Pot size raise with the ace blocker. Eldridge has an easy fold, and Cahn has a hand he definitely wants to play. I would 3-bet this hand, just trying to get it in. You have the 3 highest cards in the deck, and he goes for the 3-bet. And Rast snaps it off. The money goes in pre, and Cahn is at risk. He has the best of it with ace, king, queen, deuce against ace, queen, 6-5. Blocks one of the spades. Has the better ace.
Cahn is at risk here. Doesn't look too comfortable.
Rast won a lot of all-ins today.
All right, here we go to a flop. 9-8-5 with a couple of hearts.
It's pretty acceptable.
Rast takes the lead. He's got a pair of fives here.
It's terrible news for Cahn.
Yeah, he shoots up to 81%, does Rast. 7 on the turn. That's going to give Brian Rast a straight with that 6-5. Leaves Cahn drawing dead, and we are going to lose Ethan Cahn here in third place from the $25,000 PLO High Roller at the 2024 World Series of Poker. $1,038,000 is the payout for Cahn. A very, very impressive score. Played very well at the final table. Was able to maneuver his way to three-handed play. That's where his run ended. But when the pain of losing out wears off, he's got 7 figures in his bank account, so not too much to complain about there. And we're on to heads-up play. Brian Rast is going to be going for number 7 up against David Eldridge. Rast, the big chip leader. The players are going to go on a short break. We are not. We're going to cut that out. The power of technology, the power of our dynamic delay. Octopi Poker wants to send you to the 2024 Poker Masters, and you can enter for free for your chance to win. It's a social media giveaway. Just head on over to pokergo.com/winmasters for details on how you can enter for a chance to win a 2024 Poker Masters seat. There you see the chip counts. Brian Rast way up on top. 110 big blinds for him. David Eldridge has a stack to work with, though. 32 big blinds for him.
Okay.
The gap is big, but there is some playability there.
So this is a complete change in terms of strategy now. There's no ICM. There's no pay. There's, I mean, you just play for all of it, basically.
Yeah,
So
you're not trying to ladder up anymore. You're trying to win.
You need to win all the chips on the table to walk away a winner here. And that means we're playing basically a cash game with 32 big blinds effective at the moment. And this is different than three-handed. There's not much folding, and we're playing still with a big blind ante. So we will see a lot of flops, or should see a lot of flops. A lot of limping, some raising, and no holding back anymore. There's nothing to wait out for. Got to fight, and we will see who has the better cards, the bigger heart, and it couldn't be like two sort of like different players. We have Brian Rast, who plays a lot of different games, obviously very accomplished. Eldridge has been not afraid of taking aggression, taking the lead on this final table as he started as the chip leader. And we will see how each of their styles sort of translates into heads-up play. Rast picks up a very strong hand here, ace, king, jack, 10. Makes it 3 times the big blind, which is the maximum raise here, heads up. And Eldridge has a quite poor hand with 4 hearts. Could make the fold, but you do want to defend a wide range of hands. I think this hand is maybe a bit too weak, but it's probably not a huge deal. Off to the flop.
Queen 7-4. 1 heart out there. Eldridge takes the lead here. He's got top pair, checks over to Rast.
Rast bricked the flop, but the queen is actually quite important for him. He wants to see the turn for free. He doesn't have connect. He didn't connect with any of the pairs or straight draws, and he doesn't want to get check raised here by a hand like Queen 5-6. He can easily just turn a wrap or better top pair on a king or an ace. So the free card is the play.
Check, check there. Jack comes on the turn.
Rast has now a full wrap, ace, king, jack, 10, plus a pair of jacks. Eldridge goes for a check. I think the queen 10 with the open ender can go either way. You mostly have the best hand, but also betting the turn and getting raised would be very uncomfortable. So checking is fine as well, and I think Rast just wants to bet a weaker jack can call, 10-9 can call, a hand like 10-9 jack or 10-9-7, a hand like a jack 5-6. There are a bunch of hands that you dominate that can call at this point. And even if Brian Rast is behind, like it is the case in this hand, he still has a good amount of outs to make the nuts in the river. So he bets 2.3, and Eldridge, I think, just wants to call. Raising here's a bit of an overplay with his hand. Just one pair open-ender, he wants to see the river. Makes the call. Off to a river, pretty big pot already, 8.1 million in the middle, 12 behind.
7 of spades rolls off, pairs the board. Eldridge gets the check mark.
Both players are okay with this card. Eldridge can just check, and Rast as well. Rast could easily have the best hand here, but it's hard to get called by worse, so it just goes check, check, and Eldridge wins a
Queen.
pretty nice pot there.
First hand of heads-up play over to David Eldridge. He climbs up to 20 million in chips, closing that gap a little bit that he has with Brian Rast.
It's an interesting format, the heads-up format, because Eldridge is a player who seems to be comfortable with aggression, playing a bunch of pots. He is not afraid to bluff post-flop, which is much needed in heads-up PLO or heads-up poker in general. So I think this format actually suits him, and I'm definitely curious to see how he's going to play this.
You got it.
Eldridge, also the winner of one World Series of Poker bracelet online event, mini main event back in 2021. He's got 30 cashes, and this is his 4th World Series of Poker final table. Of course, none of his prior results will compare to what he's doing tonight. 2.2 million up for grabs for the eventual winner. 32 bigs for Eldridge.
We should see a lot of limping given the ante in the big blind. Rast has some sort of premium hand in the big blind, should go for the raise. And then Eldridge can call and see this from in position. The graphics haven't updated yet, but Eldridge has 40 big blinds now, and has a lot of room to navigate post-flop in position. So his hand is not premium, but good enough connected. We're going to see a flop with a 3.5 million in the middle already. Sort of an overlap in the cards. See how that affects things here. Queen 10 deuce with 2 spades. So this board favors Rast. He was the raiser. He has a lot of Broadway cards and Broadway pairs. In this particular case, he whiffed the flop. So now in question if he wants to represent something.
It's funny hearing the robo voice announcing 10 seconds every time. These players playing rather fast. So as you can see, Brian Rast has a stack of those time bank chips remaining.
Goes for half pot. Eldridge can't go anywhere against half pot. He has to see the turn. There are obviously multiple ways to win this hand. He can call and improve, but could also find the bluff at some point if Brian Rast decides to back off. Turn brings in the ace, though. Puts Brian into the leading position now by far, turning top pair.
From your perspective, in Rast's position, you know, he's sort of known as a closer. He's done this many times before, closing out big final tables, especially at the World Series of Poker.
3.5.
How do you think he'll go about this battle with Eldridge, where, you know, this could be long and drawn out? He could also go more high risk, high reward if he thinks that he can get Eldridge to fold in more spots? Or do you think that it's in Rast's favor to play it as slow as possible?
I think it's difficult to adjust from 6-handed, which happened just before, or even 8-handed, down to heads up in terms of playing proper strategy. So I think starting off on the more aggressive side is actually better because you have to start calling hands that you normally wouldn't call in a 6-handed setting, and you will probably see a lot of tight folds in a heads-up match in the beginning stages, and you can win a lot of pots that way. So I think waiting it out is certainly a possibility, but heads-up is a very aggressive format by definition. There's an ante out there, a small blind and a big blind, so 2.5 big blinds out there for grabs every single hand. If you don't win them, then your opponent wins them, which means that it's going to put a gap between the two of you every single hand. So there's no hiding in heads-up poker, and the quicker both players are adjusting to that by playing aggressive and then not backing off, trying to win not every pot but most of the pots. I think that would work out the best for them. Raise and a call your pre. You have kings or ace king king versus the 10 ace 10 9 7. Both players flop the piece, overpair for Rast in the clear lead, and Eldridge has top pair, top kicker, or flop 2 pair kind of. I like to see Rast just betting the flop with kings. You can get called by many worse hands like a 9, jacks, 10s, flush draws, straight draws. So has to go for a check back. Eldridge has sort of a combination of hands now. He blocks boats. He has improved in some ways. He can now hit a boat on a 9 or a 7. I wouldn't mind putting out a small bet with his hand because you want to deny equity from hands like jack high, queen high, king high. Those hands can easily outdraw you. If you get called, you still have the option to represent a strong hand on the river holding 9-7. So let's say he bets turn and the river is a queen, he can still pot. But he's playing this more passive. It's not necessarily a mistake, but it's a possibility to turn his hand into a bluff by just betting turn and potting river. Check for the 3rd time. Brian Rast has to think that his hand is good and it's time to value bet. And Eldridge has actually a close decision between calling and raising. Calling because he can beat bluffs. Raising because he has basically the best blockers to the boats and can represent that. And oftentimes if you are in a close spot between the aggressive option and the passive option, you're oftentimes better off to go for the aggressive option.
Meanwhile, Rast betting 2.2 million. What is Rast looking to get value off here? Ace 9 type hands, exactly sort of what Eldridge has.
Queens, jacks, 10s are possibilities, a 9. Even a hand like a 7 could find a curious call, especially if Eldridge puts Rast on a straight. Maybe he thinks, oh, given the sizing choice, he can only have a straight and he has like 7-6. He might just hero call.
And Eldridge does make the call, and Rast is going to get terrific value here from his pocket kings. Rast now up to almost 60 million chips. Falling behind a little bit on the chat here, but Benjamin says, love the commentary, very educational. That is not me, that is this guy. PLO Mastermind, learn to win at PLO for free. Go to PLOmastermind.com/PokerGo. JNandez in the booth with us, the PLO Mastermind himself. So you better get on over there and start learning. By the way, I did not plan that in that order.
That was sick.
But that was super smooth. That was so incredibly smooth. I'm also available for your local TV commercials. Please hit me up.
Strong timing.
Please send your questions about PLO in the chat. We have JNandez here for us to answer all your burning questions. And please let us know how your summer has been. Have you been grinding? Have you been playing some home games? Perhaps some online success? We'd love to hear from you all. My name is Remko Rinkema, Donnie Peters, now on a little bit of a sandwich break. I just had a moment to step outside the booth here before getting back to the action here. As you see the bracelet on the table, that is what it's all about. These two guys playing for $2.2 million, one of the biggest first prizes of the entire summer, and we're happy to be able to cover this for you. Final two guarantee $1.5 million. So a casual $700K heads-up match.
Yeah, you reg a tournament and suddenly you play for $700,000 heads up.
it's so absurd. Tournament poker is kind of crazy like that. I feel as though the way a tournament flows, you know, you play multiple days, you play long days, you get tired, you perhaps, you know, have your frustrations along the way, and then you make it to heads up, and you're sort of numb by the whole experience that you almost forget how much money is at stake.
Oh yeah, the adrenaline is just so high over the course of all days, so you're just fatigued at the end. But yet you still have to find it in you, of course, to play the absolute best you can in a format that you usually don't play much in, which is heads up for insane amount of stakes. Eldridge has 25 big blinds and decides to go for a call. I think this is good. But again, tournament poker is so fascinating because now they're playing 25 big blind stack sizes at max stakes, at PLO, and Eldridge has flopped the world. He has top set.
Now, I know that slow playing in PLO is not the same as in Hold'em. Now, since we're heads up with top set, is that an opportunity where we can either take some more chances in that respect?
It really depends on the side cards. In this case, he has no straight draw and he has no flush draw. Not only do those cards help you to maintain high equity on any turn and have you easy decisions, but also if you don't have the straight draw, you don't have the flush draw, it makes it more likely your opponent does have those cards and will stack off against you when you check raise. So in this case, Eldridge has no 6, 7, 5, 4, or not 2 spades. So I think that, let's say you would check call, and his opponent has a set of 5s. If the turn is a scare card, he loses a huge amount of value.
Right. Now, how much of this?
Ace.
Oh, we got a raise here.
4 million.
Raise to 4 million and Rast folds. How much of Eldridge's decision making factors in that he is A, the shorter stack, and B, playing against Brian Rast?
I mean, shorter stack doesn't really exist in that sense because if you have 2 stack sizes that aren't equal, you basically just play the shorter stack size. Both players have the same stack size in that sense. And but it changes after each hand, but at the end of the day, they're both playing a 30 big blind stack size. He has to overcome, obviously, Brian Rast, but I mean, this is heads-up poker. Even though he has a 3-to-1 chip disadvantage, this can go really quick. 2 double throughs and it's a done deal. So
right. But my thinking is, next year when you and I are heads up in the 25K high roller playing for 700K, which of course is clearly going to happen.
Probably 800K at that point.
Exactly, closing in on a 7-figure swing there between first and second. My incentive playing against you is going to be to take more risks because I know that you will probably outplay me on flop, turn, and river. I know that Eldridge is an accomplished player, has a lot of confidence, but perhaps there's some portion of him thinking that maybe I will not get the better of this guy post-flop. Maybe I should start increasing the variance a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Playing more aggressive. I would also like to, if I would be in the spot and I could still think clear after all these days, I would like each player, honestly, to use also time banks because every decision is just worth so much money. And if you basically, I mean, I don't wish it for the audience or myself that they use time banks. But if you think about how much money each decision is worth, basically none of the players should leave this final table with any time banks.
Right.
If you would optimize it, and I don't think anyone would blame them to optimize it if they're playing for $700,000. So if you had an extra minute to think about every decision, you would probably take it, even though it is exhausting for anyone involved. But at the end of the day, they're playing for $700,000.
Brian, can you please scan your card, please?
We see here a bet by Eldridge, and Brian Rast has ace-6. Oh, we don't see a bet. It was a check, actually. What happened pre? Raise, call. Yes, raise, call, flop, check, check. Yeah. I'm not sure what the action was, but Eldridge bets on the turn. I think Brian Rast is not going to continue.
Eldridge gets to take this one down. Brian in the chat says, I cashed a $1,500 horse out on level 9 and the Raz this year. playing the 3K horse next week. Good to hear from you, Brian, in the chat. Best of luck in the tournaments. Jamie Bluffett, our trusted moderator, says, I won a Orleans mixed game tourney. Those are some of my favorites. Back in the day when I used to do live reporting, what I would do is I would make sure I have Sunday off, and on Sunday I would go to the Orleans, play the $125 horse event, and I think I chopped it 3 or 4 times over the years. I would always go till like 4 or 5 in the morning back in the day, and then short little power nap and back to work on the Monday, but always a good time playing in those lower stakes mix events. That's sort of what I like to do in Vegas when I have time off, play low stakes mix. We'd always used to have low stakes cash games going as well, but that was when I was in my early to mid 20s when I had unlimited energy, and now I need a lot more sleep. Lots of love for JNandez in the chat. Please keep it coming. Thank you, Andrew Cole. Thank you, everyone else as well.
See a limp on the button, which should be the majority play. Most hands want a limp. Even Queen 8, 7-4. There's almost no hand you basically want to fold with the big blind ante out there. Gut shot for Brian Rast. Eldridge has a pair of 5s and a 6. So basically a 6. I think Rast can justify betting the flop with a gutter and a diamond blocker. Could find the check back and turn one of those pairs. I think it's a close decision. He also has a, I mean, he has a 4, 7, 8 queen. Yeah, it's give or take a close decision either way. And then Eldridge has a call. Doesn't feel great to call this hand, but he does have a 6, which could be good. Backdoor spades, some set outs, can turn 2 pair trips. Could have the best hand, which is in fact the case. Even raising is not wrong. And I think this is a raise. Very nice play. That's exactly what we need more of, or what in general is heads-up poker is all about, is adjusting the gears now and understanding that both players have extremely wide ranges, and you need to take marginal blockers into your fighting back range and start raising, betting, just fighting for pots. If you just wait it out, chances are you will get blinded out in a lot of small pots and let your opponent just win the entire match. So great check raise there by Eldridge. It's not only the individual hand that counts, but also it just shows that he's shifting gears, and he's just not going to let Brian Rast run him over here in those limp pots.
We just went over 1,000 likes on the video. Still dragging a little bit behind. I thought we were going to hit 2,000 today, so please smash the like button, subscribe to our YouTube channel. We've got tons more content coming up. 4 days of main event coverage in the next 4 days. All 4 starting days are free on PokerGO and YouTube. And then as we get deeper and deeper into the event, we will move to PokerGO exclusively. So get your subscriptions right now for PokerGO to, you know, basically hide under the blankets for the next 2 weeks and watch poker every single day. Eldridge here on the button. Turn decides to limp. Queen
Yeah,
Jack
I have the impression that Brian Rast is not really sure yet what Eldridge is all about. Eldridge has a lot of creative lines and is willing to fight back in certain spots. He's also willing to bluff. Those are all good qualities for heads up. That's why I said in the beginning, I think this is a format that suits Eldridge for sure. And Brian Rast is trying to slow things a bit down, it feels like, and learn more about his opponent first before committing a lot of chips. And Eldridge on the other side, I feel like he's more focused on just fighting for these pots and trying to win, before waiting out anything basically.
Rast has not scanned his cards on the RFID reader. Happens sometimes when they're stacked too closely before showing them all to the reader, so we are in the dark on his cards, luckily for us. Pretty small pot here going down.
Yes, King 6-6 deuce. Rivered the blockers to a straight. And I would think Brian Rast has a pretty straightforward bet. He blocks the straight. He will get called by hands much worse than a straight, but in combination of that, he also has only sixes. It's a pretty reasonable hand to turn into a bluff now, but he goes for a check, and Eldridge, I would imagine, just very happy to show down the ace-jack.
It does go check, check. Eldridge shows down the ace-jack, takes this one down. I got a question in the chat from Hunter. He says, I'm confused why the commentator is saying blockers are more important when ranges are wider. In my opinion, completely the opposite. It matters when ranges are narrower.
No, blockers are not more important when ranges are wider, but I would say the skill set required to recognize relevant blockers in wide ranges is much more difficult. So let's make an example. Let's say you play 8-handed and the board reads a flush. Now you can kind of reduce your bluffing range to the nut flush blocker when you go really large, and that's completely fine, quote unquote, in a simplified way. Heads up, that's completely impossible. You need to choose all sorts of different spade blockers. You need to be able to rank them accordingly to understand, oh, this is a good spot to bluff. My hand is blocking enough in heads-up PLO to justify bluffing. And that's a lot more complex. So the skill set required to understand blocker effects properly in heads-up is much more challenging. Also because you play 80 to 90% of the hands pre. So you have a lot more combos to work with to figure out than when you play 20% of the hands, for example, in six-packs. When you play 20% of the hands, you play the same hands, kinds all the time. You never play 7-4, 3 deuce, for example, like in this case. In heads-up PLO, you need to play all these hands and understand how they interact in terms of absolute value and blocker effects.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
That's the clear-cut breakdown. Chat, if you understood what I said, smash the like button. If you're confused right now, also smash the like button.
I love having Fernando in the booth with me because it just makes me feel like I'm sitting in school. I'm just getting schooled right here. It is both intimidating but also highly motivating and interesting to pick up on so much PLO knowledge.
This was a great lead here by Eldridge. So he has basically 4 blockers to the board, and he doesn't want overcards to come off. So another tip for anyone playing PLO out there, it's also true for No Limit, the lower the board is, the more aggressive you want to bet with medium strong hands. And that is because you want to protect more against overcards. So on an ace-high board or a king-high board, you're generally a bit more conservative with what kind of hands you want to bet for value. But on a 7-high board, betting a hand like top pair and a gut shot is very valuable because you can fold out king-high and ace-high and queen-high that can easily overtake you on the turn, and you want to avoid that. Eldridge has one of the bottom 5 or 10% of hands. That being said, I think he wants to keep limping because Rast hasn't been too aggressive against those limps so far. Queen 7-7-6, I would say, is not a theoretical raise, but it also really comes down to how you think Eldridge is going to react to that.
Heads up.
10-10-5, rainbow rolls off, neither player with a 10. Now for my small PLO brain, I would lead a lot of paired boards if I'm Rast in these types of situations, because to me it feels as though unless Eldridge has a real hand to continue with, it's going to be a lot of easy chips, or is that a wrong way to look at it?
I would say in the big blind you have a very weak range because you didn't raise. In the small blind, so in Eldridge's position, he also limped, which is true, but he might have limp re-raised. So
Right.
if he plays proper, he should also have very strong hands in that limping range. But Rast should never have a strong range when checking back pre, because if you limp from the small blind with a good hand, you have still a chance to put in 3 bets by limp re-raising, but there's no reason to just check behind closing the action with a strong hand. You want to build a pot. So on these paired boards, in general, like the limper is still going to do decently well, and also as position. And position usually means, like, let's say the ranges would be equal on 10-10-5. We would assume that. Then the edge lays in the in-position player's shoes. So in general, out of position, you're just general, like as a general idea, out of position always plays a way more passive than in position, unless the board is extremely good for out of position. An example would be you 3-bet from out of position and your opponent calls. Now you start playing more aggressive because the range asymmetries are very big on an ace high board, for example. But I would say limped, the ranges are both weak, but one player has position, the other player doesn't.
And Rast here makes a full house on the river with the 10 hitting. Bets 1.6 million into Aldridge after also betting out on the turn.
It's an interesting spot. It's a thin bet. He's trying to get caught maybe even by a hand like ace high. Eldridge doesn't have ace high and makes the fold.
So Rast chipping up some more, and earlier he was up to almost 60 million and now still above the 50 million mark, holds on to his chip lead as we're sort of almost counting down to the inevitable clash when the one guy has queen, jack, jack 10 and the other has ace, king with some other double suited hands. I feel as though in heads up play sometimes you are sort of waiting for that big confrontation because the cards will ultimately dictate a lot of the aggression in the action.
It certainly will, and I would say because most players who play heads up on the final table are not heads up players, they play more passive than what a heads up player would do. So if this would be a match between two heads up crushers that only play heads up poker or heads up PLO, then this match will be over way faster because you're just required to be aggressive in a lot more spots. But it's very unnatural for players who don't play a lot of heads up to be that aggressive as required to play optimally. So you see a lot more small balling and navigating throughout the post-flop spots with more like passivity.
So Rast now with some passivity, limping in with 9-8-4-4. Eldridge with a real hand, ace king jack 8, raises it up to 1.8 million.
Pretty solid from both players. We want to see a limp call here by Rast. His hand is still good enough to call. Also reckon if someone raises from the big blind in this case, you're getting better than 2-1 because the antes are not included in the raise size. So you're in position getting better than 2-1. There are some hands that are super trashy, but 9-8-4-4 I think still makes the cut.
Jack 9 deuce rolls off the deck. Rast finds a 9. Eldridge finds a jack for his top pair. Top kicker also has the flush draw to go along with it.
A flush draw in heads up PLO is to be ranked way higher than in 6-max PLO, like any flush draw. It's very hard to make a flush in heads up PLO. So this king high flush draw is massive. Plus top pair top kicker is also worth way more in heads up PLO than 6-max. So this is a huge flop for Eldridge. Rast can't do much about the bet and gets out of the way.
Little overview look there at what's going on in the rest of the room here, and you can win your seat into the 2025 World Series Poker main event. Every annual subscriber to PokerGO is eligible for this giveaway. We're giving away 3 seats, so better get in there right now. Join or upgrade, use promo code WSOP24WIN to save $20 off your first year of a new annual plan. Like I said, all annual subscribers are eligible for this main event seat giveaway. Besides Donnie and myself, we are not eligible, which is too bad.
King jack jack 6. Again, heads up. In heads up PLO, this is a strong hand. You want to raise, start building the pot from in position. The big blind will call anyway a bunch of bad hands because of the price that they're getting. Better than 2-1 with the ante involved. Right, Rast is grabbing some chips.
Quick shout out here to Bea Berman, who joined our rail on YouTube, our little YouTube community growing every day. Appreciate you for hanging out with us.
And Rast makes the call with the mystery hand.
10 jack 3, 2 hearts, and Eldridge absolutely smashes this one, hitting top set.
Great flop, of course. No reason to slow play. Put out a bet, get called by flush draws. 8-9, queen 9, king queen, 10-3, 3-3.
Rast getting a little bit sloppy with the RFID readers. Once again, we're playing blind here as Eldridge bets 2.2 million, wasting no time.
Like to see it so far. Looks like Rast has a decision.
What's the worst that Rast can sort of continue with here?
Some sort of 8-9 combo with like backdoor clubs. Maybe 8-9, 5-4 backdoor clubs would be, given the price, probably still a call.
Raise.
But that
Wow.
is not what's going to happen.
Brian Rast puts in the raise while Eldridge is holding a set. Ladies and gentlemen, we have fireworks here as Rast makes it 10.8 million. And this, of course, opens the door now for Eldridge to stick it in here and create a pot worth 44 million.
It's a committal raise, so Rast is not going to fold. Eldridge will recognize that and put the money in.
All in.
He's just hoping to run into a set and
Or
not into a
jacks.
combo draw.
Oh, you're in good shape, man.
Uh-oh.
Set over set.
Set over set. Music to the ears of Eldridge.
Absolutely brutal for Brian Rast, who got luckier earlier versus both David Eldridge
set.
and Juha Helppi, and now he got set over set, meaning that David Eldridge is 2 clean cards away from doubling into the chip lead. We have our biggest pot of the night right now, 43.6 million in the middle.
Well, Eldridge got bad beated already by Rast. There's probably some flashback moment here. What set exactly is he facing?
So 3s here for Rast with 10-4 with it. 7 of hearts on the turn. Rast looking for a 3. The 3 of clubs is only out. Can he end it with a 1 out here? That'd be insane. It is the 5 of spades though. And David Eldridge with his set of jacks doubles into the chip lead that he started this final table with. So things back to where they once were. Brian Rast now the underdog, but still almost 28 million chips, so nothing lost here yet for Brian Rast, but this is a huge swing in the favor of David Eldridge.
Completely inevitable. I mean, sometimes Eldridge shows up with aces and hearts, or shows up with just Jack 10, and he's in phenomenal shape with the set of 3s. So these guys are not 100 big blinds deep. You flop bottom set on Jack 10-3, the money goes in. If your opponent has you beat, he has you beat. And in this case, he's drawing very thin against a set of jacks. Obviously, huge break there for Eldridge, who's now clear chip leader in this heads-up match for $2.2 million. Which leaves Rast with 28-ish million chips, which, how many big blinds is that? 40. Chat, let's do the math. Close to 50 big blinds. Almost 50 big blinds.
Yes, ma'am. Can you please scan your cards?
Huh?
I was told to tell you guys to scan your cards.
Both of us or him?
Both of you.
I think I'm doing the best I can, but I can try better. It's a little bit hard because the clock's already running and it takes, you know, a few seconds to.
These tables are quite large. It's quite far away as well.
Yeah, and we can see that Eldridge was not the player causing the issues with the RFID reader. It was Brian Rast, who I think 3 of the last 5 hands was not able to get him scanned properly.
There is a clock in play for anyone that isn't aware. 30 seconds per decision. If you want to have more, each of the yellow plaques is worth another 30 seconds. Haven't been used too much today up to this point. So Rast down to less than 50 big blinds. He has ace 885 is a strong hand and heads up. A raise is justified.
Time extension.
And Ace Jack 5 deuce for Eldridge with a nut suit. The call is definitely justified as well. Eldridge started this final table as the chip leader and is back in the chip leading position for the first time in a while.
2 players heads up.
Eldridge classifies himself as an entrepreneur. Poker is a hobby of his, which he clearly is very successful at. He's cashed for 6 figures in 5 straight years from 2015 to 2019, so has been around on the circuit for quite a while. His biggest live win came at the wonderful Playground Poker Club in Montreal when he won a 10K high roller event at Party Poker Live back in 2018.
See a bet here by Rast. It's a bit of an iffy bet. A lot of better hands will call you, but you could also get bluff raised, which would be pretty tricky, like with this hand. Eldridge has a great hand to raise with. He blocks pocket fives and flush draws. If he gets called by better, he can improve. He goes for the passive route, and once again, if 2 options are kind of close, oftentimes the more aggressive one leads to more success. But in this case, Eldridge turns the nut flush and a 3 of spades. Checks the turn. Rast has 2 8s. He should assume he has the worst hand. And at the same time, his blockers for continuing are pretty marginal. I think we will just see a check back, and it's kind of a give up unless he can improve.
Check. 2 player heads up.
River card is the 7 of diamonds. Check mark here for Eldridge with his flush.
So Eldridge has a clear value bet. The only question is how big does he want to bet? He probably is betting a bunch of flushes and some full houses.
10 seconds left.
So probably like 4.5 million.
Okay. 3.5.
So 3.5 million. Rast can't really justify a call. He doesn't block much of what is relevant, which are mainly flushes.
10 seconds left.
It's hard to imagine what hand would call the flop that he's good against. Next fold.
Eldridge now closing in on that 50 million chip mark that Rast sat on for such a long time. Once again, a reminder that the final 2 are guaranteed $1.5 million. That is real money. And the winner gets $2.2 million. This is one of the biggest first prizes of the entire summer. The biggest of all, however, is starting to get, I guess, slowly build up towards tomorrow with day 1A of the main event kicking off. We'll have live streaming tomorrow of the main event, day 1A, starting at 5:30 p.m. Pacific time. We're going to go for 2 hours. That is 1 level. Then the players go on dinner, and then we are doing sort of the night shift, but not really the night shift. Donnie and I.
Fake night shift.
Maybe some caffeine involved. From 9:30 till 1 a.m. 4 hours of live streaming. So please.
The bonus boys?
The bonus boys. Yes.
We're back.
We're back. The bonus boys are back.
They let us come back.
I mean, they have no choice, Donnie. The people in YouTube chat, they want us. That's all that matters. 10,000 likes tomorrow. That's
easy.
That's what I'm saying.
Easy.
Eldridge here finds aces. Music to his ears after gaining the chip lead. This is one of those spots where you're hoping for a real big clash to close it out.
Ace 10, 7, 3. Still good enough to call given the ante. Definitely doesn't want to pair that ace.
Yeah, Rast looking for diamonds very specifically, or some kind of Broadway combination. Queen 9-3 rolls off the deck. Rast catches very little of this flop.
It's So Eldridge has flopped not only aces, but he has a 9, which helps. He blocks queen 9 or 9-9. He doesn't block the queen, which is also great because he wants to get called by a queen. So I think betting here makes a lot of sense. Trying to get a queen to call, jack 10 to call, bad kings to call. And Brian Rast catch bottom pair, no draw. Just no way to continue.
Donnie, you have to tell me some more about this new trend of poker players wearing like Janis Joplin style glasses.
The red lens glasses?
The red and orange lenses. I am so confused by it. You know, I'm not as confused by it as the no strips, but it is definitely confusing.
I mean, I think it's just one. I think they're blue light blocking glasses. Also, I think they just provide some clarity at the table here under the bright lights. You can see a little bit more crisp, I would say. You know, sometimes when you put on like any pair of some sort of sunglasses, it's almost like the picture of the outside world looks a little bit sharper, right? There you go. Now you're in the booth.
Oh, I feel it right away.
There you
Now
go.
you need a nose strip and a bucket hat.
Oh, please.
And you're good. And you're good to go.
You are wearing a bucket hat, right, Donnie? When you play the main?
No. I don't
Please
think
do
so.
that.
I don't think so.
You don't want to win?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe.
You got to do everything to win.
I'm just gonna show up and try and play well.
Please wear a nose strip too.
No, I will definitely not
Right.
wear a
If you have those
stupid
3
no-
options,
Yeah.
like you have to wear one. Which one?
I'm debating wearing glasses.
Red light glasses, right?
Are they going to be red?
I have blue light blocking glasses, but they're not with red lenses. So,
Oh, man, that's a fail.
so I'd have to get some.
Bust before dinner if you wear those. It's
Easy
not going to work.
bust.
Yep.
I have a big collection of sunglasses, Tony. I can lend you one. I have a really cool pair that matches extremely well with the bucket hat.
Oh God.
It's like, okay, here.
While you're searching for that, I'm gonna shout out Wes Watson in the YouTube chat. 19.99 donation. Here's a couple of coffees for the late nights ahead. Appreciate you, Wes. Thank you very, very, very much.
The only acceptable look for the main event is this look.
Yeah,
a good
I know
one.
exactly that.
If you want to
that
get paid on the river, that's a good look.
look. Trust me, I get paid on the river because I can't bluff for the life of me. It's just it never fucking fails.
Oh man.
Just don't bluff.
I've really toned it back because it just never works anymore.
750.
They always have it,
Newsflash.
or they call you with like fourth pair.
People don't like folding, Donnie.
No,
You better get
Of
used
course
to it.
not.
But yeah, thanks, Wes. Really appreciate the donation there. That is awesome. And also, Dowson89, a $2 donation, says, what's happened? Stepped away for 10 minutes. Well, what's happened is you missed a massive all-in set over set. Eldridge now with the lead. And look at that heart coming in for Rast, who is on his way to reclaim some chips here as Eldridge is drawing dead.
So Eldridge went with a wide float on the flop, called with the bottom pair. Now the question becomes, is he going to put that 9 of hearts to work? Would be bad timing because Rast has basically the nuts for heads up PLO. He has turned the second up flush.
10 seconds left.
I think betting is good. You don't block any of the pairs, which is awesome. You want to get called by King Queen, by Queen 5, by King 3. But Eldridge just gives up, wisely enough. Off to the next hand. Yeah, Eldridge got it in as good as you can on Jack 10-3. With 2 hearts, yeah, top set, no draw. Against bottom set, no draw.
Quick reminder here to get signed up right now for PLO Mastermind. Go to PLOmastermind.com/PokerGo. The voice you've been listening to on this live stream for the last few hours is the voice of the man behind PLO Mastermind, JNandez, running the show as we see Eric Seidel walk through the screen as the 10K mystery bounty is going on in the far back right corner there. So once again, sign up for free, PLOmastermind.com/PokerGo. Sign up for free and start learning more about the beautiful game of Pot-Limit Omaha.
Yeah, if you like the voice, join the club.
Exactly. And then you just have like 27 hours of just you reading bedtime stories, right?
Yeah. King, Jack, Jack 6. I'm just
You're just
reading out hands.
Reading out hand histories?
Just no commentary, just flop, King 7-3. This is actually the lucky hand of Eldridge. King, Jack, Jack 6 again. The hand he doubled through with. And Rast has King 9, 6, 5.
10 seconds.
I don't think, is this a 3-bet? You could 3-bet this. You really strongly prefer to have the gap not between the 9 and the 6, but a bit differently, like King 9, 8, 7 or King 9, 8, 5, but probably not a huge deal.
Now Eldridge in position here. I'm assuming he's going to peel here and make the call.
You don't love to see it, because if Rast has a better pair, it's tough to outdraw, but yet you can't fold. It's just the heads-up dynamic, the ranges are too wide. You never want to stick it in, but you want to call and see a flop. And this could be, this could be it. He makes the fold though.
Wow. Eldridge lets it go. And what does this tell you about what Rast should be doing if Eldridge is willing to let go of hands like this?
Well, Rast hasn't 3-bet ever so far. I'm not even sure if he ever 3-bet on the final table in today's stream. But I think that played a big role in this hand. He put him on a big pair, couldn't beat it with jacks, and decided to fold. Rast picks up ace, jack, 10, 5. Easy raise on the button. Goes for the limp, and Eldridge has jack 6, 6, 4. Always just see a flop. That's a flush. Flush in a limp pot, huge hand for PLO. So, can he bet? Doesn't block any of the pairs. But I don't think Eldridge can continue. Jack 6, 6, 4. He has no straight draw, no 2-pair, no club. Makes the fold. Do you guys know what was the longest heads-up match that ever took place?
I have a funny story, and I'm not sure.
Wasn't it
well, there's a few.
Chip Reese and
David and Andy Block.
Andy Block was super long.
John Juanda
and Barry Schulman.
Well, John Juanda and Stanislav Alokin.
Oh.
Heads up in World Series Poker Europe main event. That one is really funny, and I'll look up how long it was. I was watching that live stream back when I was still living at home with my parents. I believe this was 2007 or 8, and I fell asleep at like 2 a.m. and I woke up at like 10 a.m. and they were still playing.
That's crazy.
Okay, so the Alokin Juanda final table went for 19 hours.
What?
And they played heads up for 10 hours and 30 minutes.
Johnson, Tony Miles, 10 hours of heads up play in the WSOP main event.
And it ended with the knit roll.
I mean, could you imagine?
But yeah, that one that I just recalled ended at 10 a.m. Can you imagine?
After days of playing, then quickly a 19-hour session at the end.
Unbelievable.
How well do you play after 19 hours?
Not good.
10 seconds. Raise 1.8.
So Qui Win and Gordon Veo played heads up for 7 hours back in 2016.
7 hours. So these are all main event heads ups.
Yeah, and then here's a reference to Elliott Smith and Tiang Yang Tang at the 2017 PokerStars Championship in Macau. They played for 10 hours and 50 minutes. That was actually the longest, I believe. So that's outside the WSOP, but
Well, what did What did Dan, Zach, and Funkhauser play for?
Oh, well, that went multiple days because we bagged him up, but that was also very long. Was it stud 8?
Yeah, stud 8. A game that would never end.
Yeah.
It's played forever.
Chop it up, boys.
We got a bit of a spot here. Rast with an unconventional raise on the button. Queen 9 8-3. Pretty weak hand, but flops trips, and Eldridge just splatted with ace jack jack 3. Certainly a hand you could also re-raise, but Rast hasn't been raising that much on the button. So bet by Rast with trips. Eldridge has a straightforward call. I mean, the jack of clubs would be a magical turn, but it is the 9 of hearts, which is definitely trouble for Eldridge because he picks up the nut flush draw with an overpair. Rast with a full house. So we will certainly see another bet going in here, and Eldridge will make the call. And unless the river is a jack, it's going to be a tough spot for Eldridge to not lose a bunch of chips in. On the flip side, if the river is a jack, it's all GG.
10 seconds.
3.4.
3.4.
Half pot.
Yeah, Eldridge just, as a hand, he can never fold. You're ahead of the draws. You have equity against an 8. He is considering calling or raising, but I would think he's ending up with a call.
Really big one developing here. 13.6 million in the middle, heading to the river. Aldridge drawing extremely slim here. River card is the 10 of diamonds, and Rast indeed locks it up with the full house.
So that's in some ways kind of a good card for Eldridge because he can get away from this hand. If the river would have been a heart, that would have been pretty bad. And Rast has to consider now, what is the bet sizing choice here? How can I get called by a worse? And what does Eldridge have anyway?
It's hard to have worse because Rast covers the 9s and the 8s. Of course, you know, by some miracle he would lose to pocket 10s. Busted draws are likely to be in Eldridge's range. What kind of hands, maybe overpairs like
10.8.
queens and jacks?
10.8.
That's a large bet. Yeah, I mean, he could run into a straight, like, yeah, queen, queen, jack with hearts or spades. Actually, 10s with hearts or spades is certainly a real threat. Obviously, in this case, it doesn't happen, but went for a large bet. Made it easy on Eldridge to fold.
Chip stacks growing closer. 38.3 for Eldridge, 33 for Rast.
Looking back at the chat, Michael Boyle says, Remko, I did that during the Merson Sylvia Bossiger 3-handed, where he fell asleep, woke up, and they were still playing. You were there for that one, Donnie.
Which one was that?
3-handed.
Oh,
Merson.
yeah. Yeah, that was forever.
That 3-handed was like 6 hours or something.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, that's back when the, you know, when the WSOP main event will end before, or, you know, all those fun tweets that were going out there. I loved when the WSOP main event was in the Penn and Teller Theater.
Right.
That was the best.
It is probably the only thing during my time in poker I've never seen with my own eyes.
Oh my God, it was incredible. It was incredible. It was so good.
Was that the when it was like in November?
Yeah, they delayed it till November and had it in the theater. I mean, just having it in that type of theater setting was just awesome.
What was the loudest or like most ruckus final table of that era? I have a few things in mind. The Dennis Phillips fans were very loud.
Yes.
The Ivy crowd, until of course he got knocked out pretty early.
And like half the theater cleared out.
Joe Cata had a good rail.
Joe Cata did have a good rail. Juha had a good rail. You know, a lot of those French Canadians and
Mizrachi?
whatnot. Yeah, grinder.
Mark Etienne McLaughlin. He had the was it the Johnny Walker chant every time he got a walk?
I mean, the craziest one, you were there, was not the final table, when Daniel got 11th.
Oh my God.
You could not move in the Amazon room.
That was.
If you think his 50K final table rail the other day was big, multiply that by 8.
That was actually insane. And when he fell to the floor, when he got eliminated, the whole mothership area was like trembling. It was the most absurd situation I've ever seen. Speaking of a room clearing out, that was absurd.
Here we got Rast putting in a check raise up to 6 million.
Pretty unconventional check raise.
Yeah, he's just going for it here.
I mean, he's bluffing. He wouldn't stack off if he would face a jam. But he actually makes a pretty good hand fold.
Yeah, Eldridge giving up clubs plus a straight draw there.
Yeah, 8 would have been the money card. 2 pair for Rast, the nut straight for Eldridge. But Eldridge is definitely willing to bet a lot, but then when facing aggression, he backs off.
I have very important news. This is Maya. This is Brian Rast's dog.
Just chilling.
She's clearly in need of some treats. Donnie, I'll see you guys in 30 minutes.
So they're pretty much equal in stack sizes now. Brian Rast fought himself back,
1.8 is the raise.
or fought back from the set over set setup from before.
Fold.
Donnie, as this heads-up match clearly is sort of starting to even out, how about you give us a little bit of an update around the rooms, because we have lots of events going on, lots of big-name players making deep runs. So I'm curious what you can find out there in the trenches.
Yeah, so let's hit on the $10,000 mystery bounty first, because that field last year was 568 entries, and they got 965 this year.
Wow.
I mean, holy cow. You still got Dan Shack out there in that one. Sean Deeb is still out there in that one. Adrian Mateos, Jay Farber, all out there battling in that one. Just lost Eric Seidel in, I believe, 33rd place. So that is the $10,000 mystery bounty. Just over $1 million for first. Philippe Kaiser won the $250,000 bounty from that event, so he pulled that earlier today. We also have the...
Lots of big names, by the way, still in that event.
Yeah.
In the mystery bounty.
Yeah, I mean, it's sick. And it's obviously huge first place prize with $1 million up top. I do want to hit on this $2,500 mixed big bet, because Alex Foxen is one of the chip leaders. Andres Korn is out there doing well. Kane Callis, David O.D.B. Baker, Alan Lee, Joey Kudin, and guess who? Phil Hellmuth.
Oh my God.
Phil Hellmuth is making some noise.
Oh boy.
They're down to 46, and you know Phil Hellmuth, you can't kill the guy.
Nope.
You know, so he's going to be around trying to get bracelet number 18. He's heard everyone else. He's heard Daniel wins bracelets. Phil Ivey wins bracelets. Well, what about me? What about me?
Well, you know who else is in?
Who's that?
The reigning, defending main event champion, Daniel Weinman.
There you go. Daniel Weinman. This mini main event field, last year had like 5,200. This year they're over 6,000.
Whoa, that's massive.
I mean, freeze out tournament. The line to get in today, I heard, was an hour and a half, 2 hours to get through the line. After all that, I mean, things are going crazy. The 7-card stud high-low tournament, $10,000 buy-in there, down to 4. Thomas Taylor leads. Todd Brunson is still in the mix there. They're on, I believe, dinner break right now. So yeah, a lot of stuff going on around the World Series of Poker. Of course, a lot of eyes moving ahead to tomorrow when the main event kicks off. Also kicking off today, you have the $50,000 PLO High Roller. So if you guys think this tournament here on your screen is big, 25K, how about the 50K version?
Quick interruption here to address a question from Paul in the chat. He is very sure that we would not address this in the online commentary. Well, here we are, Paul. out in the open, always willing to address whatever concerns you might have. Paul says he's subscribed to PokerGO, and now it's free on YouTube. Paul, we have select streams for free on YouTube. We very much appreciate you becoming a subscriber. The main event will have the first 4 days for free on YouTube, and then it'll have the majority of the remainder of the tournament exclusively on PokerGO. We also will have additional moderators in the chat on PokerGO to make the viewing experience as good as it can be. And I can also tell you that the night shift is back with Ali Najad and Nick Schulman for the later stages of the main event. And then Lon McCarron, Norman Chad, and Maria Ho are on the call for the final few days. And Jeff Blatt will be out on the floor wearing his very best suits, so you can be assured that we will deliver the best possible main event coverage. Also, for a little side tease here, as we got a bit of a pot brewing here at the final table, I've been wrangling some big names. We have co-commentary coming up during the main event of Jamie Gold, Mr. Lucky Chewy, Joe Hashem, Chris Moneymaker, Patrick Leonard, Espen Jorstad, Daniel Weinman, and Adrian Mateos. So please look forward to that as well. So hopefully I've sold you on the whole experience. If you love poker, I would say there's plenty of reasons to be a subscriber. But of course, we also try to keep the YouTube audience happy at the same time. All right, 7.7 million in the middle here. Rast and Eldridge still tangling here. Let's get caught up here. Rast called for 300K, then fired out 750 on the flop and 2.2 million on the turn. And here we are on the river. Eldridge with the best of it. Interesting to see whether Rast is going to fire, and he will not. Two pair from Eldridge with the very inconspicuous looking 8-3 are going to take this one down, and Eldridge now almost back up to 40 million. All right, Donnie, back to whatever else you found out there on the floor.
I just wanted to hit on this 50K PLO High Roller. They're up to 121 entries right now. Registration is still open. I believe it'll be opened into day 2. Players are allowed 2 re-entries in that tournament. Last year, this was the tournament that Jesse Lonis won for $2.3 million. It had 200 entries. So very much trending in the direction that it will surpass last year's field. Ben Lamb looks to be the early chip leader. No real surprise there with how good Ben Lamb is at PLO. Also no surprise up at the top of the counts right behind Ben Lamb. Jared Blesnick, not surprised there. Right behind him, Bryce Yockey. So all the PLO crushers are out in full force and look to be doing well. Negreanu is in that field also. I'm sure we'll get Phil Ivey at some point. Or no, Phil Ivey's in there, sorry. And yeah, good stuff, man.
Yeah, and the crazy thing that I'll never get used to is that we still have lots of side action going on during the main event. I talked to one of the tournament supervisors today, and I joked and I said, if you are a player and you've won a bracelet during the main event any of the last few years, I will probably not remember you winning a bracelet. I'm so locked in on the main event. It is hard for that to stand out, but of course, you know, this year we'll probably have Helmuth and Ivy make some kind of final table while the main event is going on, which would obviously have our attention slightly diverted potentially. Jack 5-6, 2 diamonds on board here as Rast flops both top pair diamonds, inside straight draw. Got a whole bunch going for him here. 2.1 million is the bet from Rast as Eldridge still has 24% equity here. Decides to let this one go though. Hard to continue on that type of flop.
Chip count's just kind of like swinging back and forth, you know, every couple of hands now.
Jimmy Bluffett says, I don't sleep during WSOP. Exactly right. That is the thing that happens during the World Series of Poker. Just imagine being me. Like, I'm a sports junkie. Poker is my life and my passion and my job. And then during this time in July, I am supposed to follow along with the main event of the World Series of Poker, Wimbledon, the Euros, and Tour de France all at the same time. Like, how am I even supposed to survive this month? Unbelievable.
Good luck to you, sir.
Unbelievable. After Rast limped, Eldridge comes in with a raise, 1.8 million. And those will end up in the muck. Got a small rail gathered here to watch the action at the final table. I've been told that Brian Rast's wife, Juliana, is on the rail. It's always good to have family on the rail.
Small rail for $2.2 million.
Yeah. Well, the outside of the main event, the bigger the first place prize, the bigger the buy-in, the smaller the rail.
100%.
I mean, outside of Big Huey's rail, that was the outlier. But other than that, you know, you just.
I mean, the best rail we had so far, Huey was, of course, up there. Jamie Kuster had a good rail as well in the ladies' event. Franco Spitali.
Oh, yeah.
That was next level.
Yeah, I mean, that.
Did you see this? Did you see what happened?
No.
Argentinian guy wins the Millionaire Maker, and his rail, as he jumped in there to hug them, poured beer all over him.
Oh, God.
I mean, he won it in epic fashion. He got it all in with ace 10 versus deuces. It came 10 deuce X, ace ace.
Oh, God.
So
That's
it was
a nice one.
Yeah.
Oh man, Sunken Train just reminded me that Olympics are also coming up. Yeah, I'm not gonna sleep much. And Copa America is also on. I mean, USA is out, but
Yeah, it doesn't matter anymore for me. USA, see ya.
man, that game against Uruguay with the ref, that was absolutely wild. Take your poker game to the next level. Go to shop.pokergo.com and get some official merch. We have some cool stuff in there. I recently picked up a white crew neck No Gamble No Future sweater, and I must say, my new favorite comfy sweater. I will say that if you're a grinder, if you're coming out to Vegas, these poker rooms get pretty cold, so get yourself a hoodie or a sweatshirt and get ready for the grind. Here we are back inside the room. Look at these chip counts. 46 to 43 big blinds. Eldridge versus Rast. How many beverage do you think Juha Helppi has consumed since busting this final table done?
I mean, probably quite a few.
Seeing his name on the payouts here makes it feel like yesterday that he busted out.
Yeah, true.
Especially after he made that really good call against David Eldridge, and you could tell he was feeling it. Fernando, you talked about it. You know, you don't often see Juha Helppi show any sort of emotion, but he like turned around to his rail. He was talking with them, like, you know, you could see a smile on his face, all that sort of stuff, and then, boom, just ended. Like, I mean, what are you gonna do?
He got it in for a 28 million chip pot.
Yeah.
There were 5 players left.
5 players left. 40% of the chips in play were in the pot. Him versus Brian Rast, and Rast just found it.
Eldridge has a nice hand. He could definitely raise his hand against the limp. Brian Rast has 8-7-6-3 rainbow. Finds 3.
Bet 1 million.
Eldridge finds the lead out. Probably thinks that 3 is better for him. And Rast is going to set the trap. Just go with the call. Checks back on the turn as well, really leaving the door wide open for another bluff. And Eldridge ends up with queen high. Diamonds didn't get there, but he's done with it.
2.1.
Rast bets 2.1 million here with his threes. Nothing for Eldridge. Lets it go. Donnie, is the record in play for longest heads-up match?
I mean, with the way this is going, yes. See Dylan Weissman there.
Oh my God, who is he advising?
He brought food.
I mean, he might be the original red lens wearer. So maybe Brian Raston.
Even his girlfriend, who's not even a poker player, is wearing the indoor sunglasses. That's very strong.
Of course.
I've covered Elke for, like 15 years, and he always wears sunglasses indoor. And sometimes I am in a situation where I am outdoor, and then I go indoor, and the first thing I do is take my sunglasses off. I don't know what it is about the dark shades or whatever tint you have going on. I cannot wear sunglasses inside. Then you see people be all cool about it. Like JC Tran is another player. There's like always looks cool wearing sunglasses. Elke is the same. I just can't do it. I can't do the sunglasses indoor. I mean, maybe the red tints are a little bit easier because they have the added benefit with the way they block the light, but I'll never be as cool as Elke.
The thing is, most people should not wear sunglasses inside. You need to be some sort of big deal in order to justify the sunglasses inside look. Rast just calls here with actually pretty nice hand. King 9-8-7 double. Could easily be a 3-bet. Should actually be a 3-bet. But he might expect Eldridge to raise really tight. And Eldridge with a surprising Jack 9-7-5 3 diamonds, which is a good hand to limp. Anyway, both players have flopped a piece. And we have a wrap for Eldridge, 9-7-5, wraps around the 8-6. And a pair and open-ended straight draw for Rast. Currently holding the best hand with King 8.
Bet 1.8.
Half pot size bet. Should just get called.
Rast does make the call. 10 on the turn.
Both players make the nuts. It's going to be one of those hands where both players are a bit too excited for the fact that they're about to chop the pot.
Yeah, and both players not wanting a spade on the river.
Well, Eldridge actually can hit a queen, so he does have the redraw, Jack 9. So if he bets large and gets jammed, then he free rolls with his open-ended straight draw. You can hit a queen or a 9, queen or a 7. That's worth 20%, so it's actually kind of a big deal.
Yeah, massive free roll here for Eldridge.
I mean, 20% of 700,000. It's okay.
Yeah, not bad.
It's a good spot.
If they end up all in on the turn, in sort of Helmuthian fashion, asking for insurance, I wonder how much Rast would pay cash to just end the hand on the turn.
Especially with the bracelet involved.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Rast in the tank.
Pot.
And he re-raises pot. Well,
here we go.
We'll have an idea of where this is headed.
He will be very unhappy when he sees that. He can't win. He can only lose.
That's
and he has the nuts.
The worst free roll possible.
Just can't win. Chop or lose.
8.4.
So 21-3.
Eldridge thinking to himself, how do I make this look weak? But little does he know that Rast also has the nut straight.
3-5. All in.
All in on a call. Here it is. Eldridge on a free roll.
Oh, we got a free roll.
Brian Rast goes from being excited to be all in with the nuts with 69 million chips in the middle.
Yeah.
There's Juliana, Rast's wife,
got a
on
jack.
the left-hand side, wearing the shades indoor as well. Well, I guess it's a theme.
Well, she's a big deal.
She is a big deal.
You know, I mean.
Yes, 100%. All right, Rast looking to fade a higher straight from David Eldridge. River card is the 5 of spades. Chop it up, boys.
Uneventful.
Rast, very happy to see this card.
Well, at least no one had the spade free roll.
Right.
Could have been a lot worse.
When this final table started, the room was absolutely buzzing with action. Every table was basically full. We've been playing for long enough now to where there's no one left in the building.
Yeah, the mini main event overflow was in here. They've all broken out of this room. The Colossus tournament that had several tables is now down to, I believe, 1 or 2 tables. There you see Dylan Wiseman and his fiance.
Do you think Dylan Wiseman is coaching Brian Rast in PLO? He's standing on his side of the rail. They're having some chatter from the rail.
Maybe they're just friends, and, you know, it's good to have a friend as good at PLO as Dylan Wiseman is, right?
You've got a friend in me. Of course, Dylan Wiseman on the broccoli train. This guy does just everything right. Just everything right. Do you think he ever makes a mistake in life?
I highly doubt it.
Meanwhile, I'm trying to decide which terrible snack I will eat next. I think chat spawned a new conversation, and you all know I love myself a random conversation. Jamie said, I check with my middle finger. It's the longest one and easiest one to touch the table. So I'm not sure if that's like one of these motions, but please chat. Tell me your checking motion. Donnie, what are you? What kind of checker are you?
Usually just
like a little side hand.
Yeah, I'm just fucking check. Just whatever.
Well,
check the dang thing.
What about this one, Donnie? What about this one?
No, that drives me nuts. If you do that, I want to throw my chips at your face.
It doesn't really help that we're on audio only, but like when you cross your arms and you put your right hand on your left bicep, and then you check by just tapping your finger on your bicep. It's probably the most tilting way.
I hate everyone that does everything slow too.
To check.
Like the people that sit there and then they're like. I just want to be like, can we just?
Was that Dan Smith who did that?
Can we just speed this up, please?
What we need is similar to like Barry Greenstein's book. We need a guide for 2024.
Right.
Basically,
etiquette.
how. Yeah. How. Yeah. Basically, how to not be an idiot at the poker table. That's what we need.
Or an asshole.
Yeah. There's just too many things that people don't understand are just not good. For example, the slow motion. There's no reason to move like a robot.
No.
Like,
just move.
It's okay. It's poker. It's like people won't be able to tell based on the speed of how your arm moves if you're weak or strong.
3.3.
Brian Rast firing 3.3 million. It's got a lot going on here with the 6 high straight. Also has the diamonds to go along with it. Eldridge sitting on 2 pair. Excuse me, 3 pair.
Can only play 2 of them.
Right.
This is trouble.
Has full house outs though, aplenty.
Yeah, well, 15%.
This pot's quickly up to 11 million here. And if you're Rast, you need to fade that board pairing.
River is the king of spades. Perhaps the 3rd spade here. A bit of a scary card here for Rast, as he doesn't have any spades to block whatever draw Eldridge might have.
Well, could this also be a card that saves Eldridge, you know, from putting some more chips in the pot?
Oh, I mean, be a card that helps him in different ways.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, he tried this versus Juha Helppi. Then he had absolutely nothing. Now
well, at least this time he has 1 spade.
Right.
This is big. I like it. I mean, if you're Rast, you have 0 spades, but also you have the diamonds, which is like bad in both ways. You want your opponent to have the diamonds, and you have no spade yourself. This could work.
Eldridge finding a really crafty bet here for 6.3 million. Whoever ends up winning this tournament, they are both putting on a show. And Rast lets go of the straight, and Eldridge takes this one down, chipping up to 40 million. We got a real fight here.
That was strong. Turning the made hand into a bluff is something you wouldn't expect from. I wouldn't have expected that from Eldridge before I saw him play today, but he definitely has some tricks up his sleeve, or his sleeves, and it works out pretty nicely.
Going back to the chat here for a second, Jamie said, I elbow drop the table off the top rope. Yeah, that's clearly the best way to check. Big fan of that one. You know which one I've also seen, and you don't see it all that often anymore? I'm trying to remember who started this, but you sit like a normal person at the table, hands on the rail, and then you do this. The single finger, like it's almost like a space shuttle coming back to Earth, like from the top down.
This is so. I don't know why people do this. Like, they don't realize how ridiculous this looks. I have one that happens, unfortunately, kind of frequently to me. So let's say I sit in the 8th seat, and the guy in the 7th seat is not in the hand, but I'm in the hand.
Right.
And he gives me the stare. It's like, bro, it's okay. Like, can I just play poker? Like,
right.
We are too close. Like, we are in too close proximity.
Stop looking at me and breathing on me.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He's not even in the hand. I mean, even if he would be in the hand, it's like kind of ridiculous. But if he's not in the hand, just give me a moment. Can I just play this game?
You did remind me, though, of one of my favorite situations in live poker is when someone looks rather intense, but they don't know the action is on them. That's one of my favorite scenarios because there's always so much embarrassment that comes along with the realization, like, oh, it's actually on me. Sorry, guys, and then the cards go into the muck right away. Happens more often than you think. Back on the turn here. Jack 9-3, 3 again on the turn. Eldridge is the proud owner of Ace-3 here.
Rast is the one betting. 1.4 into 4.4, so on the smaller side.
It goes for the slow play. Interesting.
7.2 million in the middle. Every single pot seemingly swelling up right now. Deuce completes the board. Eldridge with the check mark. Now, how much confidence will Rast still have here in his jack?
The kicker is a problem for sure. Also, you have to make sure that there is a hand that can call you that is weaker. That's the definition of a value bet. You think that your opponent calls with weaker more often than better. So he does find a check, and Eldridge, I think, made a good decision on the turn to just call. If you're in position, it makes more sense to slow play because you still are able to put in a bet, last to act on the river in case your opponent checks. And Eldridge found some pretty wild bluffs on this final table. And this might pay off this time, although he's going quite big. He's basically polarizing himself and saying, I have a 3 by going for 5.5 million.
Yeah, 5.5 into 7.2, so right around 66%, 2/3 here.
Now Rast has to consider what hands can I beat. The most obvious straight draws that busted are wrapped around the Jack 9, but he holds 3 blockers to those. He holds 8, 7, 7, which is not great. other straight draws are not really possible. So if he had a hand like ace jack 5-5, for example, it would be a much better call because he doesn't block a 7, a 8, a 10, a queen. In this case, you can't like his hand too much, but Eldridge made some moves today, and that actually might get him paid today, or right now.
Yeah, Eldridge has, I would say, the player who was certainly most prone to bluff in spots. He was always kind of willing to go for it. Probably the biggest one that's sticking out in Rast's mind is when Juha Helppi called him and Eldridge just mucked his hand without even showing. So Rast is very much aware that Eldridge could be messing around here. Also earlier against Rast when he 3-bet with that ace-9 rag and then just like quickly folded the flop. I mean, that was a 3-bet bluff in a spot where maybe most players are going to be much more ICM conscious than Eldridge was in that spot. So Rast certainly thinking all of this over.
And we did have some breaks in between, so chances are he catched up on those hands and knows about the bluffs at this point.
And he is going to pay it off. He's going to see the bad news. That ace-3 for Eldridge. Trips with the best kicker. Brian Rast sends in, looks like 3 time extension chips. He sends in the 5.5 million. And David Eldridge is back out to greater than a 2-to-1 chip lead here in heads-up play.
That's kind of what I was pointing at before. I think that Eldridge is a player that it's hard to get a grasp on what exactly he's doing. He's changing up his lines. He's capable of different floats and bluffs. I mean, just the previous hand, he check-called the turn with 3 pair and then turned his hand into a bluff on the river on a spade. He's definitely capable of a lot of different creative lines. And he basically got the best of both worlds. In the previous hand, he made the best hand fold. Now, he gets a worse hand to pay him off.
Yeah, I think he's also pretty in tune with how the other players, and in this case specifically Brian Rast, perceive him. So there, having a good value hand, he slow plays it on the turn, then comes with the larger sizing on the river, probably thinking like, listen, this guy might think I'm a little bit crazy, so I'm ultimately going to get paid off. But at other times, he's kind of like, he slowed down when he needed to, he's ramped it up when he needed to. Yeah, some bluffs have missed and he's gotten called, but listen, if your bluffs aren't getting picked off, you're probably not bluffing enough. You know, just like if you're not getting bluffed at times, you might be doing something wrong. You just got to be willing to get in there. And I think David Eldridge overall has shown really good flexibility, I'll say, at this final table. He's been able to kind of do it all.
You bring up a good point, but he understands how people perceive him. And that is certainly an underrated skill set. Because a lot of players think a bunch about their opponents, but not as much about how they perceive them and what that in return means in terms of strategy.
The biggest example I'll always give with that is Alan Kessler. If he just came out like in the WSOP main event tomorrow and was just playing every hand, no one would know what to do. Because he's just thought of as such a tight conservative player. But if he just came out and was like, I'm just going to be like Vanessa Selps one day, people would like freak out. Like no one would know what to do. And then on the other side, you see all these players who are like, they're constantly in 5th gear. They never know when to like slow down, and it'll eventually like catch up to them. You know, you have to know when to change gears, when to bob and weave.
And some people have that image, and they will never get rid of it. It doesn't matter how they play. Like if you're a Isildur or a Tom Dwan, it doesn't matter how tight you play. People will always think you're probably bluffing, and they will always call you off. So understanding that self-perception is very crucial.
Eldridge comes with right around half pot here. And Rast comes along with the call. He's got a pair of 4s right now. He's also got straight draw and flush draw. 7 on the turn. Gives 2 pair to Brian Rast. Vaults into the lead. Eldridge not out of it yet. Still has 20% equity. Pot's over 12 million. And Rast only has 16 million behind.
Yeah, this is a big pot. Ryan limped the button and called a raise. calls the flop bet, improves on the turn. He's obviously still behind against some traps. But with 12 million out there already, even if he runs into a set, he still has a straight draw and the flush draw.
And Rast is going to come with it here. It's a large bet, committing most of his chips, it looks like.
11.5.
11.5 million, so just under pot. He's only going to have 4.6 million behind. And now it's on David Eldridge to figure out the puzzle.
He could be ahead, but the issue is the times he's behind, he's very much behind, and the times he's ahead, he's never really that far ahead. So if he runs into a straight flush draw combination, he's ahead a little bit, but the times he runs into two pair like now, for example, he's just so far behind, and it's a big bet. But it's a bit strange because Rast limp called from the small blind and represents some sort of big hand on ace, queen, 4-7. Like, what hand would that be? So he's wondering.
Eldridge does let it go, and Brian Rast picks up perhaps a little bit more steam and momentum getting this one through. Now up to, what is it, 28 million? All right, here's a reminder that Octopi Poker wants to send you to the Poker Masters. Enter the free social media giveaway for a chance to win. Go to PokerGo.com/winmasters to enter right now. We might see you at the studio in Las Vegas in the fall. Should be a good time. Donnie and I will be there. Hopefully doing some commentary of some of that day one action. Poker Masters always a phenomenal series with some high buy-in events as we look inside the room here. Donnie, has the 10K stud 8 finished yet?
Good question. I don't think so. Still,
I saw Todd Brunson going for bracelet number 4.
I think they're still four-handed. Still four-handed.
Is Todd still in?
Todd is still in.
Nice.
Going for his second
Second?
gold bracelet. Yeah.
Wow, I thought he had way more.
Todd's one of those guys that, I mean, he'll be the first to tell you that he's always just kind of really focused on cash games for quite some time, never really focused on the tournament side of things. So if he would have, dove right into tournaments, then and specifically at the WSOP, then maybe he has a handful more bracelets. But as things stand, he's only got one going for number 2.
Todd Brunson, 4.5 million in career tournament action, cashes, sorry. Has a few cashes this year at the WSOP. His bracelet was 2005, 2.5K Omaha 8 or better event. You know who he beat heads up? This is a great trivia question.
What game?
Omaha 8 or better.
Scotty Wynn. Alan Kessler.
Alan Kessler lost heads up to Todd Brunson. How is that not the longest heads up match in poker history? Oh man, good times.
We got 2 checks from Rast with top 2 turned into middling 2 pair, and Eldridge turned a combo draw with a 3, so he has a gutter and a flush draw and a pair of 3s. And I guess Brian Rast doesn't really want to check raise. He has a good hand, but by the time he check raises and a bunch of money goes into the middle, his queen 8 is kind of in trouble. So check calling is the standard, looking for a break or an improvement. And this is quite a tricky card. So the ace pairs on the river, making it less likely that Eldridge has an ace. And Eldridge on the other side only has a pair of threes.
And that, of course, means that you have to bluff.
Well, with his image, I
Yeah.
think it is a bit problematic to be bluffing. He's representing an ace, which he could have, but also he limped the button. Now we really see if Brian Rast is in tune with how much Eldridge is actually bluffing. I definitely respect the heart. Put out another bet here.
Yeah, all throughout this final table, David Eldridge has taken the spots that have presented themselves to him. He's been firing a lot. Not someone to quickly or easily give up on anything.
He definitely makes it tough to play against him. So Brian Rast should now consider what hand was betting on a turn that I can beat. And the most obvious answer is clubs, Jack 10. Jack 10 is a double gutter on the turn. 5-4 clubs, flush draw and straight draw. All those hands are basically worthless on the river. And they might bluff. Is he blocking any of them? Not really. He has no jack, no 10, no club, no 4, no 5. So all his cards are good, so to speak. They're all removal effects to his opponent's bluffing range. And against a player who's capable of bluffing, that's exactly what you should think about. How do all my 4 cards interact with the board and make it less or more likely my opponent is bluffing? Once again, in this case, he has no club, no jack, no 9, no 10, no 5, no 4. It's a great hand to call. But can you put it together?
Big decision here for Rast. Pot size bet here from Eldridge. Rast seriously considering it here, which that alone is worth some respect here. And Rast does decide to let it go, and the aggression again pays off for Eldridge.
And a lot of people, when there's this whole debate about GTO versus exploitation, sometimes you don't know if your opponent is bluffing. In fact, many times you don't know. It doesn't matter if you stare at them or if you think about previous hands that were played. If your opponent is good and capable, and they're capable of bluffing, what you need to rely on is the theory. And the theory in this case said call based on the removal effects. And sure, sometimes you call and you lose, but you're getting a price. And also, you just don't know if your opponent is bluffing or isn't. So you have to follow some sort of sound strategy. In this case, it would have led to a call. And then on the other side, what is Eldridge realizing right now? I'm getting a lot of these bluffs through. They seem to work pretty well. He has almost never been picked off a bluff by Rast specifically. And as long as this continues, he probably just keeps firing. Clear raise by Rast. King 10, 10-5 double suited. Strong hand heads up. And Eldridge with 5-5-4-3 certainly wants to see a flop. They're sharing the 5 that Eldridge wants to see.
Would you recommend people watching this to take the approach that Eldridge is taking? And what I mean by that is every time there's a small opportunity, he is going to go for it, which of course increases variance and might induce more swings. But it also gives you perhaps a better chance to actually win and come out on top.
And I think you learn also more, even if it's just a cash game. When you play the game of poker, you have to try things out. If you play within your shell and you just play A, B, C, I have a value hand, I bet, you never try something, you can't evolve from that position. You have to make mistakes sometimes. You have to be too aggressive sometimes, too call happy, and then learn from there and improve. But if you always stay within what you already know, like the safety net basically of just, I have a good hand, I continue, otherwise I'm out, you will never be even close to one of the top players. So this hand checks down so far. Rast played this pretty passive, but understandable. On the flop, he wants to check back with 10s. Turn, he makes a flush, sets the trap. And Eldridge has all reason to believe he has the best hand with a 3. So he's going to block bet the river for 2 million, and Rast has a straightforward call. I don't think Eldridge made any mistakes here. Like, he can get called by a jack, jack 9, pocket aces.
3.
Rast here getting some value from his flush and chips up to 31 million. Still such a, almost like a peaceful heads-up match. It's like these guys are just grinding it out. Like I said before, perhaps waiting on that big clash because it's really anyone's game right now. Even though Rast is the shorter stack, there is still no short stack trouble for either player.
This is interesting. So Eldridge raises with a trash hand on the button. Could be fine. Maybe he, maybe he wants to just take down the blinds and see if Rast is willing to fold. Rast has double suited ace king sitting on about 30 big, close to 40 big blinds. It's a hand you want to 3-bet all day long. Like he might just call the reduced variance and play more post flop. But this is in the book. And by the book, I mean the software. This is a straightforward 3-bet. 40 big blinds, double suited ace king. Very strong hand. We'll see a flop.
Is this just Rast trying to reduce variance? Is that what this most likely?
I would have to think that he thinks he has a post flop edge and wants to reduce variance. I would say that Eldridge is a very competitor post flop. He has shown all kinds of moves that worked and made it difficult to play against him. So again, sometimes we're in spots where we're like, oh, let me just reduce variance here and there. But if you just play theoretically correct, like, I mean, look at this hand, 10, 6, 5 deuce. Like you would 3-bet with an amazing hand with ace king 6, 4 and just extract value. Either your opponent folds pre or you reduce the SPR. If he would have 3-bet pre, he can just push this flop and take down a huge pot. But now he has to sort of navigate for multiple streets because his hand is not strong enough to check raise now at this stack to pot ratio. He has to just check call and take it from there and hope that Eldridge is backing off.
Rast does come with the call, and look at this pot instantly bloating up to 12.6 million. Any move on the turn will be costly for either player. It's the 4 of spades on the turn, giving Rast 2 pair. Is there any additional sense of security in hitting that 4?
It's certainly a big card.
Rast,
it's tricky. Eldridge now connects with the 4 in some ways. He has a gut shot now with 6 deuce.
What?
Oh my God, Eldridge
strong
just
play.
Swinging for the fences.
It's actually a pretty decent line because he has no clubs and he has no, well, he has a 10 but not a jack. I mean, he's gonna run a lot into like just a king or just a queen or a queen 10-9 hand or a jack 10x hand or just some clubs. I would say it's a notch, maybe a bit too aggressive, but at the same time, I think what happens here is Rast thinks Eldridge has a hand he wants to stack off with. He basically thinks this is not a bluff. He has a hand he wants to go with, and if that is true, which would be wrong in this case, then king 4 doesn't look that hot anymore. Because what is Eldridge willing to stack off on the turn with? King, queen, 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 king, king, maybe king 5, 5, 5. All those hands beat Rast by a mile.
It's a good day today. I'm all in.
Wow, Rast moves all in.
You've seen enough.
And the fold comes in for Eldridge, and all of a sudden, role reversal. Brian Rast takes back the chip lead. He was standing up as if he was 100% convinced that this was going to showdown.
Correct. And that's the tricky part. If you can make your opponent think that you have a stack off hand, then they put you in a much stronger range, and they will continue much tighter. So if the turn would not have been 2-pair, I mean, Eldridge wins this pot.
Right.
Even with the 2-pair, obviously Ryan wasn't happy.
It was almost like if you got it, you got it.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
Here we go.
Yeah, but like when you were naming the hands that Rast can beat there, it almost completely flips the script.
Whoops.
And turns King 4 into nothing.
It's just that, well, the only hands you can beat are all the combo draws you're still ahead of. So he was hoping he has some wrap flush draw, and we're going to see a showdown. He definitely didn't expect a fold. I think he was like, I hope you have the draw.
Yeah, like, Jack 10-9 with 2 clubs or something like that.
I hope you have that and not the other thing that I'm dead against. And if I die.
Try to remember, I'm just going to keep it here and toss it in one after I make the action. All right? Just think it'll be easier for everybody.
Do note that Rast looks like he's down to 2 time extensions over there, and Eldridge has a pile still.
Donnie,
So
Eldridge doesn't need time extensions. He's gonna fire. He's just gonna fire. I love watching this guy play, by the way.
Yeah, it's very interesting. You never know what's going on. I mean, this pot size bet was unexpected.
Double suited ace queen here for Eldridge. Rast with the king jack 10 deuce.
Pretty standard stuff so far. I like the limp and the raise. Head into a flop here, 5.6 mil. So 19 million behind. This could definitely go in on the right flop. 6-4 deuce. Neither player hits. It's not a good flop for the raising range. He's going to have a lot of high cards and high pairs. So he does elect to check. And Ryan only has bottom pair. It's a good hand to check behind with bottom pair, because when you pair the king or the jack or the 10, you have 2 pair, and your opponent might have top. So if your opponent has ace king, the turn is a king, you have king deuce, they have ace king. And at the same time, if you bet the flop, there's still a good chance you get called or raised by better. So just getting a free card is fine. Goes for the aggressive route. It's probably going to work out well here, because if Eldridge folds, he's going to get a 48% equity hand out of the pot, which is a big win. But Eldridge looks to his chips. Thinks better of it and makes the fold.
And Rast now really chipping up beyond the mark that Eldridge hit when he had the chip lead. Now 52 million for Rast.
The push was definitely a momentum shift in some ways. And we'll see if Eldridge can recover from that, because his confidence was high just before that pot.
Maybe a bit of sigh of relief there for Rast that that hand did not go to showdown, and he was actually able to rake him in without too much heartache. Joshua Patrick in the chat says, I like Rast. I just want to see more non-Hall of Famers win big ones. So clearly rooting for Eldridge there. Personally, I'm sort of biased towards the big name pros, because I feel like, in a way, if top players have more success, it sort of solidifies the legacy and the overall cachet that poker as a game has. If every year there's 90 bracelets won by 90 different people, then it sort of makes it harder to tell stories and to build the history of the game up. And someone like Rast, of course, who was already in the Hall of Fame, a big part of the game's history, especially with his success in the 50K PPC. For him, winning this bracelet, Donnie, would be another massive, massive feather in the cap.
Oh yeah, puts him really into that rarefied era of people with 7 WSOP gold bracelets. And I think just the level of this event, I mean, a 25K PLO with well over 400 entries is not an easy event to ultimately come out on top of at the World Series of Poker. So, you know, it's not just like I mean, not to poo-poo like a $1,500 no limit tournament, but you know, this is a much more prestigious event, right? So
see here, Rast has a straight draw and a flush draw with a jack, and Eldridge has hit the ace. Let's check on the turn. Rast has no reason to turn his hand into a bluff. You could easily have the best hand with Jack 10. And I think Eldridge's hand is just too thin to value bet the ace 3. Although he's probably going to run into a jack a lot. But ace 3 is kind of thin.
Ace is good.
ace is good for Eldridge. He's back up over 20 million.
Flipped an ace of spades.
Oh, it's not a very meaningful card. It's very.
I only saw it.
Ace of spades.
If you get flipped an ace, you should just be allowed to keep it. You should just have the option.
It will be definitely interesting to have the option. I mean, he has that king of spades as well. If the deuce of hearts would have been the ace of spades, that would be. Oh, no, actually, that's Rast 10. Okay. Ace of spades dead. Limit pot.
Ace of spades would have been an important card on this flop.
Indeed. Rast flops. Top pair with the king of spades. He also blocks the deuce in some ways, like some draws. And we know the ace of spades is dead. So it's a decent hand to just put out a bet to take down the pot. Checking back is reasonable as well. And Eldridge does have a 3 and pocket 8s, but no flush draw, no backdoor flush draw. Goes for the peel, assumes that Rast might be betting very light. Maybe it was just a pair of 4s or something like a gut shot. It's still fine to just fold the 10-8-8-3 and continue. Like you rather continue with a 4 and a gut shot versus 10-8-8-3, because you can still hit something big that turns into a value bet more often, or like 2 pair. Or turn your hand into bluff if needed, with more confidence when you have straight blockers. But 10-8-8-3 is a bit rough. So Rast got called, holds king 10 the turn. It's not a great kicker, but figures he has the best hand. He wants to bet again.
Quick toss here from Eldridge, and Rast takes it down. Maintains more than a 2-1 lead. By the way, let's do a round of let's talk to the chat here for a second. Let us know where you're watching from. Smash that like button. Let's get us up to over 1,500 likes. I know I said 2,000 at the beginning of the show, but I was maybe a little bit cocky here. It is PLO after all, and only you diehards are still with us in the chat. These guys are playing heads up for 700K. My name is Remko Rinkema. Donnie Peters in the booth with me, along with JNandez, Fernando Habegger, the mastermind behind PLOmastermind.com. Go to PLOmastermind.com/PokerGo to get involved with the best PLO study program for free. By the way, Donnie, Russell in the chat saying he's watching from Las Vegas. That's a bit of a curveball.
I think I saw him out there on the rail.
Oh, love it.
Yeah.
We got one of our mods visiting Las Vegas. Meanwhile, Eldridge here, 9-8-7-5, raising it up, 10-9-9-4. I can see a flop here that hits both players.
Indeed, yeah. Eldridge is dominated here. Quite an unfavorable spot by accident.
Ace, king, queen. Perhaps understandable given the amount of cards that have been removed from the mid-range.
It's a typical spot. Whoever bets first going to win this hand. It is a good board for the raiser. It's just that Eldridge's hand is pretty rough. Just nothing out there to work with. But he is betting.
If there's one thing we can count on from Eldridge is that he's going to try to take a stab, and he gets it done.
That's definitely not the worst strategy in heads-up PLO. It's hard to hit the flop, even if you have 4 cards.
A few shout-outs here for people that are watching. We got Washington, D.C. in the house, New York, Slovenia, Dallas, Northwest Pennsylvania, Malmö, Sweden. We got Israel, Austin, Texas, Charlotte, KC, Phoenix. Stay cool, Phoenix. We got Probo in the house, Oregon, Tampa, Minneapolis. Oh, we got Cyberen Rinkema watching from Friesland, the Netherlands. That's where I'm from. Shout out. It's really late out there. Maybe early.
It's very late out there.
We got Jacksonville in the house, Westminster, California. Jollyville, Texas. That sounds made up. Rast limping in with a speculative hand. The queen straggler with the 5-3 deuce. Huh. Who's your land says, I'm watching from my table in the mini main event. That's some good dedication to the craft there. Learning PLO while playing Hold'em.
What is the buy-in of the mini main event?
1K.
1,000.
Freeze out.
Oh, freeze out. Nice.
Yes.
What's a freeze out, Donnie? I'm very unfamiliar with this concept.
Yeah, they don't have many of those these days anywhere in poker, not just the WSOP. But
back in the day, you had to announce and promote that it was a re-entry. Now you have to announce and promote that it's a freeze out.
Well, this tournament is not a freeze out. It's a 25K PLO. 2 re-entries possible, so some of the players are in for $75,000.
That's wild. When you sign up for an event like this, do you decide beforehand, like, look, I'm willing to spend X amount of bullets, or does it really depend on, how you're feeling?
I think a lot of people made the decision beforehand because you also need to bring cash oftentimes.
Right.
So when I played this one, my strategy was I'm going to fire 2 bullets, and if I break, I might max late rec on day 2, which is also a possibility here. And usually, this event is special. Like, you will not find an event of this size in terms of the buy-in with this many players on that kind of stage for PLO players like anywhere else in the world. So all the players that really like PLO, all the PLO professionals, like, this is their main event. This is an amazing event, and if it costs you 3 bullets, then that's what it is.
Right. How did your event go? Because we haven't even touched upon it.
I fired 1 bullet, and I busted, unfortunately, 69. I mean, 72 got paid, so I made that big. I mean, on the bubble, the actual money bubble, I was one of the shorter stacks, unfortunately. So you're really handcuffed with the 2x buy-in jump. So we had to wait it out until I got into the money, and then got in my aces versus jacks. But that's probably a pretty common story in PLO tournaments. you get an aces and somehow you get cracked. But yeah, in the WSOP structure this year, you definitely want to make the money and then gamble hard, trying to win the tournament. And that was the plan. And still pretty satisfied with it. Whenever you cash in a tournament, you should be happy. It's hard to cash a tournament. Eldridge with the mystery hand. Looks like he wants to raise the price. Tricky spot for Rast. Ace King 9-3 is in a bit of a pickle when facing a raise on the flop. He's obviously beating bluffs and straight draws, but far behind against a hand like a set of sixes, set of sevens, a7, a6. Not looking that hot either. So quite tricky. Usually we would just check back this hand, but he goes for the bet and calls the raise. He knows that Eldridge is capable of bluffing, and he wants to see a turn in position. The turn is an action card, at least for Rast. He picks up the nut flush draw on a deuce of hearts, but also all the straight draws from the flop didn't complete, so he's still ahead of all the straight draws. And if he runs into a better made hand, he has the flush draw as a backup. Pot size bet 10 million by Eldridge. He has 9 million behind.
I am told by our production team that Eldridge has ace 7 6 5 here.
Can you start the clock, please?
Ace 7 6 of clubs and then the 5 of diamonds.
You should have said, I think
I think he has these specific suits of these 4 cards. I am that good.
Exactly.
Buy me into the 25K PLO next year. Let's go.
This was your chance. This was your chance to just be like, I feel like based on the physical tells and the speed tell, like the timing tells, he has a7 6 5.
Well, speaking of tells, the last time Brian Rast did this, the money went in the middle.
That's
so
the energy move.
Is he going to be putting this money in again?
Well, he doesn't match up that bad against the a6, a7.
Oh, wow. He does move all in. And this time, Eldridge makes the call right away, and he says a6, 7. Wow, quick river card dealt out here. It's the 10 of diamonds, and Eldridge is going to receive a double up. This dealer wants to go home.
This river card was not worth $700,000.
Yeah.
Wow.
That
Brian,
was sick.
Brian Rast needed a heart to end it.
Yep.
Instead,
This felt like
Heart
the
or king or a 9.
This felt like the river card in a 1-2 game at the Aria. Oh, river, 2 guys all in here.
okay, let's
Here's the
go.
river.
Let's move on.
Let's move on to the next hand. Bricks, yeah, a lot of outs. 50 million chip pot almost. So that puts the chip lead back into Eldridge's hand. Or hands. That is a big one.
Wow. Massive one. Eldridge now up to just shy of 50 million. And there you can see it, a7, 6, 5. 3 clubs. The 2 pair holds up. Brian Rast had outs to close it out, but ultimately whiffs on this river, as opposed to prior rivers that he managed to hit.
16, 18, 19. Yeah, looks good.
We go on. Nut flush draw, ace king. So a couple live overs and nut flush draw.
All right, Rast back in the lead. Excuse me, Eldridge back in the lead, of course. Rast now the short stack again. It's all relative, though. Still got quite a few big blinds.
Sorry.
Much better than a set.
Yeah,
not quite,
sorry
as,
for
not
the
quite as good as
dealer.
a wrap. A wrap's what I really want to see. Although it kind of gets there, most of the wraps at least.
Yeah, on the river.
Shout out to Wes Watson, another $20 donation. Thank you so much. He says 2 more coffees for the real ones.
Nice hand.
We'll split
Thank
we'll
you.
split the money with JNandez. Get him a coffee too.
There's coffee?
Are you a coffee guy?
Yeah. I'm
Are you a home brew?
barista.
Are you a barista?
Yeah.
What's your favorite method of choice?
Well, I love pour over coffee. It's a nice craft by hand. But I also have like a real coffee machine, like a
Like a rocket or
yeah.
Beautiful.
I have a nice La Marzocco GS3, but I didn't bring it to the US yet.
Oh.
It's very heavy.
I was going to say, that's a big thing to ship.
Yeah.
You're better off buying one here.
Yeah, I went to barista school and I got
10 seconds.
what is it called? The espresso, the double champion in espresso making from Germany.
No way.
Teach me how to make coffee, and he has like taste buds that are insane, and it's very interesting.
Wow.
As a hobby, I just did it.
I'm a big fan of coffee myself. I think I have almost every method at home. I have the Chemex, the French press, the AeroPress.
What's your favorite?
It depends what kind of mood I am in. If I have a big day, I usually go for AeroPress, but I always make the upside down AeroPress. It steeps a little bit longer. I feel like it really brings the flavor out much better. Normally, if we have guests over, I like to just use the Broom Sheen just to have some more volume. And then if I'm feeling really, actually, this is actually funny, very quick. My fiance and I, we like to go camping a lot. And when we go camping, my favorite thing is to get the Bialetti on the stove.
Yeah.
When I'm camping, and it tastes different. Like it's a different experience when you get a good grind.
I have one as well. Yeah, that's a nice one. I also like the hand grinds. Just sometimes like little, these little hand grinders, and then you make a pour over coffee out of it. It's very like a ritual.
Yeah, it is the ritual of making coffee in the morning. And the funny thing is, of course, we go through so much coffee as we see Rast here bet 3.8. Takes this one down, needs to take this one down. The one thing I find funny, because we go through a lot of coffee at home, that we don't always buy the best of the best. Some bags are not as good as others, especially with all the stuff that's on offer. And I love the fact that I can walk down the stairs and smell whether or not the coffee is going to be good, because some of the coffee is just like smells so fresh, and you're just excited about the smell to begin with. And look at this, Wes Watson with the $50 donation. More coffee for the mods too. Donnie, we're going to have a coffee party at some point.
I mean, only if Fernando is the barista.
Oh,
I mean,
100%.
100%.
I'm retired, unfortunately.
he can pour his coffee while he tells us about blockers.
Let us know in the chat what kind of coffee you're into. I might break out the Bialetti tomorrow morning just for a little change of pace.
So 1-1.
Chat is getting triggered.
Stu in the chat says, drip Folgers.
Price of poker is going up.
It has.
The blinds went up to $1 mil, and Eldridge picks up ace 10 7-7 double. It's a nice hand. Rast sitting on 26 big blinds, so it's getting shorter and shorter. And Eldridge definitely has a hand that wants to raise to 3 million.
Yeah, Eldridge now in the stage of the tournament where he can once again try to close it out, and Rast the double suited king 10. Is this one of those looks good but isn't that good?
In a ring game, it's not a good hand, but heads up, gotta see a flop. Price is too good, ranges are too wide.
All of a sudden, the pot got easy to count.
Real easy.
It was a lot harder last level.
So 7 million in the middle, 22 behind, stack the pot ratio of 3. We should see a lot of aggression on different boards. Rast picks up a pair of sixes. He's not too happy with the flop. And then Eldridge has ace 10 7-7, could have the best hand at the moment, which in fact he has. And he also has a nut gut shot.
Checks.
Different possible ways to make the best hand. A 7 gives him a set, 8 gives him a straight, ace gives him top pair, backdoor diamonds, check back is completely standard. We see a turn, which is the 4. And that's a great card for Brian Rast to bluff. He faces a check back range on the flop. His opponent probably doesn't have 2 pair or a set, unless he improved with a 4. But the good thing about Brian Rast's hand is that he blocks some of the hands that interact with the 4. He has a 3 and a 6. He blocks the straight, blocks from 2 pairs as well. So it is a good turn to bet and make marginal hands fold, like ace 10 7-7, or just a 9, just a 6, even just overcards.
Yeah, 2.5.
2.5 million is the bet from Rast. Action now back on over to Eldridge.
I think if he wants to make a better hand fold than the one that he has to go bigger, maybe like 5.5. Against a third pot size bet, Eldridge has an easy decision with a lot of the hands that beat Rast at this point. For example, the ace 10 7 7, which does make the call. River is a 5, so Rast makes a straight. Some other straight gets there, the 7 8, which is not a huge concern because Eldridge checked back on the flop. What's interesting though is that Eldridge actually blocks 7 8 with 2 7s and might turn this hand into a bluff, blocking the nuts. Knowing Eldridge is certainly a possibility. He has been very aggressive in various spots.
7.
7 million is the bet.
And look at this, Rast going for value, betting 7 million with his 6 high straight. Now Eldridge has two of those 7s necessary for the 7-8 straight. How much does that impact this decision?
The bet is too large to call. It's raise
Wow!
or fold.
Eldridge moves all in, applies maximum pressure to Brian Rast.
Gotta respect the heart.
Wow. Time and time again, David Eldridge is showing
Never have 7 8.
that he has all the heart.
7 8 almost. But 7 3 is a fucking problem.
He probably wouldn't shove 7-3, to be fair, but he says you can't have 7-8 because you wouldn't check back the flop. I don't completely agree with that. If he had a hand like ace king 7-8, he might actually not bet. But if that is the logic and he thinks he can't have 7-8, then this is just a call.
I absolutely love the fact that Eldridge sees an opportunity, has the 7 blockers here, and just stoically goes for it, applying maximum pressure on the Poker Hall of Famer. The question now is he going to get away with this one?
This is a big bluff, and he knows his image is shaky. So you gotta respect the heart.
Wow, what a competitor, David Eldridge, turning the screws on Brian Rast. This is high-level poker, ladies and gentlemen.
It's possible, I guess. 7 8 just fucking nothing. 7 8 nothing.
Exactly. It is possible that he has 7-8. If he has a hand like Queen Jack
Wow.
7-8. Wow.
Brian Rast lets it go. And David Eldridge gets away with murder here at the final table. What an incredible bluff. And Rast now in real trouble. 12.7 million is all he has left. Yes, that is 12 big blinds. Brian Rast in a whole lot of trouble here. Gets bluffed on the river by David Eldridge.
Yeah,
I mean, David Eldridge is earning it right now. He's earning
100%.
the bracelet.
The heart.
What a sicko as the chat is going absolutely crazy.
Unbelievable. This man has no fear. And it works. It's amazing.
Wow. I don't have the heart to fold that.
Rast is down to 12 big blinds. Yeah, if he ends up going second, this is certainly a final table or a heads-up match he's going to look back and think about, of course, because Eldridge played much different than he thought probably he would play in various spots.
I mean, like I said before, every chance Eldridge has had to bluff, he's taking it.
That's pretty much what it comes down to, yeah. Even the biggest spot.
But also, he didn't hesitate.
Yeah. Just
Like Rast bet 7 million, and it probably took him less than 10 seconds to go all in.
he knew this is the hand. I got to just do it. I have the 7s. Let's just put it in and put him to the test.
But like the composure and the determination and the confidence in his decision making, it's something to behold. Like his facial expression has been exactly the same for the last 6 hours. It is unbelievable.
Yeah, I wonder what goes through his mind. Does he feel the anxiety and the fear and the pain, or is he just that cool?
I mean, Rast is the Hall of Famer here. He's the one with the enormous resume, but there's a lot more emotion on Rast's face at this final table than David Eldridge.
See a limp pot here. Eldridge down with the big chip lead. Rast has flopped 2 pair and an inside straight draw. So a 10 to a straight has an 8 and a 4. Eldridge has a gut shot with 7-5. Needs a 6.
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Rast goes for the lead out. I like this decision, just trying to take the pot down now before it gets uncomfortable with turns. Every hand they play, there are already 3 million chips out there. And 3 million chips is currently about 20% of Rast's stack.
The pressure that Eldridge can apply right now is so huge, because we saw by Rast folding his 6 high straight that the tournament life situation for him is worth a lot, just because he is so close to this bracelet, and that might be something that Eldridge can benefit from.
Yeah, there is certainly more pressure on Rast than Eldridge in this setup. And it seems like Eldridge can, in some ways, takes advantage of that. Rast with double suited 10s on 15 big blinds comes in for the limp. And Eldridge checks his option. 2 pair for Eldridge. King and a 5. Rast
Checks.
unimproved.
Checks.
Goes check, check. Turn is an 8. Eldridge has a pretty easy value bet. He has 3 pair now. Don't think Rast can continue. He has no draw, just the 10s.
Bet 3 million. Fold.
And here we have PLO Mastermind. Learn to win at PLO for free. PLOmastermind.com/PokerGo. If you enjoyed today's footage, there's a lot more of that awaiting for you for free on PLOmastermind.com.
Let's go home, Donnie.
Not just
Fernando can just do it all. Can do it all.
I love it.
Very well done on your first ad read. Excellent stuff.
well, it wasn't my first PLO Mastermind ad read.
Oh, that's true. Okay.
Because when I make YouTube videos, I advertise my own stuff as well.
3 million.
Okay, Eldridge takes this. He takes some of these like super garbagey hands and raises them as well. I actually don't mind it too much. And Rast has a hand that very justifiably can fold. 10-8, 5-5 rainbow.
10 seconds.
Seems fine. Eldridge is certainly on. He's on the look for the end. He wants to close this out. He has the momentum right now, and he. Sometimes you just play and you know it's your time to win the next flip. I think that's what he's looking for right now.
People in the chat are openly wondering if Rast has it in him to make a comeback here. And, you know, we know now, and this is the biggest gap we've seen in the chip counts, that it takes more than just one double up at this point to really take control again.
This could be a fine start here. Ace Queen 10-10 on 12, 13-ish big blinds. Very strong hand, this shallow.
Raise the 3 million.
3 million is the raise from Rast on the button.
Pretty bad hand. Completely fine to just fold. Eldridge makes the call. It's not a terribly light call, but also just fine letting this one go. There's a lot of domination issues that come with this hand.
King 7, deuce, 2 hearts. Even though it might not look like much, Rast definitely well ahead here.
Yeah, he doesn't know where he's at. If his opponent has a king, he's drawing very thin. If his opponent has nothing, like in this case, he's doing really well. Sort of a way ahead, way behind spot. So he probably just wants to check back and see how things develop. He can turn a straight draw, he can turn a flush draw, he can turn a 10, an ace. It looks like he goes for all of it. Oh, he only has 9.7. Yeah, I think this is fine. Just putting it in. If your opponent has a king, still have some outs. But taking the pot down right there means a lot at this point.
Looking back on the straight that he folded, do you think he made a mistake there?
His first instinct was spot on, right? It's like a player that bets often usually bets 7-8 in this spot. If he had 7-8 with an overpair, if he had 7-8 with top pair, if he had 7-8 with a wrap, and if he has 7-8 with a middle pair, he probably bets all of these combos. So his first instinct was spot on, but then the second instinct was, I guess, to me it felt like it was driven by he didn't want to die. He was like, I don't want to go out now. I think I can still find better spots to make this happen. And if you take that too often, if you pass up on decent chances too often for a great chance, especially in a tournament, you might fall short. So it's hard to say. We also have seen that Brian Rast doesn't have many time banks left, so that might also play into it. I'm not sure if he actually has any left.
Right, I was going to say,
I don't see any.
I think he's out. I think he's out of time bank, so it's going to make things a little more tricky for him as we see King Queen 7 roll off the deck. Eldridge with top set and the flush draw. Oh my God, this guy is really.
Checks.
This is actually a good hand to slow play because now you have the set and the flush draw, especially at this shallow of a stack size. But
That's 2 million.
thought for a second he's going to put
very quick and confident chip shuffle there. Made it seem as though Rast was ready to move in here with the pair of queens.
Eldridge is smart by using a small sizing. He makes it really tough to even just fold a queen because he's betting so often. He's very aggressive, bets very frequent. So Rast is right in thinking he might have the best hand. Now if he improves on the turn, that would be big trouble.
Wow, quads for Eldridge. This man bluffs when he has to and makes it when he needs to. Closing in.
This is a trouble card for Rast because it makes it less likely that Eldridge has a king and his queen should be good. Now Eldridge on the other side is thinking, of course, how can I sell this? Do I check now and bet the river? Do I bet small now? Goes for the trap.
River card brings the 7 of spades now. Double paired board showing. Brian Rast only has exactly the size of the pot left behind.
I assume he's just bouncing his timing and he wants to check and really hope this gets to showdown. But we know that there's only one way this goes to showdown, and that is if Eldridge puts in a lot of chips here on the river and gets called. So by now, he probably should have figured out Rast has probably a queen. How much can he bet? Is all of it too much? Or should he go for like a 4 million bet?
A look there at Christine, David Eldridge's wife, eagerly spectating as her husband is in a dominating situation here at this final table. 6 million is the bet from Eldridge.
So to put this into perspective, Rast has 30 seconds to decide. That's it. After 30 seconds, his hand is dead.
That is so brutal. And you can see it too by his motion. You can see the nervousness in Brian Rast's body language. Makes the call with the queen, and quads is tabled. Brian Rast down to fewer than 5 big blinds, and David Eldridge closing in on the bracelet here in the 25K PLO High Roller. Of course, you know, chip in a chair, it's not over yet, but Brian Rast in a world of trouble right now.
Yeah, those 30 seconds are quite brutal right now. They're definitely needed, and in the shoes of what is his name again?
David. David Eldridge.
Eldridge, yeah, exactly. In the shoes of David Eldridge, I mean, you could take advantage of that by playing a bit faster. If you play fast, then the action is always on Rast. He always has 30 seconds to make decisions for his tournament life. While obviously Eldridge has infinite time banks as well. Ace 10, 8, 6 here and 4 big blinds. It's time to go with this one.
All right, Brian.
I think I was talking to maybe Daniel Negreanu one time where there's kind of a strategy where maybe Eldridge even like checks dark at times. So it's always on Rast. He never has any time to think.
All right, here we go. All in and a call. Brian Rast, tournament life on the line. David Eldridge, a clean run out away from winning the 25K Pot-Limit Omaha High Roller. $700,000 pay difference between first and second. An absolutely enormous hand. We've seen big all-in showdowns before here at this final table, but none as big as this one, as Eldridge is on the brink of closing it out. Now Rast still has good equity. Let's see what the flop brings. King, 7, deuce, 2 clubs. Eldridge with the nut flush draw also has backdoor diamonds going for him. Brian Rast looking for a 10 or an 8 to survive here. Turn card is the king of diamonds. Now Rast down to the 10 or the 8 of hearts.
Yeah, without a diamond, without a club. It's a little bit rough.
Holy shit.
2 outs only for the Poker Hall of Famer to stay alive. River card is the 7 of spades. That's not going to do it. David Eldridge.
You bluffed me on the deuce 4, 5, 6 hand.
The 7 million.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bluff.
Okay.
You never want to hear that at the end. You don't want to hear that at the end.
Quick pause there from me as David Eldridge confesses to bluffing, and he bluffed his way to the bracelet, winning a whopping $2.2 million.
Definitely a phenomenal.
I was wondering who's asking for a 10.
Wow.
I couldn't tell.
What
Eldridge played
Performance was stunning. Absolutely.
I mean, I'm
Great
blown
play.
away by the dominance shown by David Eldridge at this final table, winning his 2nd World Series of Poker bracelet, his first in the live realm, and he more than doubles his career tournament earnings. He had 1.7 coming into this final table, takes home $2.2 million for winning one of the largest PLO events in the history of the game, defeating Poker Hall of Famer Brian Rast, heads up, who also adds $1.5 million to his career tournament earnings. What an insane final table this has been. At times during the heads-up battle, we were sort of put into a false sense of security, but then every time there was a chance to strike, David Eldridge came out swinging.
He came in as the chip leader, and that definitely doesn't tell the whole story. Went up and down, and we saw incredible beats. Juha Helppi there in 5th. Brutal situation, but Eldridge really put together a very entertaining show to watch, and absolutely deserved. He bluffed when needed. Pretty much always when required, and he also got paid off just because of that as well.
Blew at that one pop block.
Wow. 476 entries, 1 man left standing. His name, David Eldridge. Thank you all so much for joining us here on our live stream on both YouTube and PokerGo. On your way out the door, please don't forget to like this video and subscribe to our channel. Guess what? Tomorrow, we are back. Main event day 1A. Donnie and I will be on the call. It's going to be fun. It's going to be so exciting. Check out PokerGo.com/schedule to find out when we are live. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.